I think a weaker looking bonkers might be an understatement, because for what they just came out with there and the shenanigans that were afoot in the first time they played against Scars, who knows what's going to happen?
Yeah, who knows what's going to happen indeed. Well, I think our predictions are going to be split down the middle. You know, I feel like Scars just looked so clean the other day that it's so hard to go against them. But then Orangutan, look, taking that map off of Bleed when, I don't know if Bleed were looking bad, I don't know if Bleed were looking good, but Bleed got the win in the end. And look, we're talking about Group Alpha looking like it's just going to be this pool of a lack of knowledge.
Man.
How convincing are they actually going to look? You know, everyone's got to be well rested, prepared, time to counter-strat, time to actually look at the individual performances here at the event, because in the first day, you don't have that to look at previously, what they're actually looking like on this stage. So I think for Orangutan and for Scars, now that they have that, I think it's going to be more exciting just due to that.
Well, speaking of exciting, Orangutan couldn't get more exciting, so let's have a quick look at their lineup.
How are you, man?
Should be the same as what we saw yesterday.
We got Raphael, Tesseract, Antidote,
Aziz, and RVK. These 5 individuals went up against all the expectations, at least in terms of what we had.
That's decent enough team. कौन team का match है? Orangutan. अभी SG versus Orangutan चल रहा है.
For our predictions, everyone went for Bleed yesterday, but Orangutan certainly won my heart over. I need to say that one.
Yeah, absolutely. A combination of it.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, my Twitch is loading for some stupid reason.
Yesterday.
And this kind of goes more into the normalcy where you have teams that will usually have like a jet.
Huh?
Unlike
यार
where
मैं
we
Twitch
saw
load कर रहा है पता नहीं क्यों यार.
Physio only on the Viper, right? So this is a more common.
कौन से इंटरनेट से आया तू? इतनी आवाज कट रही है क्या? मोबाइल से आ गया क्या?
कट रही है, तेरा स्ट्रीम लोड हो रहा है भैया नहीं.
अरे तेरी आवाज कट रही है, मेरा स्ट्रीम लोड नहीं हो रहा है.
तो भाई हेलो.
अभी रुक जा मैं चेक करता हूँ, मेरा इंटरनेट चेक करता हूँ, सब्र रखो.
खेल क्या?
What the can't drop you.
On towards Crystal, more pressure. But one of the things that we're noticing as well is there's a little bit of a slip from them in a couple.
Based on. Yo, Twitch sucks, dude. Oh, here, guys.
कल Twitch पे भी issue हुआ था, like sound गायब हो गई थी. 3 of the top 5 performers of Ascension.
Hello, Toby, welcome to the stream. अबे कुछ स्विच इशू कर रहा है इस टाइम.
आए कल भी मैंने देखा बाद में उसी सेकंड में YouTube पे गेम साउंड आ रही है. कल वो हट गई थी, लाइक गेम साउंड हट गई थी and it was
definitely shift out a little bit, you know.
गाना बज जाता बल्कि ऊपर से.
I would say it's a little bit skewed.
अभी रुक मैं YouTube पे स्ट्रीम चेक करता हूँ
as well, right? All of the other games when they're getting close, 3 mappers near overtimes, you have more rounds of play to keep that consistency.
Hi Toby, welcome to the stream. Buckle in, brother.
You know, on a graph, that might be the outlier.
That's it, right? Look, 38 rounds played. Yeah. As opposed, this is what I was saying the other day. Show you.
अरे उधर चलते हैं ना कैप्टन में. उधर किधर है क्या? लाइव वाला है क्या?
सीसी लॉन्च में है. लाइव वाला एक मैं बना देता हूँ.
रुक जा. लाइव वाला बना दे किसी को कोई पता.
Oh my God. There's a specific difference in the amount of Valorant some of these teams have played so far.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's exciting, right? Because you get to play against all the other teams in your group. There's the chance to play a lot, but there's also going to be that chance to be very dominating. And currently, Scars is in that latter topic, right? Because they've got a dominating game. We haven't seen really another team who has been that convincing yet.
Yeah, and look, Scars map pool, I feel like we got surprised by it, right? When they played up against Bonkers, they had a whole bunch of strats that we just didn't expect to come out. Yeah. Bonkers, you know, they had that 5-0 start, and then after we found out, you know, during that interview, Scars decided, you know, hey, what are we doing? Let's just play our game. As soon as they played their game, they just, you know, shook off.
एक मिनट गाइस मैं अपनी स्ट्रीम रीस्टार्ट करके आता हूँ मैं एक मिनट रुको फकिंग इशू कर रहे हैं मैं एक स्ट्रीम
Boys, the ones that are gonna
तेरा स्टार्ट होगी स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट हो गई तेरी स्ट्रीम
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to VCT Ascension Pacific. Sorry about that one. We're going to discuss maps. We're not going to figure them out just yet. So,
rate Arexis bundle out of 10. Kritasao, Arexis is like good solid.
Dion, you have the source, you have the extraction.
Yeah,
you
I
are
think
the
I do.
extractor.
I think I do,
Yep.
but it's a fun one because both teams have the
good
general
8.
same insta-ban.
Good 7.
Both of them not wanting to play it.
8, I guess 7.5 or 8. Because they didn't have a good knife. Why is Twitch loading 24/7, man? Shit is dog shit, man. Let me turn on some.
So that kind of puts a little bit more importance on who gets Team A in this veto, who gets to do the ban, because do they choose to make they're actually stronger on in the win state. So I think if it's going to be picked, either of them can pick it. It's better for Scars, though, if they don't, because they have more maps that they can pick from.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the amount of reps we're seeing from Scars. Like Haven, I'm loving when they do bring that breach in, you know, that they... When I watched them...
What do you think, Krito?
From the grand final,
how much you rate
before we got here,
their
they didn't look like that aggressive of a team. But what we got the other day was just them with no holds barred, just feeling themselves extremely confident and just going for those early aggressive defensive plays. And Bonkers were not ready for it at all.
No, I think like just the fact that Bind was strong for both of these teams. You know, there's always the potential of that. That was the map that Orangutan won in overtime, right? So removing Pearl, getting through this. You know, there's obviously again mentioned the Haven that can potentially be there, the Lotus that can be taken out. So yeah, it is really one where you mentioned fun.
What?
God knows what's going to come.
डेट वी का थंबनेल भेज दो
किसका
आज का जो तूने थंबनेल यूज किया है
अपना मैसेज देखना डिस्कॉर्ड तो देख अपना
Okay, so you think we're going to go to the trifecta, you know, go back to some of those maps that were in the pool initially, the old split leftover maybe?
I would like a Haven, a Sense, and then as the decider, I would like a
what you saying,
Bind. I don't think that it's going to be in... I prefer Split in this series. I think it would be funner. It makes more sense to be Bind.
We do like fun. We do like fun.
Funner.
It makes more sense to be Bind, though.
It will be funner.
Sensical today?
Yeah, I think so. Well, no, I think chaos comes out of both these regions, right?
Yeah.
You never really kind of know. Been a long-term Laz fan, so, you know, always got the eye on the Japanese scene, and the Indian scene has just so much... Everyone wants to fight the good fight, right? You know, everyone wants to get aggressive. Everyone wants to take those jewels, and, you know, you've got Rawfield at the helm of that.
Yeah.
But obviously, you know, bringing in the two Russian imports into Scars has seemed to bring a level of control back in. But, you know, Jem Keen, the way he was playing Rainer yesterday, or the day before, rather, I just got no idea.
Yeah, that was an insane performance. I don't want to think about it because I don't like the
stream
result.
monetized
It was
non-monetized
great.
stream
I'm sure everyone in Japan
What?
was watching along were
कल मैंने
happy.
monetization off की
There
stream
were like
की थी
20k viewers at 3 in the morning or 4 in the morning or something like that. The Japanese
Why?
fans are built diff.
ऐसे ही
Gotta
बहुत
They
लोग
would
कभी
say
ऑन
on
करके
like-
करते
Yeah,
हैं
on a
कोई
weekday,
कोई ऑफ
yeah.
करके भी करता है 80% लोग ऑफ करके
What day of the week is it anymore?
I don't know.
I just know
I don't even care.
of Ascension Pacific.
Exactly, that's all that
I'm
matters.
not too worried about
No.
what actual day it is. 'Cause
They
I'm not
give you
leaving
yellow
those
dollars
days.
anyway.
yeah same
Oh, I'm just
We're
chilling.
back.
Look, it is
Those are
time
back.
for us to have a quick look at what maps we are going to be playing.
We're here for match 2 map draft. We're going to go ahead and start things off. Orangutan, you are A side, so you have first ban.
Ban Lotus.
Ban Lotus. Scars, your ban. Ban Haven. And then first pick Orangutan.
Ascent.
Pick Ascent.
एक
Side
तो ट्विच जैसे इसमें ऑटोमेटिकली मिड रोल एड्स भी आ गए
defense. Scars, your
पहले
ban
अपने
pick.
को दबाना पड़ता था ना
Yeah, you pick Fracture.
It'll be
And then side select for Orangutan.
Defense.
Defense. All right, we have 3 bands remaining. 3 maps remaining.
Pick
2
my
bands
defense,
left. Bind, Pearl,
good.
Split. OG, your first ban.
Ban Bind.
Ban Bind. And final ban Scars, Pearl, Split. Ban Split, play Pearl.
Yep.
And then side select Orangutan.
Defense.
Defense. All right, quick review. Lotus ban, Haven ban. First pick is Ascent. Defense for Scars. Scars picks Fracture. Defense for Orangutan. Ban Bind. Split ban. Final map Pearl. Defense for Orangutan. All right, cool. Best of luck to both teams.
That was so forced. That was so forced looking. Man, this Twitch is so bullshit. Stop loading, dumbass. Was that like a clip or something I made? Damn, look at the height comparison. Shit. Everson is a big mofo. Rate Reaver button out of 10. 10 out of 10. Any day, brother. Rate 10 out of 10. Easy. Easy, it's a 10 out of Tesseract.
Let's go, we are live guys. Stream link डाल दिया ना उधर तू
prescribing for the rest of the teams
What?
today, and we'll
Discord
see
server
how
पे
this
stream
whole
link
series plays out.
Abhi nahi dala,
We've
main
got
dal
those
deta
map picks coming
Dal
through. We've got Ascent to kick things off, Fracture is the second in the series, and Pearl to round out this best of 3. I'm excited because Ascent is an interesting one for both of these teams. Orangutan, you know, they're pretty aggressive on it. We saw that the other day. And Scars as well. You know that things haven't been going well for them recently on Ascent.
Somebody.
The thing is, though, we had a feeling that Ascent was going to be in this, right? And then it was either a Haven or a Fracture ban to come through. They've actually decided to go with Haven and play Fracture. So that is allowing Scars to pick a map that they have already proved that they are good on here in this tournament.
Good
right?
on
The win
where?
against Bonkers on that one was nuts. A very clean 13-6. And then for the final decider, Pearl is an interesting one. They don't want Bind or Split, and they're going into that. So I think in terms of history, you're probably looking towards a little bit more of a veto likeness for Scars.
Yeah.
But I mean, when it does come to Pearl as well,
That is a
Phoenix to
kinda-
be floated as
a kinda
agent
nice
into that
logo of
one. There's
Orangutan.
A couple of different agent lineups that Orangutan
like
have
that.
comfortably played for a very long time as well. So they could be running in either the fake KO or the Phoenix Sky if we get there, and that's a big if because right now we are starting a little bit earlier on Ascent, as you were saying, and. What are we saying about this composition again? If you don't pick it, you're silly.
Yeah, we're saying if you don't pick it, you... Actually, I was just going to say, if you do pick it, you're boring. But look, it's it's fine. It's fine. It's not all about
good logo.
creative,
Yeah, I know,
you
right? I like it
into
too.
the meta, and it's all about who's going to
I
execute
like
it
it.
better, right?
Yeah.
That's what we need to focus on here. You got Alan, of course, moving on to the KO, one of the top performers so far from Scars, as well as being that initiator. Look, he's got a bit of entering to do. Gem keen to see exactly how he plays the Jet. We've seen some very creative entry pathing from a few Jets so far, and we've got Ascent in a lot of these series.
Yeah,
So far,
it's
predictions,
I guess,
come on.
but it's just because it's so important to make sure that does occur. It's just
So
about
far,
obviously
you.
how well
Yeah,
it's been
I always
used,
use
how well the
protection.
map
What are you
control
saying?
looks, Komodo,
Predictions.
and, overall, yeah, it's a crazy sort of thought in
What's
my
the prediction?
mind about how far
I
this
have
one
no
can
clue
go,
at
but
all.
with Earl being the decider,
Like I haven't
it is,
seen enough game of
anything
Scars
can occur
or
from these two
orangutans.
teams,
I'll
and
be
this is the
taking
one
a
I was looking
wild
at, even more
prediction
so
here.
above
I got no.
plus Kia, 'cause I
Yeah.
thought that was going to be a whitewash.
Yeah, well, it wasn't.
Yeah.
Although, if you
I
look
don't
at it the
know,
other
maybe
way, a whitewash
2-1.
from Bockus,
I was
because they won 2-0.
I think
tight.
OG should
That's
dominate
insane, but
today
no,
because like
yeah, playing
Bleed
into
is
the
the
meta, not a bad
strongest in the
idea, of
passive
course.
region at the
Teams
moment
have
in
tried to
the
change their
this
lineup on
format,
Ascent and just been
and they
taken
literally
down very
almost
convincingly.
won
So,
against
yeah,
them.
it's
So
going
I
to
guess
be who is better on
Orangutan
both
should
sides
win
here.
easily
And I'm
today.
If it's
looking over
almost,
as
it's
well.
almost, my
Remember,
man.
we've got Crystal and
Unless
Aziz,
you win, you
players right
win,
now
you
that are
win.
not playing on the duelist.
It's almost,
it's
are
almost.
capable of doing so.
Yeah,
So
but
will that
they should be
actually
better than
change,
everybody
maybe be
because,
better
like, Bleed
over on
is
the
the
side of
strongest
Aziz?
team.
Because
No,
KO,
they're lacking
Suratri,
something, so
instead
they
of, like,
lost.
Raze,
But all I'm
Yeah,
saying, they might
they
win.
lagged because like they were giving
100%, you know, we saw him
1v1s. Like,
try
Yeah.
saw
the
them
other
like
day,
yeah.
and it looked pretty good.
If they
but
played
you
together
just- you
today,
just
like
got me saying Aziz,
they
bruh.
can't be beaten.
I just had to
I'm
throw
going
that
to
one
get
in there.
stuck with it at some point.
Cypher
It's
will
gonna
be
break
better.
me.
And if you don't know,
Cypher, I
it's
don't
okay,
think so.
For the rest of Asia, that doesn't.
I think
No,
doesn't
the
know that
picks are
reference,
Stay
but-
Myron.
yeah,
Rest
the
of
picks are
Asia.
in. Like I know.
But yes, moving into Ascent,
But
it's
I
going
feel
to be
like-
a fun affair.
I feel like Cypher. I think KJ just do a little bit better job on this map than Cypher. I feel like personally. What do you think, Rito?
I'd love to see
Cypher's still
get
good,
a
but
first win
I
on the
still
board,
feel
just
like
make
KJ
it
does a
as
little bit better
interesting
job.
as possible.
Yeah,
The reason
absolutely.
is Cypher cannot hold
Do you think the
a
veto
sight
changes your prediction
on
whatsoever?
himself.
Not
Like
really. No, I don't think so
He
either. I
can.
think that it's a pretty level
But
playing
KJ
field
can.
again, very slightly over to Scars.
Yeah, especially
in
also
my
like
opinion,
when the opponent
but
has
Cypher,
definitely no power
all
for
Cypher
anything.
can do is stop them to go onto the side, and that's pretty much it. He can't stop the plan. KJ can stop the plan easily.
Let's see if he's going to be able to call another stellar
Also, when
game
you
for
know
Scars
the
and keep
opponent
them
have a Omen
the
and a
first
Jet,
undefeated team
like
in the
and
tournament.
Caster,
Well, Mac,
you know,
we will
the
find out
lurking is
very,
way
very
easier
soon.
than other
Ascent,
opponent has
it
a
has been an
Cypher and you have a
interesting
Jet
one in
and-
this competition so
Yeah.
far.
Omen.
Not a massive amount
can
of
go
reps
easily
in the
over the
tournament
trap.
just yet, but it
Which
does
is, like,
show that there is some
not the
exciting
thing
things that
with
can occur
KJ.
with it. So now is the time to shine for
See,
both of these
like
teams.
both of them
Who
going
is going to
KJ,
show
like
themselves?
Cypher.
Do we have
Yeah,
Scars going
see
to a
the
silver lead,
main
or do
thing
we
is
have
about that.
Orangutan
The main thing is
forcing
that
them
like
to tie it up 1-1. Anything
all
can happen
comes to the
in this group,
utility.
as we know. Komodo, tell me all about it.
when KJ ults,
you
she's gonna
all
clear the
about
whole
it. I'm
side.
just excited
Cypher is
to
just
get
gonna
into
reveal them.
another
So like
one
it's
where,
all comes to
we don't
utility.
actually
KJ
have
can
a
stop
bonkers,
plans
right?
with Molly.
So we get to see something a little bit different
And
yet
what
again,
most of
which
what
we're
most
not
of the time
really
what
accustomed
happened,
to, but
people
this is
smoke
looking a little bit
smoke
very
main
quick
and
from
spray.
Orangutan into B.
And like
straight in
if
there.
KJ
Raw
is
will be punished though.
Hold on.
Torrent Echo getting taken down
That's a
very,
nice
very
one.
early on. Torrent
Damn.
Echo actually finding a second here. Alan also another as well. But
Yeah.
Antidote, all right. Cheeky little response there. They do get the spot though. Crystal falling back now. Are they going to be able to find him? It's still a tough line on the site though, Komodo.
Yeah, turrets available for RVK, but they need to get the plant, don't they? Both relatively low. Oh, wait to come on out at all. And
Great shot.
RVK.
It's paper thin, and I'm
And
not
you know
talking
what's
the
low,
caster
though?
here as RVK has to clutch out the 1v3 here.
It's
Yoshi
hard.
looks to point out, but it's going to be him to take it. And that is
See.
Scars solidifying their opening round here on Ascent in quite a strong fashion.
Yeah, not gonna lie, a lot of kills, just making sure they're bunkering down over at that B side. A very rapid one from Orangutan, just want to get out of the gates. Guns are swinging and the shots were there. Don't get me wrong, but at the end of the
when
day,
you hit by
it's 3
KJ's
versus 2,
bot,
you
you're
need to try
vulnerable
and
as
get that
hell.
plant, and
So
the shots
like
just
most of the time
take
people
control,
spam in
make
the
things a
smoke.
little
So
bit
and if you're
more
vulnerable, you
difficult.
take a lot of
Pistols
damage.
gathered
So the
by
KJ is good there
Scars.
too.
They'll be able to get the guns out in the next, but with no plant.
I think KJ is just overall better pick.
Of course,
And that's the only good Sentinel till now. Let's see how Deadlock plays in the compy.
Deadlock on this
He's
map.
sharp. That's going to to be the one that we have to keep
Interesting.
our eye on the entirety of this map. Komodo
I can be
Warfield
really,
just
really,
quick head.
really cheeky on this map. If you block the first lane with deadlock,
Tesseract for a trade.
and then people use utility like raise or something to molly them.
Oh my god!
I am.
Quick flick of the wrist, call in. A trick shotter at this point. RVK, though, gets a response. How is this round back into a 2-on-2?
I don't know, but they can go over to...
Dude, I can see some nasty traps.
The alarm bot down mid is active, and the turret by...
I can see some nasty traps with Deadlock. You can put an alarm bot on the left side first, and then you can throw the wall when the push come to shove. And then they are triggered by alarm bot and stun, and if there's a raise, the raise can nade, people can spam through the wall from the side. It's gonna be nasty. Deadlock might do some good things, like might some cool. We might see Deadlock on this map.
Come
Like,
on, 1-1.
Rotation is going to start to come in. He's heard those footsteps of
They got it.
Go. Great shot.
There you go.
Now it's all on Yoshi. Has to split the wickets here and try to get in towards position. It's a great peek from Aziz.
oh yeah.
But will he be saying brah, or will he be winning the round? He'll be taking that one, absolutely. Great result there from
Yeah, that
Orangutan.
wall through was really
no
brilliant.
force, no investment,
Sure.
a 50 immediately. And a bit of a wake-up for Scars as well. You know, sharp shots coming through from Orangutan. You cannot say that these pistols are not going to be potent. A 2 versus 2 scenario as well, but with these guns picked up, Aziz able to get the closer at the end, and they are happy. Friendship, laughter.
Score prediction
you can keep
about
that
this match,
up,
about the Ascent.
That's definitely going to
I say a match prediction. What do you mean? Like, who's gonna win? I think
This round with the scores.
They have the guns.
No,
This
I'm
game,
just-
I mean.
I
Can't say the same for Scars.
uh,
up. They main.
I guess like a 13-8 to OG.
13-10.
They can feel comfortable in waiting that out, but again, just look at the immediate rotations that Scars are coming over with. I'll be keen to see if they do that in the gun rounds, because in a pistol, you know, you want to try and get the stack. You want to try and maximize the lesser damage that those would generally put in.
Timing has heard the audio potentially as mid-top's been taken, but it's all going to be about Yoshi and the distance that he can make as Tesseract. He's ready. Very nicely done.
Bit of utility still, of course, Tesseract with the Recon Bolt. Use that a little bit later on. 50 seconds to go, though. The pathing over towards B is not going to be met with too much resistance. Unless we do see Yoshi peek in through the lane.
That mid setup is good.
That's an important member here already as RVK and Antidote will at least get 1 and 2 back.
They're ready.
So it's on to Gem King. Shot. What's that? That's a ding.
That guy's crazy.
Wall, but it's Aziz who's okay for now.
Remember, Torin here, full kit of utility as well.
It's going to be such a tough cross. Komodo, he misses the shot, but he does connect in the end. That's 3 for Gem King. He's on for the AC here, Komodo. Has to find it now, though. Aziz in position. Gem King, you're a monster already.
7 HP, Mitch.
Rising up. A gentle breeze will blow this man down, and is it going to be the crosshair? The timing!
Oh my god! No!
Rising
Ew.
above when he's got
What the
adversity in his
heck?
face, and another one.
Jesus, this
Back-to-back
guy
round,
is
a game of tug
crazy.
of war here,
Watching
Komodo.
on Twitch or YouTube?
That's why
I'm
we
watching
see them
Twitch.
in the head-to-heads, isn't it? When you think the pistols
What's the
of
time? 10 seconds, right?
Orangutan can get the
8,
job done.
7.
Anything you can do, I can do better. And
That's
I,
Nah,
as
I'm
an
on like
individual,
11,
because Jen
10.
Key
Now it's
has
10.
got that one over the line.
A bit behind them.
Oh, let
I
me
even ended.
But
I just
Jen
refreshed.
Keen, you've done something special there. Now into the 4th. Couple of vandals for Orangutan. Sheriffs for the rest
He
of them.
missed. Yeah, that was some
Full
nasty gameplay by Jemkins.
But are they going to get the river right?
Good response from Yoshi. Great start. It's about managing to string.
That's one of those rifles down, so Antidote had to pick that one up.
Made his way in here, Rawfield. Not a bad position, and Crystal does actually manage to slip below the door there, so it's broken it up. RVK will be able to get onto the site, but they're already moving in here quick.
Look at that
Tesseract
Lambo.
finds another, but Yoshi does get a response, but that's RVK with that weapon that's been recovered here, Komodo.
Recon Bolt just gained for Crystal. He can send that in with a shock dart as well to look for a little bit of damage before this plant gets too far.
Tesseract's still so far away, though. He's got a lot more work to do, because if Gem King
he's
does
so
manage
nice.
to take it, he's just
Does
not
he
going
have
to
a
be
dart?
able to do this retake. Nah, it's done.
Does he have some sort of Weird lineup that he can shoot from there. Average Jonas-esque, I don't know.
No.
Apparently not.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Gemkeen and Crystal
I ain't
to
know.
survive and get the round.
The second they got that info, just straight on the defense.
Hey, guy Jemkin, the jet is so good.
Absolutely. But the thing is, the plan actually gets done for Orangutan. In a normal round, if that was like a half buy and eco, it would look better for them come into the next round. But the problem is that they forced a little bit in that, right? So we're going to see players down onto the light shields, albeit they still have a big buy. They will have all of their weaponry. Maybe a little bit lighter in terms of some of the utilities, but you're always going to remember that if you are, lacking some, make up for it somewhere else. So we'll see as it comes up, all of the utility is going to be there for Orangutan. So they've done the math right. My scary sort of thoughts right now, though, is that Gemkeen has an operator and a Bladestorm. He's already been popping off. That ace, another pick in the last round. This just
I mean, they got the anti-eco round. I mean, they got the like they did that. They got the eco round actually.
And I think it might be a quick one here. Getting a little bit of utility out off the back of that lockdown.
But that guy,
can't be destroyed either. You have to respect it at this current
it's like just they're taking the ecos round.
Dropping that one, but are they going to be able to actually get into
there you go.
the site at the moment?
Now it's gun versus gun.
Those guys hate to play retake, remember?
And they look like they may very well get a wriggle on here. They're already in the market. They're already in defender side spawn, so they are looking to get into it. Just how quickly Rawfield was able to get on towards the site, but here they go.
Yeah. Oh, Aziz, if he uses the null command, there's no abilities for Scars.
Absolutely, the tailwind has been popped as Crystal able to find it. That is going to be as well some further utility coming out to try and lock them in. Tesseract has to find the timing, has to get the back. There it is, 1, 2, 3.
Whoa,
Tesseract!
nice.
What a spray down as Rawfield also to close the round. That's Orangutan, and that is timing.
That's spray control.
To a T.
Absolutely. The power that these ultimates do present in this game, remember, they cannot be underestimated. The difference there being, if Aziz doesn't pop the null command, you have to contend with possible dart from Crystal. You have to contend with anything informational that could be thrown your way at the site. And when you remove those abilities at that current point in time, better crosshair placement for Orangutan. A quick, good spray down too goes a long way. And with the economy not really built up too much for Scars, they're teetering on the edge of a swing round right now. If they drop this one, we are met with 3-3. They'll have to take a bit of an eco. And that's the chance for Orangutan to take the lead.
Patience is a virtue here.
Bladestorm from Gemkeen. He's been taken down to 32 HP, but he still hits the headshot.
These are just giving me flashbacks to the other night, of course.
That guy needs to chill, man.
How well these
He
blades
is
have been
absolutely
utilized by some of these
deleting
players
people.
across VCT, Ascension, Pacific.
With the lesser purchase as well, remember 4 ultimates available for Scars. A Judge lurking.
Yeah, that timing was insane. That spray was insane too.
Let's go. A regroup from Orangutan.
Absolutely
over to A,
insane.
and that's just the little soldier left to his own devices in RVK over at Cat.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a weird op play that I'm looking at right now.
Two big kills with the Judge there, and that's the spike drop just on the other side of that dark
Now he's got to switch the weapon. He can't fight with the op right there.
Out of there. Yeah. Doesn't need to stay around, right? A 5 versus 2. You never win a 2 versus 5. You lose the 5 versus 2. We've seen that today.
We have indeed. But just the fact is a level of hesitancy from Orangutan here. 20 seconds and they don't even look like they want to try and take the site. They might save.
Yeah, I mean, you've got an operator. If you can take that into the next round, it can be, nicely placed in the hands of Rawfield, or if Antidote just wants to hold on to it, because the money situation is built up for Orangutan enough that they can get a pretty.
That op can do some good in mid, though.
It was for Scars that the buy would have looked a little bit more awkward next. So you remove the blades from Gemkeen. He's going to have a gun in the next round. Is it going to be an operator, though? Because the hunt is on. RVK loses the Vandal, and Antidote holds on to the op.
The paranoia was like a desperation play there to burn that, to just stay alive.
Yeah. But he does, and that's an important thing, right? Because it gives you a couple of bits and pieces to play with in the next round. That's how he got the kill. Nice.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Very nice.
Okay. Pretty back and forward in the very beginning of this one, but is that going to be the steadying of the ship for Scars or not? Because as I said, there is going to be enough money for Orangutan to be able to purchase into this round. Going for a bit of a link play, out clearing mid. You know that the
nice one way.
is going to be placed outside pizza. It's a very common thing that Yoshi does.
It's just so common, like everybody do that one way. But it's like pushing it is so hard.
At the moment is keep them entertained. As Scars isn't getting information anywhere around the map, other than here in mid, you have to be prepared for B.
Yeah, absolutely. It's worked out for them so far. Orangutan a few times.
Yeah, Scar's playing really good.
Destroy that owl drone, but yeah, it's getting a little awkward here, Komodo. Gem King.
Dude, this guy is hitting some crazy shots.
They're already up super close here. Yoshi finding another. It's on the line.
Look at that. That's some nastiness right there. Oh my god.
3K.
Dude, that's why I didn't like that off.
That is a pretty rough position to be found in if you're Orangutan.
They'll run away if they keep doing this.
Flawless.
Got to be careful. You can't let Scars get too ahead on the economy.
Yeah, but that one way works.
Well.
Yeah, for sure. It stops the push.
Actually, I see the timer has paused, so I think Orangutan are doing what I'm saying.
You've done this before.
Potentially.
You've been here a couple of times.
Maybe. Bladestorm is going to be available for Rawfield, though. In a round like this, if you're going in with a bit of a half buy as well, you're going to have that Bladestorm. You're going to have a Vandal to back it up if they want to keep that one in play. Lighter shields, a bit of your utility. Might suggest you go in very quick, right? We've seen a couple of B pops from them already to get in rapidly with a lockdown, albeit a bit of a different change. So whether or not Orangutan want to try and do the same and play this conditioning form of Valorant to keep doing the same thing, or if they want to change it up, go for a little bit of a mid-explore first or just straight into A. The world's their oyster in this one, but you know they just still don't have the big weaponry, right?
So we think about how close Orangutan was to taking out Bleed.
Yes.
Scars destroyed Bonkers.
Yes.
Bonkers beat D plus
Oh,
Kia.
So stop brokers. Well, one way. I just
it's like a well.
I just for the beginning of the round,
well,
man.
right? It's spinning around in a circle, but yeah, I don't know. It's still such early days, of course. You know, defender side of Ascent, a little bit tougher, and you know, many things can occur. But Orangutan need to get a wriggle on a little bit more because, again, what Scars did to Bonkers was they worked him out quickly, and they were able to continue the trend from there. So,
funnily enough, Scars actually have a less than 50% successful win rate on their defensive side this year so far for this map. So if they are able to get the next round, right, that is the 50%. That is the pass mark in statistics. We know on this map, though, right now, you're probably wanting to get a 7-5 half or an 8-4 if you possibly can. Gem Keen, Operator, gets the first pick. If that was onto, you know, Rawfield and the Blades were popped, that would have felt a little bit sour, but Aziz still has this Vandal, and now we're in A. As I said, quick.
Very quick. Torineko punished by old
Blades,
mate
man,
Aziz. It's just too easy for him, isn't it? Already making it work, but how quickly are they going to try and peek out of this dark cover, Komodo? Okay, they slow down.
They have to. Utility to be used to clear all of the corners. When you've got rifles stolen and the blades still from Rawfield, it just becomes difficult.
What up?
Maybe it's doable, though. Yoshi does manage to get a response here. Antidote's not exactly on the best line as well. Tesseract just a gentle breeze away from his demise, and he falls down exactly right. It is going to be Aziz, though. Up inside heaven, he breaks through the glass. And a big 3K from the chat.
Thrifty, dude.
There we have it. The pause for
Like, these guys are like, oof.
and they get a round back.
Jenkins like so good in like these eco rounds, man.
The tree room, footsteps not heard, up towards the glass too, just not available to quickly get that one. You saw that the operator had to be dropped to transition over to a rifle to try and just get something back in toward it. So, bit unfortunate. A nice little spray down from Aziz to keep things interesting. A Bladestorm and a Vandal is essentially what they went into that round with. So, anything is workable. Now that op in the hands of Antidote. You're going to be suppressing one. That just so happens to be Antidote in this grouping of players outside the A main position. Drone's going to actually clear wine, so a little bit deeper. They're paranoid that these positions from Scars can be very forward.
Well, Torineko is really in that one-and-done position here as well. Looks like Antidote will look to jump across and clear out wine.
Looks like a bit quicker again from Orangutan Mitch, straight into this site, but Alan takes that raw fuel. He has been the tip of the spear for these successful rounds.
Absolutely. So site will be secured. Spike will be planted. It's going to be an interesting one. 5 versus 4. Advantage going the way of Scars, but with that null command pop, they're actually not going to be able to get out quick enough here, Komodo.
Nah. You're going to have to respect this defensive lockdown at the moment unless you've got your lineups from afar. Hang on a second.
Where's he going? Is that 2, 3?
3? Did they miss comm
Hello?
for the destruction of it? I don't know. Defuse is already on, though.
I can't cast this round. I
I'll
don't
try.
like it.
Antidote has an operator. Is he going to use it as a shotgun op? Nah, he's dead. Flawless.
That sucks.
There must have been some sort of miscommunication.
I'm struggling with this op setup, man. I don't know. What are they trying to achieve with this op, man?
Null commands that Alan popped actually hit
causing them
Tesseract
rounds.
He didn't have his Hunter's Fury available. Because I saw he was running all the way to the back of Gelato, right? So I probably think, and we didn't get to see that clearly, my theory is he's been, you know, he's commed that he wants to Hunter's Fury and he will, but the null command's taken it out.
Because
the
null command was popped short, right? So that must have happened. Yeah, it must have. All right. Well, it didn't suck then. It was just very, very good from Alan.
I don't know what what's this op setup is. I'm just confused.
Exactly. You're not bad.
It's costing them a lot.
I like that. That's a lot of this competition.
It can be, certainly. Alrighty, Orangutan. More guns onto this attacker's side. That's a flash that Rawfield doesn't feel comfortable in taking any shots on. Look at the focus, though, from Scars in mid. Jemkin, I see one tap. I see a dash. Oi, boy. He's continuing this rampage.
Rawfield wants to fire up, though. Has to try and get something back, you know. Pull this one into play as Tesseract does exactly that.
Yeah, now the drone's clearing out the tree room as well, so it is only Toroneko at the A side by his loans himself. Again, this full focus from Scars in through mid. Nobody on the B side itself, but you've got the safety and security of your turret still being available for first contact.
Rawfield's still here as well, not yet peaked. They're just being ever so patient here with 40 seconds left.
Yeah, Alarmbot, there's the
exactly, the op hadn't done anything. Even remotely close to converting around yet.
Cover to B main as well. As soon as RVK wants to peek out from that at any point in time, the turret will spot him. Mollies will be popped. 30 seconds? You can't get through that utility with this time. And the spike in the hands of Tesseract has 5 HP outside of B. He's the furthest
this round
away.
over.
I think they're safe.
Yeah, round it over.
I don't really know what's happening at this point in time.
This round is over.
There was a level of hesitation from Tesseract. You would have.
Yeah.
He has no time to get the spike to
I don't know what the heck are they playing right now, dude.
On B. This feels like we need a timeout from Orangutan.
Yeah.
But they already called one. They don't have that to do.
They're not on the same page.
No.
They need to call that exactly. There has to be a level of conversation to work out what the hell is going on in Orangutan, because again, a team that looked so excellent against Bleed yesterday are looking a little rough and lost. Yeah, exactly. That's all it can do. That's all you can put it down to.
Yeah, because there was no extension, there was no peek out from RVK, he didn't know what sort of setup was actually looked at.
Bro, they're gonna mop them.
You've got common turret positions down through the sideboard, up on top of the walkout from Market. That's where that one was. So it's going to get a very early read.
OG looking washed right now,
and as
dude.
I said, those 2 nano swarms as well. Just such stalling power that Scars had available. Now we're going to see this pistol round come through from Orangutan. They have looked pretty decent with these pistols, I will admit.
Yeah.
But this is the time to not fall over and be flat, right? They've got to get some kills. Alan, he gets one and traded, so that's a gun retrievable at least. And now, Mitch, there's actually only Yoshi at this A side.
Yeah, no, this is a much better opportunity for Orangutan here. Still defending that weapon for now. Z's.
That paranoia, nice.
Will get taken down. Great, yeah. Still the paranoia off the back of that too. So that's 2 nice ones for Yoshi. And of course, Toroneko inside wine, having a sip as he can even look to teleport out as well. That from the shadows is used nicely.
And with the money cap as well, essentially for Scars on the back of this win round, they can sacrifice some bodies. It's not going to hurt in the grand scheme of things. It's more so for Antidote and for RVK. If you get 1 kill and die, then you have your ultimates.
Double shrouded step to get out of dodge here. Toroneko, yeah, RVK, great shot, but Toroneko's positioning, it's just too good.
Yep.
A little bit too easy there.
Yeah, so coming into this last round now, RVK gets
is it gonna be a 9-3 curse?
They don't need to fish for an ultimate,
Welcome.
right? They can use that available for another
Bowl
player.
नहीं रहा क्या?
2 ultimates readily available. That can give them a third. Get that orb, go for a bit of an explosive play as well.
Oh, मैंने mute कर रहा था.
Into an uncomfortable spot. If you can remove maybe Gem Keen early on as well, you know, that's where you start.
Is this a 9-3? It looks like a 9-3 to me.
4th round, because if that doesn't happen, we're staring down the barrel of a 9-3.
I can't have this happen. Orangutan, you've got so much going for you. And look at this buy from Scars.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the money. It's the last round.
Look at that buy, dude. Oh my god.
Alright, we're going in. RVK maybe he's going to choose to use it in a bit of a post-plant scenario, but already
3-4 Odins
over out. Again, Orangutan loves
they drop one Odin,
the Odins on the
yeah, like Odins.
Now, this is going to shift into a bit of a post-plant, and Rawfield, he might actually lose his last 5
spam ka jayega, 5 HP.
Maybe hoping for 1. What a shot there, Rawfield. Now the lockdown pop, Komodo.
That's no smokes as well, so with the attackers lockdown going down, that's time to be bought. Gem Keen does
Come
find
on,
Rolf, will go with
This
this
position.
position. Yoshi. This is happening, Mitch.
Antidote.
It might be the fourth.
Antidote in position in spawn. Great TP out. Using the From the Shadows perfection and the third.
I have no idea why Antidote is constantly opping, dude.
My God, why couldn't we had that one for 3 in a row?
It definitely feels like, though, the rounds that Orangutan have been getting hinge on so much success of ultimates, and you don't have them available every single time in a round, right? You need to be getting these clean rifle rounds, or these pistols need to be doing big damage to at least get you closer to getting the ults. So still in an 8-4, I'll say better than a 9-3, of course.
Yeah.
But there's still a bit
I'm
of a
good,
way
Vishal.
to
How are
go
you,
from
Buckley?
Orangutan on now their own defensive side.
Gem Keen.
Guys, make sure you like the stream,
17 to
please.
4. It's funny. Mac was talking about it. I don't want to keep harping on. I don't want to keep mentioning his name, but how can you not? Him being at the helm, him finding so much space has made it so challenging because, look, Rawfield has done some pretty decent things as well. But Gem King, that Sheriff Ace, just so many things have been riding on the back of this man.
Yeah. Something said the other day as well that this sense, you know, seemingly shifting into a bit more of an attacking-sided focus. For both of these teams, that is where they get majority of their rounds, but we have just seen such a statement come through from Scars, right? So with this switch-up, I don't really know if that still bodes too heavily strong for Orangutan who are going into this map, right? And Ascent, you got to stare down the barrel of Fracture coming a little bit as well, so a discussion to be had during this halftime. Gem Keen is just a nuisance, though. I will say, 17 kills. He's not like above and beyond, like 20-something, right? But you've still got that essence that he's leading the charge right now for the team. Majority of the rounds are opening picks from him.
Definitely so.
So what is this pistol round going to have in store for us? Bit of an onus on mid-control for Scars off the get-go. 0 Point going to be tagging out Yoshi in tiles. And a bit of a creep up as well. Immediate rotations from Tesseract actually in spawn. 3 players lent.
Mama's interlude. Off stream Selena, okay.
Nothing.
Great side step from Crystal.
Still 3 players here, though, with that immediate rotation from Tesseract out of spawn. And that paranoia is actually going to force Gem Keen out. That's a big piece of utility to take away. The fact that there's now no flashes available for Orangutan.
And look how happy they are to just slow down the pace, you know, leaving that one member of RVK.
Yep. And he's got Nano in front, but no turret, no alarm bot. Because there's a ghost. He's just actually picked up that turret for himself, so he can place that if he wants. But where do you do that at this current point in time?
Absolutely. RVK, there's just so much pressure on him here. At least there is a level of rotation coming through as now they try to destroy that recon bolt. But look at this. Stuck in the boat shed.
Yep.
And unfortunately, it's not allowed to set sail as Yoshi gets 2. Rawfield and Antidote.
Oh, look how far away Rawfield is, though, Mitch. He's coming in for a flank, and that turret will eventually spot him. If he deals with that, then there's an alarm bot. Make him a little bit vulnerable.
Just out of the turret distance, though, now. This is the thing that we've seen from Orangutan a few times, how they've just been so far away from this rotation.
Yeah. He can smoke that turret to get past, but it's the alarm bot that is going to pose a problem.
When do they peek? When do they go for this? Yoshi just spraying away. Okay.
Oh,
yeah, it's a little bit rough there, a bit bold. But how much time do they have to even get back in towards this? Rawfield's managed to pick up another, but they've left it so damn late. Antidote gets another, but now it's all on the Crystal and Alan. But no time. Round is done. And that's going to be a 9th for Scars.
Yeah, 10 HP. We'll see if he can maybe not lose his life, but that's not going to happen. Crystal getting 3 kills in the round is going to get him better towards that Hunter's Fury, but maybe even before we get that, there's just going to be too many rounds that Scars are able to inch in forward for, because that is the pistol. You would expect them to turn that into 10, unless they do what happened earlier in and they lose the second round.
Player lock use नहीं होगा, मतलब हाँ अभी नहीं होगा. Time लगता है उसे आने में, like नए agent को like
getting into the side.
like competitive में आ जाता है, इसे pro league में आने में time लगता है.
Big late flank from a player in Rawfield who you want leading the way into a site. You don't want him away from the team.
Oh, Jemkeen again.
Damn, this kid is so good. Again, one tap, dashing out.
So many open
It's not, he haven't even op yet.
No, it's certainly scary, and that's one of the things that just propels this roster on Scars, right? It's why
अगर कुछ new patch हुआ होगा तो वो भी include नहीं करेंगे क्या?
Performance after performance, whether it be with the rifles.
New patch include होता है. I guess map जो होते हैं, map and agent जो होते हैं, वो कुछ टाइम बाद होते हैं. ये पता नहीं 1-2 महीने बाद आते हैं. Like.
See what the entry does actually look like for Scars if they lose any bodies on the way. They do know that Aziz is here again.
Well, मतलब टाइम देते हैं एक्चुअल में ऑफिशियल्स टाइम देते हैं कि टीम स्नैप मैप को खेल पाएं, खेलने में टाइम लगाएं, उसको स्ट्रेटजीज बना लें, उसके बाद नए एजेंट्स की स्ट्रेटजीज बना लें, तो फिर वो VCT वगैरह में यूज करने देते हैं.
Yeah, 3 players still here for Orangutan to see what damage can be done. You got the Sheriffs in play except for Tesseract, who does have some darts that he can throw out to provide some info for his team before they look for some damage. And again, another round though where Tesseract is actually going for a flank, so he can't really even use that util-mitch.
Yeah, Turret has a little spot but doesn't quite find Jemkeen. He's just playing around it at this point in time. Very, again, round where they're just trying to lock them in, strangle them down, try to get as many exits as possible, but it's all on the Tesseract. I mean, they are going to be running towards him, but with that classic, what can he really do?
He wants to peek potentially.
Bakri kiska bola mera?
Oh, they even find him.
The only way he gets a kill there is if they do overlook him, but you've got 3 players, you know you haven't seen him, you know you didn't see a dart. In that situation, you know, let's theorize that it's a full gun round and he's looking for a save in that location. You don't see a dart into the site at all on that retake, you know he's not there. You start shooting corners.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right.
But now, double digits achieved from Scars, 6 rounds the separator. We're into the bonus. We're into the
वो भी चार स्ट्रीम में आना कास्टिंग कर रही होगी.
Have to come back into this game at Orangutan. It's a weaker buy for Scars.
And the crazy thing is, Fracture, map selection of Scars around the bend. Komodo, OGS need to get moving now, and that's another pause to come out.
I might actually add, Alan hasn't really been needed in this map yet either. 4 kills, couple of good flashes and 0 points. Isolating an angle with fragments actually going in as well, stalling them on the other side. But yeah, it really has just been Jemkeen hitting his shots early. No 5 rounds that, you know, Bonkers showed us for them to get started that he had to warm up. Out of the gates, he are running.
They still seem pretty chuffed, I think, Orangutan.
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, you know, friends, friendly.
Friends, that's it. Need to keep happy.
Yep.
That's what Scars certainly were. And again, such an interesting roster, you know, of Scars. To be able to come into a region like Japan, where obviously, you know, English is spoken occasionally in the main towns and whatnot, but it's not the usual. And, you know, to have the additional players come in, all coming in English.
I think it's more important as well for them here because a lot of people didn't think it would have been Scars to be the Japanese represent. So they were thinking maybe Crazy Raccoon or a Jadeite or maybe even a Fennel,
well,
right?
Crazy Raccoon, they've obviously, you know, repped at Masters before, right? You know, they've done some big things.
So Scars a lot to prove. So far, so good in their group.
Yeah, well, yeah, they're looking really strong. Like, this is going to be them potentially going 2-0.
Potentially the only team.
Yep.
But let's see what this bonus round for OGS does present to us. Raw Fuel onto Jemkeen. That's the player you need to remove.
That's it, exactly right.
That's if they want to win, they gotta kill him every time.
Traded out quickly though by Toroneko, and now Antidote. Does he find the line? Not quite. He's in a really awkward spot. He can't even find it as well. Toroneko getting it back. 3-on-3 now here, Komodo. They are looking to move very, very quickly, though. The door hasn't actually been destroyed, so now Rawfield tries to line him up, but Alan will be able to find a response very, very quickly on. And now this round, the pacing is set already, 2-on-2. And RVK, one over the top into this 1v2 situation. Alan, can you do it? It's a great flash. RVK doesn't look. How's he missed that? Oh, no.
Let's go.
Both sides, which gives the opportunity back, and another flash under the arm.
Wow.
And it's RVK. Here we go. OGS finally
it's
getting another round on the board.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Alan there as well, because you see he gets off the spike plant to get that immediate trade for his teammate and Yoshi that gets taken down, throwing that no-no swarm through the door. And remember, they knew RVK was there. He was the one that got suppressed out by that 0.2.
I must dodge
that. It was Raw Fuel getting in quick to it. So just at the end of that, can't capitalize on the flash. If he got that kill, of course, that's the bonus, and that might have even been the map. But regardless, that is the one bit of lifeline that OGS needed to try and get back into this round. They have to do it again, though. They have to still contend with a pretty good bite from Scars, who are starting off slow at top mid. Nobody going to be peeking through B main for OGS, so the turret for Yoshi is just going to stand and watch for a little bit. Nobody wants to be the first one to die. 0 Point not finding too much information. OGS can await out the time on that dart, and they can actually push up through mid if they want to. Might catch a member of Scars off guard. That line, raw fuel. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, I guess shouldn't have been peeking in the exact same merit, and they've exactly seen that. It's a good response from Tesseract, but there's Jemkeen. He gets Aziz back, and now it's only going to be left onto Antidote on this side. Do they peek out through the dark cover, though? Jemkeen, he's ready. Oh, no! Not like this. Antidote. Crystal also picking up RBK. Tesseract gets one, but then he's done.
Yeah, at that point in time, from the first kill, the trades to try to come through not quick enough. Scars
yeah.
aware of what's
nice
happening.
Try, though.
Quick flick that we see from Torin Echo there as well. You know, the Bulldog, you got to make sure that you got your quick shot onto their head very, very quickly. 11-5,
Scars is winning Ascension Pacific. That's all I'm saying.
That is a bold claim.
Or what's going to happen is they're going to dominate through the playoffs and then get eliminated immediately.
That is very,
one or the other.
very bold.
You know that whoever, the team who has won, like,
taken the test, but will they recover?
You know what I mean? Fnatic has won the last Masters.
There's so many teams that are
so their region got one more slot in the next Master.
Already been proved that any team can take this.
It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird, man. Like now their region got one more slot in Masters
so far.
next season.
Australian bias.
Nah, look, I predicted against them, and I've already been called a traitor. It would seem that people didn't tune in to my explanation.
It's all right, mate. Don't worry. It's just like whenever an Australian team plays, I'm not allowed to tweet. Banned.
True.
That's why I cast them, because then I can't tweet. Got to wait.
But so far, so good for Scars. You know, haven't really seen too much stormy weather come through from Orangutan, who will have another bye to go into this round because they kind of have to, right? Otherwise, they're conceding over that 12th round and map point. And then any faltering, you do lose it. So we'll see. Oh, actually, their economy is a little bit better than I did think, so they'll be able to get that Blade Storm up. They'll be able to get Tesseract on the rifle. But apart from that, I mean, you're going to have to rely on RVK trying to hold down the B site by himself because his team has already left him. He's pushing, he's looking, the turret. I think that's more so the turret that looks over towards tiles and short than the one that looks for B main. But regardless, you know, the scales tip in the favor of Scars in this round for the weaponry. If they need, they also do have Yoshi with that lockdown.
Slow creep in towards main, but it looks like already Raw feels
simple
to have a look down.
This shit.
They haven't been met with any pressure over
Simple is only. I don't know. Simple will never join CS. I mean, never join Valorant though.
Just leave RVK by himself. Look over towards B, look over towards mid, and then gamble stack over towards A. It's not a bad idea. You want these crossfires established to be nicely. But the thing is with Rawfield, right? He's just holding a kind of tight line for the info for then Tesseract to swing. It's those two players with the big weaponry in this round that are out of the play. But RVK,
Way. How does he do this?
Oh
he
my God, RVK, Jesus!
Manner to get confident, and he hits a third as well.
What is that?
That might have been one of the most incredible pistol plays I've ever seen.
They've done it again.
Komodo. It was a thing of why the hell is he peeking? And then he gets 4. What a joke, King.
Let's just watch it.
We just drink this in again, please.
That's actually nuts. One by one, they fall.
Oh, my God.
That is crazy. That has to be the way that Orangutan get back into this game.
That's what Jemkin did. Jemkin had an ace at that round with the Sheriff.
Point here for Scars. They have some safety now with the weaponry and a bit of
that
a
was better because it was a clutch.
Crystal down onto the
like
Guardian. Jemkin, no backup for these blades.
Literally won that round.
So they're going to probably have to rely on a lockdown or for Crystal, if he gets a kill, an upgrade, and that Hunter's Fury, this definitely changes the approach in this round for Orangutan and for Scars, both of them.
B main lean as well.
Yeah.
Setting their sights. Slow creep in, information now gathered, looking to see Tesseract play that off ankle. RVK's actually let his teammate out here.
Oh,
And a swarm, not deep enough.
nah, he's isolated there. That's a good idea from Yoshi to clear that as well. They can settle. They can wait for this lockdown. But the thing is, they're already crunched in towards the market.
They have to fight it. They have to both go in and try and make this work. RVK gets another. He was the hero in the previous round. He's looking to do it again. That's a second. RVK really the big man in this position. He does get the tame, but can he get out? I think he has managed to just slip away. Crystal.
Oh, 2 shock darts.
Taking site control
They're
now
low.
with his teammate. Exactly. Oh, it could be big.
Oh, he got it.
does.
Wow. He can get another one in there as well because RVK and Antidote will both die to another.
Absolutely. And now Gem Keen, there's one. And now the join of the
Orangutan
party.
वालों के
Gem
क्या
Keen
chance
getting
लग रहा
another.
है?
It's all left onto RVK.
Not
Can he get another
too
40
good.
Komodo? Can he continue
This
to go
Gemkins
forward?
is
He
just
on
killing
the line.
everyone,
He
dude.
has spotted out Gem Keen.
There you
But
go.
it's not going to happen when this
Every
big
time he
man
popped
is
out
facing
Bladestorm,
up.
he at
And you
least
saw that he
got
didn't
2
want to go
kills.
forward. You saw that he didn't want to go for the clip. He settles himself down. He dashes backwards
How
to
many
play
jets
with
would
his
keep
team.
on pushing?
Oh, quite the many. Quite the many. But he's just so good when it comes to these blades. There's the 12th round that Scars were looking for. A lockdown destroyed as well for the defenders, I might add. So they had that counter lockdown available. But just Gem Keen, so quick, so sharp. And you know, a chef's kiss. A cherry on top as well for that shock dart that we got to see.
Yeah.
That was nice.
That was very nice. I like that. I like that a lot. Crystal, very impactful player as we have seen it now. Rawfield narrowly missing that shot. Can he get
he's
turned
done.
up? Yeah, he's done out of the round. That's the operator. Big investment.
Oh, and Tesseract as well. His position has been noted. They threw in a fragment. Do they have anything else to clear him out? Oh, it doesn't
Ooh.
matter. That's a sinister shot.
Allen, though, trying to push in off the back of it. Crystal will get another, but it's still RVK. He is there. He's been the hero in these last couple of rounds. Even though they lost the previous, he does step up to the plate and defend again.
We've still got a minute of play in this round. More of a plant comes out from Scars, and just the battle we've had for mid control. OGS will technically win it, as there is no one for Scars looking to waltz their way down the guts. Although, as I say that, Crystal will. Antidote. Oh, the timing.
How will he find it? RVK on that line. Crystal.
He's on for the ace.
He is, and it's the sharp aim that gets the job done again. They are going to have to go for this retake.
The thing is, Antidote has From the Shadows to use as info at this point in time, but Crystal gets ahead of him. That's no null command either.
Antidote has to creep in through main completely alone, and Yoshi will start to at least bring his time forward here. Crystal a little distance away, but they're just...
What is he saying for the other Indian team? Let me
Exactly
check.
right. Information gathered. Turret will be destroyed. Are they going to peek together? It looks like they actually might run out on the other side of that dark cover, but that's a good paranoia. Did actually catch them for just a second, so now they're going to have to swing. And it won't be Crystal getting the ace, but there is that supporting mechanism in the form of Yoshi, and that's Scars. 13-6 here on that map. And they haven't dropped any more than that this competition so far.
That is the magic number for them, isn't it? 13-6 times 3
They're
at
just
the moment.
they're looking
but
better
my,
team
oh my,
right now.
bro,
Just
what
too good.
a masterclass from these guys. Quick, successive trades, time and time again. Gem Keen not disappointing whatsoever. The way he is playing on this jet,
वैसे
just
कुछ round
kill
देख के
after
like
kill,
RVK का
entry after
Valorant,
entry.
like we can see they have the aim,
team.
but
We
like
had
क्यों
elements.
हो
We
ऐसे?
had
Why aren't-
bits.
It's
from the
not
guys
about the
over at
aim. Like
Orangutan,
you can
they
get
knew what
1
they
or
were
2
having
rounds.
to
It's
do
not about
to
that.
try
You
and
got
get in this
Valorant not an
series.
aim
The 2
game.
rounds they got with
Valorant
those
has never
pistols
been an
were
aim
some of
game.
the
It's all about
funnest rounds that we have seen
at the
in
level
this
these
life.
guys are.
But
It's
if you're
like
only
aim
getting
goes
2
like
rounds like that, and then you
some
lose the
sometimes
whole
you
of
can
your
just
gun
get
rounds.
better
And
off
you know
even somebody have a
where
better
you
aim
need
than
to
you.
That was it, right?
It's
Well,
all
the
about
ace
strategy,
from
how your
Rawfield,
team
which
makes
was
it.
in the second round, and then obviously the nutty round from RVK. RVK's round again, like I have to cement that down. He starts to leave B.
They're
He's
just
got his turret
strategizing
down
better.
in main, and then he decides, I'll just check B main, right? It'll be fine. And he somehow wins the round off the back of that. So chaos certainly ensued in map number 1 of Ascent. Fracture around the corner. But yeah, look, I think it's just been a really, really strong run from Scars, and until someone tells me otherwise, I'm saying that they are on top.
Just remember, that was picked from Orangutan as well. We're going into Scars map pick now.
Yeah, they picked the map.
Right, my word. And of course,
Valo is 3D chess, yep.
A cheeky little one to send to the break, and we'll be back in a bit.
I don't know, what are you talking about? Grab the sponsor, Sniffa. I wish I could. What you were saying about Sam Fate as other Indian team? I don't think so. There's a team called Sam Fate. That is an Indian team.
There isn't.
Not on this one. This is like Ascension. There's only like one Indian team. There's one Australian team, one Malaysian team, Singapore, Japan, Korea, 2 Malaysian team, 1 Chinese. One Philippine, 2 Vietnam, 4 Thailand. 1 Philippine, 1 Thailand. And only 1 Indian. I think it's gonna be a 2-0. Especially they choose this map and they lose like that. I have no. Let's see how Boom and FCY plays. Let's see. Might be a good game. This one's kind of looking dusted. Like unless and until they come out with some new energy or something, this is gonna be a 2-0 as fast as it can. I'm talking about the future of this team. Same as other Indian team. Bonkers for the same. You said Sam Fate. I thought that was a team name. I didn't. Other Indian team. To be honestly speaking, we haven't qualified for Masters yet. So you could say, yeah, same fate. We haven't even qualified for Masters yet. Like that would be like a team from scratch. Go to Masters, that would be insane. Like even though I mean, like everybody and their mom probably like, yeah, GE, but I think like GE will like have 1 or 2 Indian players play at a time. At one time, 1 or 2, and they still didn't qualify. So does Orangutan. Orangutan got a couple of Philippines players. I'm pretty sure. They're Philippines. Let me check.
South Asia taking on Japan here, but oh my lord, they were not able to stand up to the Japanese powerhouse. Of course, you know, a little bit of EMEA in the mix there, but that was a statement. Scars, yes, they dominated Bonkers on that first day, on that first night, and yes, a few of us thought maybe it was because of the conditions, maybe it was
a couple of Philippines players
that Bonkers had to have like face. They both had to face it, let's be real. But here, we now see that this is just going to be a trend that keeps on continuing.
Tesseract,
he came to play.
He's the actual anime protagonist, apparently, right? 13-6, 13-6, 13-6. They've got to keep up the trend at this point. And with Fracture around the bend, Komodo, is it going to change?
I don't know. Maybe the difference in the scoreline, but I don't think we're going to see a difference on who is bringing the party here. Jem Keen, just an absolute beast.
Yeah, he is. To be honestly, like he's playing them around like nothing.
Which is half the game, essentially. Obviously only had that 33% conversion rate on the opening picks himself, but the thing is they're not lacking confidence for Orangutan today, and that's what you need to at least remember moving into that second map of the series. Here's all the stats, and I just want to let you guys know, Jem Keen, his rating overall got better, so he's even harder to reach at the top of Ascension Pacific right now. 1.66 overall, and for this map in particular, 1.84 rating. Bro, that is insane.
Who's next below Jem Keen there?
Chris Style, he held it pretty
He's got
solid.
24 kills, and everybody got like, man, 14, 15, 11, 10. He's got like 24.
Jesus, so Scar's basically just sitting up the top, like in general. But I guess the only sort of saving grace for me, looking over here on the side of Orangutan, is that the kill spread's decent, right? It's not like anyone's falling behind. No one had a horrible game. So at least that's some sort of solace as we, go into Fracture.
I can be said, Alan did fall down the standings after, the other boys stole the glory. So it isn't going to be 3 of these Scars members in the top 5 anymore. Puppy Chulo has entered the fray. But look, that's a conversation for another time. Orangutan, we need to talk about what they can do to change things up here, because the history that's getting written is it has to be a reverse sweep if they want to win the series.
Yeah, and I mean, Fracture is going to be the map that they have to do it on. But one thing going for them, I guess, 3 thrifties.
But 6 rounds!
But yeah, 6 rounds.
Yeah, something that you said, Dion, as well, while we were in that break, is every single round they won, there was no follow-up. It was just isolated rounds.
Yeah, and that's a problem, right? If you're getting a round here or there, and you're not able to back it up with another one, that's a problem, especially if you're going through 3 thrifty wins into actual gun rounds because you won that thrifty. That is a very, very real problem.
We've seen a little bit of that. It's just like obviously walking away.
I'm myself working on a new mouse grip. I'm working on a new mouse grip that gives way much more control. Why the fuck is this Twitch loading?
Still not converting over with the map. So
fucking
some of these rounds
Twitch,
that are
man.
being won in lack of, the commonality where they're typically found.
Let's go back to the Indian server. Like, we watched the whole match, it didn't load. Let's go back to the Indian server. Let's see if it's
it is going to be
fixed or something.
Which makes things a little bit scary, but
I'm myself working on a new mouse grip, and I think it's super awesome. That grip is insane. Look at this Indian servers, dude. See, they fucked the Twitch in the Indian server. We don't have servers anymore. This is what happened when you watch Twitch in India. Like I put on the how do I?
Maybe this is also a reason why.
Let's put it on. Like, look, it's constantly loading. I put on the VPN, and it just loads better. They fucked the Indian Twitch server. I'm telling you.
Yeah. So I think it's just a really good map that plays into their style. I probably wouldn't expect them to be any other. The only caveat being is that for Orangutan, they're actually not, it's not a bad map for them either. So there's a very real chance that they can come out and make this one an entertaining close series.
And for me, this is where I like watching Orangutan, right? Going back to the double duelist. They're probably going to be locking in that raise as well for Aziz. He's great on the KO. He had some moments, of course, during that game. But I feel like everything I've seen, going over the 4 maps we've seen so far, I feel like he's just better when he's going as the secondary duelist.
Yeah, I agree with that one as well. It's one of his I think Raze is his most played agent as well. So kind of playing into the KO is a different role. I may mention earlier he could play like a pseudo duelist type thing, but when he's actually on a duelist, it's his home.
It's like entry fragging, right? KO is definitely an agent that you can entry frag on.
Yeah.
So it's not too far from it. But of course, it's not having those satchels. It's not having that speed around the corners.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's where just a lot of the Indians seem to benefit anyway. You think about what the global esports roster was, right? Yep. In previous, how many Jets were on there previously? Obviously, a few imports here and there,
17.
But it is the aggression. Yeah, it's the aggression that they thrive in, and that's what we saw when they were taking it to Bleed yesterday. They were getting up in their grill, they were confident, and they were laughing and smiling on the desk. So I need to see more of that because they were still happy. Yeah. Despite getting smacked around, they were still cheering, which I love.
And on the other side of things, look, Scars, of course, a very convincing win. Are they going to be the favourites for this group right now? Because they are keeping it extremely clean, something that none of us expected.
How do they go against D+ Kia? How do they go against Bleed, right? Because so far, like, I guess you always would have put down Scars, Bonkers, and Orangutan as maybe the lower three, but I don't know at this point.
I don't know if they're going to be the favourites, but I think they're going to change people's thoughts about them.
Yeah.
I definitely think they've done that already. You know, definitely changed my opinion on them. And the other talking point is now, like, who is going to be able to go toe-to-toe with Gem Keen? Who's going to be his first real test,
Juicy?
right?
Maybe.
Juicy.
That's about it, right?
Yeah. In this match. But then, of course, look, you've got a lot going on in the group. You got a couple of, like, when they play Bleed, when they play D+ Kia, that's when maybe he'll find a bit more of the test there. But for now, he is just pumping those stats while he can. And everyone backstage is just looking and going, how is he getting away with this stuff? He's just so sharp. Every Blade Storm he pulls out just creates magic.
I'm wondering as well going forward, if Scars get a really good performance on this map, is it going to be a respect ban? Likewise of Pearl that we're seeing from Bleed, I think it is. You just got to get rid of that one.
Bleed,
so maybe.
Yeah, potentially.
No, you got to say yes or no.
Hello.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks.
It is a respect ban. There you go. So thank you, analyst Komodo.
Thanks.
Any source extraction as we are moving into Fracture, new map?
Yeah, I kind of been throwing them in. Like the stats are around the 60% mark for attack and defense for the likes of Orangutan. So that's why I said, like, in the way that they have been playing this, they have been getting good successes on it despite the losses. Some pretty close ones there as well.
Prime Day is coming July 11th and 12th with 2 days of epic deals exclusively for Prime members. You'll feel like a big deal. Deals from electronics to home. It's on Prime Day.
Yeah, I think in terms of what we just saw from Orangutan on Ascent, I like their Fracture more. You know, it feels like, you know, there's so many more approaches to those sites, but when you are starting on the defense, it means there's so many different areas you can split in. You can work from that A site, B site, just go through arcade, dish, pincer in there, make sure you got at least half of the map in your control, and then you can turn it right back around and play for the retake, or, you know, at least get the information of where the opponents are going to be coming from.
Fracture was such a spicy game earlier. We've had a few really sort of close fractures already in this competition, but, you know, one team kind of leading out the charge per se, and yeah, this is Scars' time to shine now. It's their time to really cement themselves as a powerhouse in this group and continue forward and show that they're not going to fall over when they come up against the likes of Bleeds and D+ Kia.
And remember, in that match against Orangutan and Bleed, it was looking like Orangutan were going to be able to take the series in the second half. No defensive rounds dropped for 6 in a row.
Let's see what happened on this map.
And then you see 5 more from Bleed. So whether or not that's going to happen here as well.
Fracture.
Well, we're getting exactly what we expected and exactly what we saw from both these teams. Last time they picked up a Skent. I mean, Fracture, that's the one. It's literally on the screen. Tesseract, though. Tesseract had some huge plays. I'm keen to see how he can facilitate Raw Fuel as well as Aziz. You know, you can get a decent amount of combos. You get that stun, you get that nade in there, and then Raw Fuel just running at him, able to try and go for that follow-up. RVK has been very solid, you know, playing for himself. So playing from the Cypher can allow that 1-4 stack to start to come through, especially through the first half.
Both teams falling onto the Cypher, you know, instead of picking up that Killjoy instead. And again, you know, Crystal was so fantastic on that fade, as we did see a couple of days ago. So hopefully for Orangutan, they can get all up in the grill of Scars, putting up that double duelist, as he mentioned, swapping out with the Jet, because the Jet has mixed consistency on a map like Fracture, right? It does have those long lines, the operator can work, but at the exact same time, it's like we look at how strong the Neon has been.
And the thing that you pointed out, right, is we got Cypher on both sides, so Brimstone can now be a bit more creative with how we see these orbital strikes used. You can save them for post plants, you can use them to clear out sites, more so than just having to save them for lockdown. So one, less use for it means you have more opportunities to find that impact.
Yeah, and I think as well, seeing the only difference in the agents here being the Jet and the Fade, how is Rawfield going to use this Blade Storm, right, when he's got that accessible? Because there's 4 ulti points, imagine if he's just recycling them for his blades time and time again. You add that alongside their pistols if they're in these thrifty rounds, and that's where we saw good success.
Look, you mentioned that as well. As soon as you said Blade Storm, I know you weren't talking about Gem Keen, but that's where my mind went. And he's not playing Jet, he's playing that Raze, right? So he's not going to be able to pull out those Blade Storms. Might find less impact, but I'm still expecting him to be just as crisp on the Raze.
Absolutely. I definitely agree with you. And now that we've got the backup of the Fade from Crystal as well, he loves to be playing around Dish. We've got, you know, 2 progressive ultimates with the Nightfall and the Rolling Thunder. You've got the Orbital Strike, and as you say, no Killjoy. We are going to see some very large, explosive ultimate combinations.
I can't wait to see how both the Cyphers differ, if we're going to see, you know, the same setups on the same sites, or if we're going to see some creative cameras around the place, you know, not just the tried and tested, tried and true. Everyone pulling out all stops because they want to make their way to VCT Pacific League. And look, at this point, I don't know who's doing it. I don't know who's going through. But if Scars take this one, it sets them up in a very good position to make their way into the playoffs for sure. And map number 2 is ready, so let's not waste any more time.
Let's find out, Mac, who will be taking us through. Will it be Scars that rock and roll with a 2-0 lead, or will Orangutan make it a 1-1 and really kind of tie up this group, right? But I, again, welcome everyone who is joining us alongside this broadcast. Wherever you're watching along in the world, we are here down in Bangkok, Thailand for VCT Ascension Pacific. Midway through the day, still another series as we do move on into the evening. The beautiful Quack and Asterite will be back joining us this afternoon. So until then, Konkmodo will run it back once more as we see if Scars can continue their tear.
Well, they ain't no sheriffs, but there is 5 ghosts on the side of Orangutan. Defensive 4 players over to the A site with just this Cypher and RVK over at B. So we've got the answer for Mac already. Are they going to be playing this 1-4 setup? We can see that, which does actually mean that there's not going to be too much aggression for them at Tree, which is where Scars are currently looking to go. They'll spot out that camera. They know that RVK was looking for something, so it's either the rotations to come from the defenders or a potential push in through the A holes in a flank.
Absolutely, so they are going to make their way in towards site, relatively unscathed, but RVK actually does manage to spot Gem Keen in the process. But look at Allen, great bit of positioning here, but he has to still connect with the shots, and now, as Rawfield did get all up in his face, he does get punished very quickly, and now it settles in the 3-on-3.
And with the Sky Smokes being dropped in the stands,
come on,
they
can get the first pistol round.
Information where exactly the members of Scars have fallen back to. Antidote had no idea there. He's got 1 smoke to play with, dropping over to the arcade. Not a bad idea to actually put it there.
Yeah, absolutely. And now as they do manage to get their way up Tree, the Aftershock will keep them at bay for a little while longer, but time is ticking, Komodo. They don't really have much to do at all. This breach on Yoshi, he's doing absolutely everything. Great utility, spots him out with the fault line, and how can they even win this round back? Rawfield punished, taken down. Antidote last standing, and Crystal opens up strong here on this Fade. A nice 3K.
Didn't watch the back.
Win another pistol.
Yeah, early utility dumping from Scars onto the spike as well, right? That Aftershock nice and early out because Rawfield throws the Cloudburst over towards the topper of the tower. But the nice positioning from Allen, some extra damage done. And when you get yourselves into that 3v3, Crystal starts going for that flank. I think I also caught the fact that, yeah, the Haunt, he got it perfectly for the 3K at the end there. So really nicely done in terms of just positioning to come through from Scars, altering what they needed to do when the flank happened, and Orangutan would already gotten onto the site.
Gem Keen getting that spam nice and early, sending them packing, so they did have a little bit of a look towards the dish, but having to walk away.
Lots of utility from Scars just to try and get this dish control, though. I will say, Flashpoint and Haunt, you know, getting that ulti orb on Crystal. If they do go over toward the arcade side, they can technically get another one because it is 5 players over at the north side of the map. This is a no-no rope, but there's no push from Orangutan, and that was actually good information because Allen's camera
what's up, Honey?
On the little rope in the sky, so he can see that there's nobody there. They're pinging where they possibly could be, but that's going to all be cleared. And Scars now can go where they want.
There's actually a rotation from Orangutan as well. They do set their sights back. There was a cheeky peek towards A main.
Yeah, I wonder
it's a watch party.
It's RVK actually gathering info for himself, pushing north side. The stack of these pistols coming
Feel
back
like
towards A. This is
no cam is a better way. Like
absolutely. So Gem Keen tries to be
it's like it's official. There's a lot of technical stuff.
So he's in an awkward one, but it's not going to matter apparently because
that they won't. You could put a camera on, but like then if you block some ads,
3K in the game already, 6 kills on the board, and we're
and
only
thinks
in
it's
round
gonna
number
be
2. Not
it's
even
gonna be a
done just
pain.
yet. RVK
क्या रैंक ओपन हुई?
trying to get just some level of damage out
अभी
here.
खोली नहीं मैंने, खेला नहीं.
Towards the rope area.
तुम्हारी क्या ओपन
gets
है?
the kill. That's Nightfall.
Come on, RVK. I got again pistol round.
Crystal goes for the swing.
Nah,
And
they
it's
ain't
Yoshi
giving
to take
nothing.
it. So it won't be 7, just 6 for Crystal.
That's all right. Their ult management has already been pretty damn good, hasn't it? They're just running around the map, picking them up. Crystal, you know, if you've done your homework as Orangutan, or maybe even listened to the broadcast when we saw Bonkers play them on this map, you'd know that Crystal, more often than not, likes to rip the Nightfall at the dish. It's a position that they like to do.
I'm ascending, and I got.
You there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm ascended and I got platinum 350 RR. Is it good? 4 wins and 1 lose.
Early or actually outside the dish, and then they come late in the rounds
towards
A.
that's good, bro. Like
we
Immortals
having
got
an
diamond.
like that is pretty damn powerful. So it's going to be a contest actually early.
Hey, one quick question: is that episode ended?
Finding another one this time.
Yeah,
Raw
it's a
will get
new
the trade,
episode.
but that's
It's
the
episode
Nightfall that
7.
comes in that you mentioned. Komodo has sent them packing for a little bit, but now Crystal.
No,
Not a new
what-
act, it's a new episode.
It's not a new act. It's a new episode, isn't it?
Yep.
So why they chunking down that much?
So many. It will
What?
be Tesseract, though,
Like a
forward by
new
Alan.
act
Now
में
they
ज़्यादा
settle
कटती
into
थी ना
this
रैंक.
round two, so the bonus
Naya
round's looking good
episode.
so far. Komodo,
Episode
look
is
at where
like
Crystal is.
6, 7. This is 7.
Antidote though finds the
every
response
episode
back
has
into
3
a
acts.
2-on-2, but the information
ये नया
gathered by
episode
RVK.
है.
Great tripwire there. Torreneko,
Shit.
last one on the site, and it
That's
all
why
it needs
it's
to be
not
is
ranked
RVK
attack.
swinging,
Oh, okay.
and he'll
Yeah.
make it work. Good response from Orangutan.
That's actually a bit of a fault of Crystal to try and push through.
मुझे
that
मेरे को
smoke
इतना
as well.
कैसे कट रहा है?
3 versus 2, feeling a little bit uncomfortable,
मेरे
wants
दोस्त
to
भी
be sneaky,
immortal
but
थे,
it doesn't
उनकी
happen.
भी
But I
diamond
actually
on open
think
हुई.
the positioning that RVK
यही हो
put
रही है
that
भाई.
trap wire
ये तो
at
इतना ही होगा.
Diamond
through
1
the
or like
tower,
high Immortals,
the
like
fact
Immortal
that
2,
it
3
actually
or
gets
Indians
a
को Ascendant
catch
मिल
and
रही
he
है.
can get the kill on the back of it makes things
Immortal
really
1 or
difficult
Ascendant
for
को diamond.
Torreneko at the end in the 1 versus 2. Had
सही खुल गया तुम्हारा. Almost diamond पहुंच जाओगे.
would have been the bonus gathered for Scars, but it's not. 2 players surviving. Now we're having a comfy buy into the next round anyways, Scars, because it was that bonus for them. A Bulldog for Antidote is the only lesser equipped weapon for Orangutan here, getting closer to some ultis of their own. That orbital strike.
The heck is that camera, dude?
First creativeness that he is going to use
fuck?
it. Is it going to be to deny a
क्या
point?
camera वो?
Is it going to be to find some positioning to catch some people?
I love that. Cheeky from Harvey K. Pops the cam, gets some info, sends him back.
Yeah, but you've got to look at Alan's position as well, right? He's already slooped his way in through the tree while the rest of his teammates are at the north side of the map for, again, an arcade battle.
Yeah, RVK right at the helm. Gem Keen, though, gets damaged up this time, and somehow he's still alive, still kicking. If he gets a frag here, it'll be absolute murder, but Rawfield does manage to get out as they keep on pushing here, Komodo.
Who's going to grab that orb as well? Is it going to be the explosion into the site? You've got to be careful of that trap wire, but he satchels through it.
Yeah, it's well good.
But apparently there is Aziz, though. Rawfield, RVK, all fragging up a storm
Yeah,
here
it's
for
Let's go,
Orangutan.
RVK.
Not allowing Scars the distance, but Gem Keen, he's a sneaky little boy as he
Junkin,
gets in
Junkin.
position.
Oh,
If he
man.
just held the trigger
no,
for a
RVK,
little step
RVK, look
longer,
back.
maybe there was more in it for him, but he gets baited
Nice.
by it. Now Yoshi, inside heaven, last alive.
Do you know
Rawfield on
Honey
the line,
Singh?
It's just too easy for Orangutan there.
Yeah,
Honey
they
Singh.
just have no HP at the end, right? 7 and
Honey,
27. You really just need to hit swift headshots without your
Yeah, I
opponent's
know,
always shooting back at you. Tied up, 2-all. The credit's not there for Scars, so they're going to have to be a little bit more somber in this round, right? A little bit lesser equipped. You can try and, you know, manage your ultimate orbs as well if you do want to try and get closer towards them, but it's great to see that the result of map 1 is not hitting Orangutan hard here.
Yeah, पहला मैच बहुत बुरा चला गया था इन लोगों का.
Early. Hey, they got 2 rounds in a row. We
Come
didn't
on,
see
guys, we got the fracture. Let's get them on the third map. सिंफा भाई तुम भी मेरी लिस्ट में हो, मैं भी तुम्हारी लिस्ट में हूँ। क्या हिट लिस्ट बना रखी है क्या मारने की?
Making it work. Tone Echo also supporting. So Tesseract only is one and done, but Antidote luckily can get a couple more. Down to 50 HP. Does have the orbital strike in hand.
Yeah, but he was stuck. Very risky to stick around. 50 HP to still play with. And these weapons have been stolen from Scars. Do they know the flank is already...
अच्छा बॉबी, हाँ बॉबी मेरी आईडी से खेलता है कभी।
He's waiting to be able to pop it. And there it is with the neural theft out. He's going to charge at him.
Crystal punishes. So it's back to it. 1v3. Antidote doesn't have the positioning either. He does have that orbital strike as mentioned, but does he want to burn it? He is going to go for it. That's quite bold. Pulls him off actually, and he...
Why? Why would he do that?
Why would they do what?
Why would Anti go for that ult?
Look at the time, dude. They didn't have time.
Smoke will reveal his traces.
It wasn't like 1v3, he was low, it wasn't clutchable.
It like if he gets a kill with the ult, definitely was.
No, it was still 1v2 with his...
Yeah, but they don't have time to plan, brother. If you kill somebody with an ult and they don't have time to plan, difficult.
Rolling Thunder. Ready to deploy for Tesseract on the back of contact from Aziz, and it's going to go out, but it's going to catch his teammate.
यो रैंक पुश का क्या बनाना मैं भी आऊँगा, हाँ करना है इससे रैंक पुश करते हैं। अभी ये थोड़ा सा एक दो करते हैं आजकल में।
Still a 3-on-3 here as they're held back by the smoke.
Look at the ultimates though. Yoshi's going to be sending it in. The
that's aggressive.
And the orbital strike, Mitch.
It makes it awkward. Tone Echo has to face forward and he'll get one, but the Molotov does keep them at bay for a little while longer. Look how close Rawfield and RVK are.
Those smokes are about to fade. He can put his own incendiary.
I mean, they can actually win this round, honestly saying.
Just needed to get to sight and they got
just need to kill Allen. Kill his ass.
RVK actually gets dinked in the process as well. It's not good enough from RVK. All left on the Rawfield.
Yeah, and he's stuck at...
the
cameras now spot him, so they
he doesn't have the health.
He is. Neural theft from Allen.
He's saving. He's saving. He's saving.
Yeah, it's just going to force him back.
He's saving.
The next round, essentially. If we can hold over the van.
Bakalin wait करता रह गया अरे यार. Man, this stupid ass Twitch is loading too much, man.
You might be able to justify using the Blade Storm in the next round.
Drop over to a friend. Aziz, a little bit of cash in hand.
Yep.
Yeah, maybe. Just maybe. But look, Scars
next
have
game
rekindled their love for a lead.
तू नहीं कर रहा क्या?
Fourth round will be security at Komodo.
An expensive one in terms
मैं तुझसे पूछ रहा हूँ तू कर रहा है कि नहीं?
Rolling Thunder.
I can, but फिर मैं दोनों games के बीच में lunch करके आऊँगा. मैंने lunch नहीं किया अभी तक.
हाँ मैं ही कर लूँगा. हाँ सही है कर लेना कोई दिक्कत नहीं.
हाँ मैं lunch करके फिर आऊँगा.
इंडियन सर्वर्स तो और बुरे चल रहे हैं. यूएस सर्वर लगा के देखते हैं. That's probably the best one. Huh?
Not giving themselves enough room to breathe. Potentially not able to get a couple of rounds in a row. See if there's
New agent अच्छा 1 लाख XP होने वाली है हैं?
It's going to start here.
मेरी खुद की 1 लाख हो गई, मेरे दोस्तों की 1.5 लाख हो गई. और we can't buy the agent. Like वो जो XP का वो है ना event, उसके बाद ही you can buy agent using that.
Like
1 lakh XP?
हाँ,
100k.
अरे समझ गया मैं 100k.
हाँ तो
कौन सी XP की बात कर रहे हो तुम लोग?
अरे in-game XP.
उससे एजेंट बाय थोड़ी ना होता है.
बाय नहीं खुलता है ना पहले जैसे ही वैसे ही खुलेगा.
अच्छा वो वैसे मगर तुम वैसे भी तो खोल सकते हो. क्या कहते हैं किंगडम क्रेडिट से?
नोप यू कांट. लाइक वहाँ देखा मैंने बाद में पढ़ा ढंग से वो जगदुप के अकाउंट की बात बोलता.
चलो कोई नहीं, मेरे को तो फ्री में मिल गया. मेरे पास तो गेम पास था. 2 लाख है टोटल. मैंने तो खेला है भाई दबा के नया वाला एजेंट.
Firmly on there. Does actually throw off the aftershock, so it might give him some further info. There it is. Aziz picks up another, but Alan will respond very, very
Hello Quantum, hello Optimus, दोनों साथ में आओ. एक साथ ही थे क्या?
साथ में busy थे ना.
How does he go? With a third apparently. RVK left alone 1v2. Patience now. Can he
भाई
find the
एक
right
कितने
timing?
कमीने
Sheriff
लोग
in
हैं
hand is the
यही
weapon
दोनों
that
बंदे
suits him
मेरे को भी
most, but
जानता
no.
आते नहीं पे शायद
Alan
हाँ तो
closes it out
but
strong.
Sniffa
Crystal continuing the charge.
the scene is like क्या बोलते
steadied the
हैं
ship on those rocky
पहले जो
waters.
अभी
Really
जैसे
has.
नया
Rounds
एक्ट
where
है
they-
नया एजेंट आया तो एक महीने के लिए you gotta play and unlock
Yeah,
it
that's kind
that's
of
the
Man,
only
this
way
guy's not even just steering
अगर
the
तुम्हें
ship.
कोई
He's
पुराने
found
एजेंट
new
अनलॉक करने हैं
territory. You
तो
know,
you
he's
need to buy them
gone on a
अभी वो बाय नहीं कर
on a
सकता लिखा है you
journey,
can't buy
yeah.
until like
Well, I
25
will
days
say
26
there
days
was some
you
shining
need to
light
unlock
there.
it
for
Yeah,
the guys
it's
on
fine.
Ascension.
I
They
already
got a couple of
played
good
it.
kills in trade.
yeah
But yeah, at the end of the day, the round gathered for Scars.
What's up, Optimus?
I do
क्या चल रहा है?
believe with
Quantum?
timer we are getting a bit of a discussion to
जो चल रहा था वो तो
be
बंद हो गया ना, इसलिए यहाँ पे आए वो
for
लोग।
Yes, I would say.
It's got to happen again. I think it's just really the only opportunity. They need to have a conversation about why or how, you know, we can get back into this, because those 2 rounds that they found back to back were pretty good. They were pretty impressive. You
Bonus
know,
close, and then the next one pretty decent.
Exactly right. You know, that they show signs of life here, but I don't know. They haven't been able to find their mojo, I guess.
He opti को time out दे दूँ क्यों क्या हुआ? अपन all agent with tier 10 only. No one left, new one left. Yeah, my all agents are pretty much open.
Saying of bleed, right?
ये भी सब
4
खुले हुए हैं,
attackers
सिर्फ यही
rounds
बचा
that
है।
Orangutan
वो भी
were able to put
50%
up.
से ज़्यादा हो
If they
चुका
can get
है।
that here and have the same
Guys, like to
defensive
go
start that they
जल्दी
had of
से
6 in a row,
15 like तो कर
they
दो
can
guys,
make
let's
this
go।
one look competitive. I think that may be enough to get them into the mindset to win this map, to get the ball rolling.
Yeah, I don't know. It just is crazy, you know, that streak obviously that Bleed had.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
honestly, it
bad.
needs to be Rawfield leading the charge again. They have so much success when he is shooting. You know, over 20 kills in the series, despite the loss for Bleed.
मेरा
on the
double
map
rank
of
up हो गया.
Fracture.
Good.
The rest of the team, yeah, a little bit down. But if you have him popping off, it's gonna be a start in the right direction.
Yeah.
At least.
Exactly right. This time it's not even Gem Keen popping off, it's been Chris.
Congratulations.
Well, the operator is actually going to go out for Rawfield on this defensive side. So remember, 6 is what they're going to be chasing.
कल
for
भी
the
अपन जो
defense at
like
least here.
mostly जीते थे
Not the
on
greatest
the
start
defense was because of
for
Fuel's
the
off. So like that's the only thing we can come back with.
The nightfall at the dish. A very common occurrence, as I said.
Comfy territory for him. A main control at least established by Orangutan.
Changing it up to Arcade. They've really been liking Arcade in this map so far. Orangutan happy enough to put a bit of pressure here with their duelists too, changing it up.
Aziz has got the showstopper as well, can pull it at any time.
Yeah, but the problem is when. He hasn't spotted anyone just yet, and that's going to be a little bit of a time-sensitive issue where Scars can start to scale up. He can rip it whenever he wants now because he knows that they are starting to progress here. There's that nightfall.
Does he throw it? Does he use it? Obviously getting into
Oh,
position
OD1.
now. He absolutely does. Aziz getting the opener here, and it's Gem Keen with a response, but Aziz with another. Does get taken down quickly though, however, by Yoshi, so it's back into this 3-on-3 as that spike's going to go down.
And Crystal's going to turn to play a little bit of a flank.
Nahi yaar.
But Gem Keen through the smoke now on the Rawfield Tesseract together in arms. But remember, there's an operator here.
Yeah, absolutely. But look at Crystal's positioning as well. He's able to actually lock in towards the underground pass there.
He did it already, remember?
Yeah. Knows a flank, loves the position, and now they've
Day
just gotta
before
try and
yesterday,
get
I
as
played
much
against
utility as
VLC
possible.
T-Bone,
Paint shells aren't exactly
Banks,
good enough as
and his
Tesseract
wife.
gets that, but now he knows that Crystal's on that
Did you
flank.
shit
He's
on him?
actually crossed. This man is playing mind games to an incredible
Nice.
pace.
Good fault line there as well to lock him in.
This is like a tournament peak performance from Crystal. Like, not
Peak
just
start.
now, like, just the way he has positioned himself and the amount of impact he's had round on round. It's just been surreal.
You played against them.
absolutely.
Did you
Look at
shit
what
on them?
Shenanigans are afoot in this round. Aziz able to start off with the showstopper, getting some more damage on in. When you think that maybe there's going to be a way for them to get a retake happening, it's just the quick play that Scars are able to throw back of you. True players at tower, the trade that happens there as well, and then, as we say, the flank from Crystal, unexpected, even though he's done that before.
Yeah. So much control.
I
from
hope
this
you
man,
did.
And you can just see it in his player cam every single time a round's done. Just calm.
Yeah. You got to be, right? You can't crack under pressure even if you are in a lead. You can't get too overzealous. It's going to be the pistols, though, for Orangutan yet again. Their Cypher setup is at A, so if
T-Bone got
Scars
gold
want
too.
to go
Yeah.
over here, they have to contend
She.
with potential trap wires where the Sheriff might pick them up, but the problem being when they're running this Cypher, majority of their forces are going to be on the other side of the map. Rawfield is here, but deeper in the halls.
These are the rounds that I get excited for.
Yeah.
Orangutan Sheriffs.
Yeah,
That's how they win them.
Rawfield's going to be the one to swing when the trap wire on the site actually pings a body, but RVK, remember his 4K?
Yeah, I do.
It was with the Sheriff.
I remember the opening pick in this round as well, where they were able to turn the tides. You know, I mentioned it. Cheeky whiff, though. Alan gets the response. It's a 4-on-4.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do, because Rawfield's position is unknown. Will Crystal check it?
I don't think he will.
Nah. He can get 2.
Oh, he popped the tailwind.
Oh my god, dude, Raphael. He fucking panicked.
But not quite enough.
He
and a great shot
panicked.
from Antidote as well.
Oh
but now the advantage going back the way of Orangutan. Aziz manages to pick up another. It's all on the
He didn't
Yoshi
hit
side.
one
It's
shot.
1v3 and they're everywhere. The blast back, it almost throws him out. But now he can get into main, can get a reload, can get the fault line down.
No!
Oh, Yoshi!
1v3.
He wants to make this super winnable, and now he can creep around the side. Does he hold it for long enough? Oh, he's just that bloody good, isn't he?
A 1v3.
Oh, Yoshi. Sure, it's only pistols, but the position that he found himself in was immaculate.
He has not cracked in this one, has he? Not whatsoever. A 1 versus 3 to just keep this lead growing for the side of Scars. And I'm looking at the positioning from him, right? He's trying to utilize the map to the best of his ability. You even see the satchel thrown at him in that situation as well. But it just doesn't work.
They got
out
no
for
comp.
Aziz,
They
right?
got like
It's just
they got like
his team can all swing
they need
him,
better
catch
team
him,
composition
header
than
swinging.
that,
It
dude.
just doesn't happen.
3 people
Credit
were alive. One
over
guy.
towards Yoshi
Come on,
there.
just
They
overwhelm them with
brilliant
different
play.
angles.
But at least a promising sign for
Peeking
ODS.
one by
We
one
have
by
another
one.
gun round. We've got that operator. We've got a couple of ultimates. Antidote's 1 away from the orbital strike. But as the A main halls get cleared on out, will RVK pop his camera for the info? Orb gathered, camera popped, destroyed. Rotations to come to A, because it's quick from Scars.
Fire in the hole, he reckons, as Gem Keen at the helm does drop RVK. Great start. Also, maybe some tickle damage almost onto the man in heaven in Tesseract. But oh, great shot here as a response. Now the Rolling Thunder, Torrent Echo just has to wait underneath the side. It's a great flashpoint as well from Tesseract. He is popping off in this round, but it's all on
There you go. We need some more rounds like
taken
these.
quickly by Aziz.
Oh, come on.
They got one.
They made it happen.
They
Finally.
got one,
bridge,
and it all needs
round by round,
in form of an operator in the mix for Rawfield, but most importantly, that Rolling Thunder from Tesseract as well to make things a little bit more difficult for Scars.
Bro, face cam hoda maza aata. I can see your expression.
Out through the sands,
Yeah.
the big
The thing is, like,
face cam kyun nahi kar raha?
on there, just
तू
caught
कर रहा है?
trying to get into the site as Scars,
Oh,
not
yeah.
expecting the disrespect of
पे,
those
क्या
smokes
बोलते हैं,
either.
kill
A
feed
bit of a
और
change-up
नाम के
from
बीच में, right side के
Orangutan,
बीच में
but
डाल
we
दे।
know for Scars.
डाल तो मैं
That's
कहीं भी
just
सकता
throwing
हूँ,
a little bit of a
potential.
pebble in this pond that they have
इसलिए
started to
कि
make
किसी का
free.
कुछ hide भी ना होगा।
Absolutely, and this time they want to go even faster as well. Gem Keen, but Aziz manages to drop Torrent Echo. Crystal does actually find the trade, however, so that was back towards Tree. Now they send that Rolling Thunder in towards Sight, and Crystal still at the helm here, still with the spike in hand.
around नहीं यार।
Let me turn on the lights.
Overzealous there, I would say, my friend. Rawfield gets one back, but Alan's also there to trade. So now a 3v2 with that spike about to be planted.
Neural Theft used from Alan, but RVK has a body that he can throw it on for when they go for this retake. If they go for this retake, Antidote will get an orbital on a kill.
It's a toughie in general. That's a great catch, though, by the spy cam. So at least they know exactly as to where Yoshi is, but it's planted in for A main. They should have an understanding about where the rest of these members are.
Well, they use the Neural Theft, remember? A cage has to go on the spike or the Sky Smoke, at least for some protection.
Yeah, Yoshi looking to throw down that fault line again as well. So they have to get moving. They have to get clearing.
They don't know it's on. All of the pressure, all the util over to main.
Absolutely, everything just completely locking him out as that time continues to tick. Komodo, they haven't even had a chance to get onto it. They tap now to at least pull some info, but there's just not enough time at all. So that's the round basically done and dusted here, right?
Peace, smoke near.
That would have been tight.
Yeah.
That would have been a huge round for OGS. They do take 2 weapons away at the end, but you're not wrong, right? No time at the end of it because of the utility, the spraying come down. You always understand why OGS went for a play like that. Sky Smoke and Cage for protection. You're at a player of a disadvantage still. You want to be tapping that spike, baiting out your opponents to try and get the kill, but it's just proving to be a little bit too difficult for them to do that. And Aziz, that frag there, that's what Lou was actually getting success in, with those satchels on towards the tree box, you know, getting that long line of sight. So there's creativity, right, coming through from OGS. It's just that Scars are a bit of a different beast in this series right now.
Certainly agree. Scars have just been in control the entire way. Can I drive? No. taking us the whole way home.
Last round of the half, though. Definitely need to see Antidote and Aziz use these ultimates to try and get a kill before they lose their life in a round here. Nightfall gathered out by Crystal to go hand in hand with an orbital strike. We can see a big pop in towards one of these sites. Will it be to the A site where they'll have to contend with RVK and his setup, because you've got that tight line being held from Raw Fuel. First point of contact, no tailwind activated just yet. When will he look to do, though?
I think he's ready.
Oh, that hurts.
What do you do? Gemkeen, again, ripping heads off of the shoulders, and now the utility starts to get thrown out. RVK has an impossible task ahead. Alan looks to get some damage down, but it looks like RVK might be able to find something, still trying to chip away. But now it's another orbital strike coming down.
तुम्हें map भी दिख रहा है और agents भी दिख रहे हैं all.
Orangutan joining the fray here. Spike looking to be planted, but yeah.
No rockets.
थोड़ा छोटा कर दिया मैंने क्या?
Getting another on the flank. Alan though inside the smoke gets it done. Yoshi looking to get the spike planted 2-on-2.
Oh, he didn't use the rocket. It's too late. The plant's in, and it missed as well.
He didn't even connect. It's crazy chaos onside this side of it.
they're weak, dude.
And Alan and Yoshi. Scars.
Come on, yaar.
9-3.
They know what they need to do, man. There is no doubt in Scars at the moment in this server.
I think there's no doubt they're gonna fucking lose this map too.
It is ingrained in their mind right now.
The Scars are what has made them. The region of Japan, people slicing and dicing. They just know how to heal up well.
Yep. 9-3. Again.
Did some...
I just don't see it.
Nah?
Not the way it's been going at all. I wanted to believe, I wanted to say, like, I was literally looking at it as a realist, right? As a bias, bonkers win, bonkers fighting, Susu, all that, right? As a realist, D plus Kia, they should have walked away with that pretty solid, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And then I switch over to this one.
आज value खेलोगे या नहीं? Depend करता है कितनी देर तक ये stream कर रहे हैं.
It's got to run the gauntlet. I was wrong about
we have
both.
to do it officially so we can get like more streaming chances, you know, better tournaments like Masters and Champions and lock-in type shit.
Popping up. It is one of their larger successes when it comes to them as a whole as well, right? You know, against that series on Bleed, overall, a good performance. Not gonna lie. We've got nearly 60 kills for Raw Fuel. Tesseract as well, doing what he could try and do. Currently enough, Tesseract on top with double digits, but it just feels we're getting a little bit of an absence from the players that we should be looking towards on OGS. Maybe not even a little bit of an absence, maybe too much of an absence.
Yeah. Well, you see the kill disparity, and it's just not that far apart. You know, Scars have just been converting so much more in these, you know.
इस सर पे क्या पहना है? बड़े-बड़े बाल हो रहे हैं. टोपी पहन लूं. बाल बड़े-बड़े हो रहे हैं. मुंह पे आते रहते हैं मेरे बाल. कटवाने हैं.
Absolutely. Molly goes down, but Rawfield's actually already passed it, so they should be able to find that site relatively.
Emo बन जाऊंगा अगर हटा लिया तो.
But Antidote did run through the Molotov.
And he's used all his smokes as well, where Toroneko has all three. They can wait a couple of seconds for the spike to just tick away for the players to get situated and then go for a big old retake.
Now they want to run in. Now they want
That's
to
a nice nade.
Paint shells are going to make it so awkward.
Oh, but he got out.
Had to see old mate Antidote move inside the sky smoke, and he does get two
wow.
as a reward for it. But
what a rotation by Antidote.
He gets a second as well. This man will not stop in any way, shape, or form to keep his team afloat. Now Alan onto that defuse, but look at Tesseract inside the
nice.
smoke.
Here you go. Here you go. Pistol round.
See Orangutan bring it back. They don't want this series to
Where
win.
is Nightbar?
Nor do we.
The pistol secured quickly into the site.
Nice. Finally pistol round.
Pressure being assigned toward them either. So for Scars,
Nightbot is somewhere. Just type
getting the kills, but
play custom. Just type custom or something.
You know, knowing what they have to do with that mark. I almost think that latest smoke that was dropped on, it's not really helping Scars to get into the site, right? Because you could see they used it to dip out of the site when the paint shells were thrown on it.
Please stop asking for custom. He'll make custom whenever he wants.
The trades were looking good for OGS, successful. They find themselves now with one piece to get back into this map. That pistol round, but they have to convert this second hit.
Going for the exact same play here.
Savage night, ball.
Aziz does spot out Yoshi, but Toroneko inside the corner does get one.
Ooh, nice.
Respondent, but
there you go.
Do that. 3 alive. Pretty solid result there. Rawfield
5-9 already. देखो 9-3 का comeback करना है ना तो 5-9 करना.
They do narrow the scoreline just slightly. So from what we know, Orangutan win one more and then the game's done, right?
Nah, look, I want to play on the side of I'm hoping that this bonus round can go for them to get back into the series, to get us really close, even if it does end in a 2-0, to not just be a whitewash, right? To be extremely competitive, to be reminiscent of what that Bleed series was.
We need that level of competition.
Yeah.
Cannot get to a point where
Competition.
one team is just absolutely whitewashing the other.
And at home for them as well, right? Fracture was the map that they won in the grand final, one of the 3.
Yeah.
And why? So much damage from their own.
For Alan, trying to hold on to his position for now.
This.
They are moving through that tower, and there you go. How does Alan get away with it, though? Rawfield does manage to pick up one as now as he also looks for a response, but RVK 1v3. As the sheriff, it's the no, don't give him a gun. The sheriff is the one.
Maybe give him the spike.
Yeah, he needs that.
Yeah, 1v3. Cages to cross, but you would expect some spam.
They're just holding that line, and it's just going to be easy. Yoshi picking it up for the team of Scars. Now 10 rounds.
SniffaPuff है क्या वैसे?
Secured again. So the
Sniff,
does not go
a
their way,
puff.
Komodo. They've got
Puff
a full
समझते
level
हो, puff.
investment here, Orangutan,
Powder.
but they need to make it worthwhile.
Yeah, on the attack
Baby
side
powder.
as well, if they want to, they can try to get Rawfield in with
उसको
the
बोलते हैं
Blade
puff.
Storm, but I almost feel like it's better to not go in that direction at the moment because
I hope
it
you
is going to
understand.
be the first
And
round
Sniff
round,
is
right?
sungo.
These are the rounds that
Snort.
they need to be successfully gained.
Sniff.
If this round is dropped, yeah, he'll have the Blade Storm. Use that when it is required the most, but for right
Sniff.
now, I wouldn't mind seeing an orbital strike be the target.
Okay. Slow up. Much slower this time round. Bit of a freeze.
Yeah, Toroneko as well really likes holding these sky smokes and using them a little bit later in the round as well. I don't mind it. We've already got a little bit of
Paneer puff.
cipher deployment that he'll be able
Abbe
to do
McD
as well
wale.
with this camera to spot first contact. Bit of a different change
Hot
of
pocket.
these trap wires as well.
वो तुम्हारी इंग्लिश अच्छी है क्या?
Still a level of hesitancy. It's going to be a tough one for them to hold down though here.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's alright.
Just popped in for Alan. Feeling the sweat.
Starting to move on in. Oh, geez, Rawfield does actually manage to catch the timing though, and ultimately finding Alan, and it's a second as well. This is a much better performance here from Orangutan because they will get the spike planted.
3-player flank to come in for Scars as well. It's essentially them having an entry into the site.
Not planted for Tree either this time round, but Yoshi does make one on a way back in.
3v4.
Around to join the rest of his team here. So that was the linchpin, getting the member in the tunnels there.
Full kit of util for all of these players though, Mitch.
Yeah, Rawfield's position. I like it. As Antidote does manage to just dodge out. But they have to hold the line. Crystal finds it. Aziz will get another, but it's back to that 3-on-2.
2v3 now.
And I don't know if they're actually over.
They're saving.
They're just going to be limping their way away from here. So that's going to be a round done for Orangutan. 6
they're
now
smart.
secured. They are certainly showing that
Tips to
there
improve
is
more. What's your
still
English?
some game left.
Yep, there's more to come from them. A gun round secure, surviving with 3. That Blade Storm available if Rawfield wants as well, just in case Aziz and RVK are going to be dropping down to something like the lighter shields or lacking utility. There's always going to be that suggestion available in this round next. And again, I'm looking towards the 4th round because I always love when we get to a 4th round that's a gun round because that's where we start to get towards those big ultimates as well, right? Your 7s and your 8s, especially when it does come towards Fracture. So I want to be seeing what sort of spice is going to be added to this mix for this next round. What are we going to be getting out from Scars on their defense to try and get around back, to try and seal this deal on a 2-0 because Crystal's 1 away from the 9-4. We've got 1 away from the Neural Theft and the Orbital Strike. There's a lot of information.
Bro, try new game only up.
Get in, might I add.
Yeah, I've seen it.
3-player crunch up towards.
It's been played by every streamer I've ever seen.
But OGS.
Everybody played it.
Any resistance over at the
Doctor
dish.
played it. Speed played it.
Finding that timing now. They haven't really
XQC probably played it.
Yet, Komodo, but now they are going to put the foot down on the accelerator, straight into
Oh,
the side. But look at Alan. Didn't quite get it. Toroneko also dropping Aziz in the process as well, but they do go 2 for 2. Site will be secure, but that's the nightfall. They look to get moving quickly. We spoke about how Scars don't like to hold off.
Yeah, not at all. And the shots for Gem King.
Wow.
That's the spike in such a bad position.
Yeah, why is it there? How is it being dropped in this one? Tesseract at least does get to respond in a degree, but he's still trying to fight the fight to get that spike from position.
There's 50 seconds. Everyone can settle down.
Good response. Crystal makes it a 1v1. RVK now has a long way to go.
Kind of getting over
Does
it.
Crystal know
Yeah.
that the spike is still in position at Sands?
They might have expected RVK to already get it because there's
Yeah,
been such
kinda.
time
But like a
since
3D
Spike
version, you know?
dropped.
Getting
30
over
seconds
it like it was a
time
2D
to use
game.
That gamble stack, any tendencies from a player that would show where they want to go. For RVK though, this is the path where he has to clear the most
So-
angles before getting the spike, and that's going to pose a problem.
Need
10
that key.
seconds essentially
Has
to
to
run and
go.
go and get that spike. He's looking for Crystal, who's happy enough to take an individual angel because Crystal will have access to a haunt.
1v1.
He's the running though, 7-6. He needs the kill and the peek from Crystal. That is ill.
Nice.
I was going to say the patience was really starting to pay off for Crystal, but RVK manages to spot the line on the cross. You know, he knew he had barely any time, so he had to swing for it, and RVK manages to connect with the shot.
It's one of those things for Crystal as well that you know he'll be kicking himself. He'll see the clock. A teammate will tell him potentially, you know, wait for the clock. There's no time for plant, right? Real rough to come on through, but again, any round that OGS are getting, it is just going to lift up their spirits so much. And Mitch, that's the player who has been the least performant in this map so far for Orangutan.
बकरे की आवाज आ रही होगी तुम्हें दबा दबा के.
Similar start for Orangutan. Wanted to go through.
भाई लगातार चीख रहा है.
Currently, only Alan at the site of A by himself. No assistance from his team. They don't really have too much of a buy either. Bit of a party mix. Alan with a Bucky, by the way.
Hey, things can happen with that bad boy. We know it. But they're going to be straight in towards this side again. And didn't quite get where he wanted to now in Aziz. He has got to the top of the site now, but Alan's still in position. Okay, Warfield will make quick work of him. So that's going to be him taken down and site secured here for Orangutan.
See what damage can be delivered to for Scars. This is
No,
going on a tear.
Aziz is fragging up a storm in this one. Doesn't look there's really anything left. I mean, Crystal's done well to at least find a frag. He's 23-9. It looks like he's about to be hunted down.
Nice.
Again, 3 players alive for OGS.
Okay, we still got a chance. 8-10.
Surely build up a little bit of your economy to get back in, but the 9-3 curse.
Like we lost 10-8 on higher, like yesterday.
I don't know, 10-8. A
Less,
single defensive round for Scars
It's time
on the bonus
for
feature.
redemption.
I didn't know those flap used to move.
You all need to be better in your attackers rounds. You all need to be better in your rifle rounds, more importantly.
Yep.
And they are starting to deliver.
Yeah, slow and steady as it does start to have a
Hey, by the way,
resurgence here
Sniffa,
for
do you have any
Orangutan.
friend from Pune?
We were begging for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, what about
This
it?
to occur.
For Valorant. I need one play for LAN.
Aggression from Gem Keen.
LAN.
He's been punished time and time again in these past couple of rounds. Wants to get
There's a
excited, wants to
LAN
get
over
into the action
in
early.
Pune
But
for,
Orangutan, they
like,
themselves are going
in
really
3
fast
days
as well.
or 2
Remember,
days.
they're changing up. They're wondering
I can
what's
ask
been working
someone
for us. And it
which
has been
way,
just
let's see.
into B this time, though.
Like, it would be
They're off
better
the
if
side.
they are
They're
initiator
going to have to
Sentinel.
allow them to come in and play for the retake again. Rolling Thunder. It's going to come out. It's going to make it really, really awkward. Aziz here does get the opening. That's the orbital
Aziz.
strike.
It got him.
Aziz clipped just on the end, but another orbital strike, and Toroneko gets another. Jeez, what is going on? It's going to be Tesseract and Gem Keen. They're trading these frags back to front, left to
CS चल रहा
right.
था अब जाके Valo चालू हुआ है भाई.
He'll have an idea of where all of the players are going to be mounting this retake from.
Yeah. How quickly do they look to try and
Insane
find
alt.
this? Haunt, no info. Everyone up in the tower. And it's made of ivory at this point in time as they try to hold their best work.
They have to go for the fights. There's no util.
Half ticked.
Right.
Toroneko was punished, but now Alan trying to get into position again.
Let's
Royfield
go.
spraying down, all left on
Let's
just
go.
Crystal. And it's
Tesseract.
Tesseract again with another
Nice.
multi-frag who has been doing it
Tesseract.
on this breach time and time and time again.
Yep.
He's been my MVP for sure. 6 assists as well. He has had so much impact on this breach.
Certainly does feel like he feels most at home when it comes to this map playing on the breach.
We have a good chance to getting a third map.
With the stuns, with the flash,
That is
with the
split, I
flag
guess.
moves, Crucially. And it feels like as
Maybe.
well, this aggression that Orangutan are throwing in right? There's no big resistance from Scars early. We know they're a team that likes to really not etch on the play of
Judge. Interesting. Crystal.
So
Trying to be asshole.
Of what's going
Let's
on.
go.
As now,
Split.
this is something.
Oh, this judge is gonna be good.
5 players on a
Watch.
bit of a
1,
gun
2,
round
3,
from
dead.
Scars.
Punished. Tried to get sneaky, and unfortunately, it doesn't quite work out. It's the
That's how you double swing.
Tesseract again, but Yoshi,
But the
Torineko, hang on a second. This is not meant to be happening. How has this occurred? They had the opening
What?
at the beginning and everything.
What?
And now
Lead
BK
from
all
them.
alone. Another Sky Smoke
They know where he
information
is.
gathered from that boombox.
Every angle was covered.
when you run into a
After
stack of
getting
5
one kill, they
players
got
on that
way
A side, where they have
too
players
much
incendiaries,
confident.
Stingers and shotguns.
And nice cage
Is a
right there,
recipe for
RVK.
a really weird round to be gathered.
Recipe
1v4.
for disaster, it feels like.
Yeah.
Man, they got into a
Orangutan
grinder.
So close to tying up this scoreline too. To make it 10-all in this map. They will have enough money for a buy in the next round for sure, but anything RVK can remove is going to be worth its weight in gold.
I like this double up as well. Makes it easy.
Nope.
4 alive. And Scars picking up 11 now.
Yeah,
Only
so
2
he
more
loaded
rounds
push
needed
aage.
to secure
Huh?
a victory here
Kuch nahi,
against
twist ka
Orangutan,
load aa
making
gaya.
themselves 2-0 in the groups.
Yeah. It'd be very, very large for them to try and secure themselves the top 3.
Man, that round was so important.
Group
हाँ,
get
रे.
into those playoffs.
आवाज आई है तो
You know,
अचानक से
they're
OBS
probably
पे
even
नेट
going to be
को क्या हो
chasing
गया
for
भाई?
first place finish,
Zero
right? Get that
KBPS हो
extra
गया
day
ना।
off, get into that semi-final.
पता नहीं 9-11 अगर वो राउंड जीत जाते ना यार बहुत चांसेस
Going
थे.
to be within the server, a timeout to be called, a discussion to be had for Scars, how to close out this map for Orangutan, how to potentially stop them from getting map point first before maybe even needing to contend with the idea of an overtime.
It's not what they want at all, Scars. First time they've actually had pressure applied on them. And Orangutan with 9, you know, I thought for sure that off the back of that opening pick, you know, they might have been able to fight a little bit harder, taking it up to 10-10.
Split.
For now, there is still an opportunity for them to bring this back, right? You know, that's not just over yet. 12 has not yet been secured by Scars.
No, it's not D-Day, is it yet? Not whatsoever in this map here of Fracture. Timeout goes away. What are we going to look to see from
बकरी लगातार चीख रही है भाई.
They've been going very, very quick this time into these past few rounds. You know, 4 in a row there before that stack for Scars works a treat. And imagine if Scars wasn't actually stacking on the correct side, right? It would have been a different scenario, tied up potentially here.
B push
But
होने
on
वाला
this
है.
defensive line, I am seeing a stacking of players towards
B
B
push.
for Scars. I am seeing an expectation on tree aggression for them. That's exactly what's going to be happening here. No crunch to also happen though through the A-holes.
Send some packing at least for now.
Yeah.
Some shots fired and control gathered by Scars.
Let the time kind of simmer a little bit, it would seem. A bit of utility used. See if there's going to be any answerings back from Orangutan. Also something to note here, Mitch, is that Kristoff is one away from the knife.
nahi,
We're going to have a battle at
chalega.
tree
Yes,
here.
we are. They are close and personal, but it's going to be Aziz to get one. Aftershock works out, but Aziz gets another back, and so does RVK.
Oh, 10-11.
Let's go,
Should be securable, but Torineko, he's still here, Komodo.
Neural theft. He's going to have to fight through it. Dies.
It's Aziz. All left onto Alan now. 1 versus 4, and he might not even be able to live out that plant. Nah, he's out.
Yeah.
Doesn't
इसको
want
मार
to
लिया तो
borrow it at
लेकिन
all,
इनका
and that's
eco भी
Orangutan
चला
with 10
जाएगा.
now here. Double digits secured.
Jem Keen gets taken down with that showstopper in play.
कोई bullet
In effect,
से
in
load
his
खाएगा तो sound
hand.
जाएगी.
Not able to
can't
get that
reload
one
now.
out. Could have been the differentiating factor in this round. OGS, 3 kills almost immediately
we have money
when
to
that
hunt him
gets
now.
shut down. They are slowly but surely, again, making this one competitive. And
I
that
don't
was
think
what
so.
we were asking earlier, right? If this is
3K
still going
on
to be
IVK,
a 2 or
2.5K
if it
on
looks like it's
Tesseract.
going to be a blowout, I just want to see OGS get back
And
into this map, build up that
2.5, 3K or 2.3K on Tesseract. That's pretty much it.
from them. No real answer back from Scars. Just
Snifa biryani sponsor घर में बनी है मेरे.
Look how hard they're hunting
18
for
attack
it.
दिया बस.
Yeah.
Even though the money's still there for Scars, they have tapped.
That's all right. He's alive.
He's okay.
He's fine.
He's okay.
Double digits achieved though for OGS. that neural theft previously
Finally.
as well, so they're not going to have access to that, but they are starting to get a little bit closer to a couple of extra ultimates. And, you know, it's always funny as well, right? When you see the aggression from Scars out into the tree really early on and they get that as a position for their own, usually you see a lot of teams leave, right? They're not here. They're going to be over the other side of the map. But the uniqueness of Fracture, where you've got those 4 entry points as well, means they kind of have to stay around if they want to and they choose to. But OGS just get the better of them.
Sweet!
Now, a similar, slower start for a round.
भाई लगातार bang bang
Crystal
Bah!
with that death, getting the Nightfall. It's the only ultimate that they have right now. Yoshi 2 away from the Rolling Thunder will be the next, but with 3 players over towards this B side of the map, you're going to see Toroneko play for where he can smoke as quick as possible. And then Alan left to his own device.
कर लेता हूँ suppression on.
Is the silent time in this round. Now finally OGS starting to reveal a bit of information as they look to clear the A holes. Spike and Spawn though, so they don't know exactly where they want to be going just yet.
It's crazy how slow some of these rounds have got though, Komodo, as of late, right? I felt that the pace was so much quicker on some of the earlier maps that we've had of today, but this has really slowed down.
Yeah, Yoshi, he had to get out of that situation. He's been stuck time
Crystal.
and time again with those paint shells, but there it is. Crystal taking out RVK. Now, you
अब
can rely
करता
on
रहे
this
मैं
side for utility to try and hold down the side or give it up and then retake with the ult.
किसको बोल रहा है?
अरे वो बकरा पीछे से bang 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 करे जा रहा था, suppression on कर दिया मैंने.
Secured, but they have to get that spike plant and then manage to fight off the hungry landlords.
Oh, Nightfall in early. They don't want no plant, Mitch.
They don't like a retake, do they? They want to try and defend it and stop it because that spike indeed has gone down, but Gem Keen will find it. Tesseract, though, now has to do more.
Oh,
That
big
flash!
Oh!
How do they do it? Managing to turn and burn, and they make it work. It's all left on to Raw Fuel now. The one bullet makes it clear as to where he is. He doesn't know what's happening. Everything running at him. 1, 2, hang on. He stuck it, has he? No?
Yeah.
Is he? Yeah. Okay. I was going to say.
They got these
Whoa.
views, but you can just see all of the utility that was thrown at Raw Fuel there, right? The incendiary, the fall
Yo, we
line,
needed that
and
round.
deeper sky smoke as well. The understanding that if the close one disappears, he has to be a little bit further back for that peak, because either he's walking into an incendiary or he's in a smoke and can't really shoot, right?
Yeah.
So really nice placement of that utility for the Scars members. And it all really started from Crystal getting that peak early on, right? Then the plant's in. We know that Scars are really not liking these retakes because that's where Orangutan finds success. Really, really rapidly fast rounds. Get in, get the plant, get the denial of a retake. No chance for OGS in that one to settle things out. And now
Somebody let
2
them
rounds
know.
Scars have to play to try and close out this series.
It's a
Crystal
tough
has just
one.
had so much impact throughout this map. He's done everything for the team.
Yeah, both teams rolling thunder as well. And Gem Keen, he has an idea that they have.
पूरे बंदे एक साइड पे नहीं चाहिए, पांचों के पांचों.
Could absolutely be huge, Komodo. Gem Keen, there's one blast pack to help him out.
पांचों के पांचों एक साइड पे नहीं जाने चाहिए.
Oh man, I feel like we're a
GG.
serial repeater for this man.
Ace.
Gem
Reed
Keen.
भाई.
He's getting an
Doing
ace.
To show
Outplay
that
Almost.
Reed
Scars
का
is
outplay था
king.
पूरा भाई. It was
The
a fucking
Titan
Reed
of
He
outplay.
fucking read him.
He's an import. He's made his way
Jesus.
from EMEA.
Hit them like a
But he is the
open
one who
book.
deserves, again, the power of Scars.
खाना खाता हूँ
They
guys जब
went
तक stream
silent
चल
for
रही है.
so many of
maybe
those
they
rounds
told
as
us
well,
we
and you know
had
it's one of the
better
things
better
that we keep
Lunchtime,
making a
brothers.
mention to for the likes of Scars. If Crystal and Gem Keen are popping off, those two can carry these guys through. It feels like any team at the moment. They got the job done here again after his silence. He completely shuts it down. A 4K in that last round. Toroneko catching him in the middle of a Rolling Thunder. Scars, they have played a phenomenal series today.
They definitely slowed down for a little bit, Komodo, right? But just the way that Orangutan were at least able to find their way back in for the short term. Scars just continued to tear, continued to show how good, and exactly right. Claps for Orangutan. They were showing a valiant effort into that second map especially. Wish we saw a little bit more from them, of course, on Ascent. But it just wasn't quite there. It was, again, Scars who really are showing their strengths here. The only team in this competition so far that sit at a 2-0 scoreline. And there they are, strong opponents in the rest of this group that have made it look so good so far.
I'll say 2-0 with 2 2-0s.
Jeez.
Yeah.
That's a statistic right there.
And that's why they're looking pretty powerful at the moment. But remember, there is more teams in their bracket that they are going to have to, or their group rather, going to have to face up against that have looked pretty hot as well. So I'm very excited for that.
For sure. Very, very well played from them across the board. You know, this game of Fracture, I was starting to sit there thinking, going, man, maybe we've got another stomp. Maybe it's going to be another 13-6, something on those lines where there's just not really much to work with. But so much of this utility usage that just caused such aggressive fights, and then right towards the end, we spoke about it. And in a lot of our research, Komodo, when we were doing the prep for this event, we realized that Scars, they don't like to fight a retake. And that's exactly what happened in these last couple of rounds. As the spike was getting planted, they go in for the battle immediately, and they were just able to do it time and time again. So
I'm looking forward to the first kill statistics to come on out, because I've just done the calculations to figure out those opening kills for both sides, and it's pretty cool. It's pretty nice. It's what we would expect, but you know, there's a couple of instances on the back of that where there's conversions not being found out from Orangutan. And I think one of the biggest things as well, right? The first time half scoreline 9-3, it hurt Orangutan too much.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously, Curse scoreline, it was a potential, but you know, I know this big man over next to me, Mac, he's been watching. What do you reckon, Geordie?
Myself and the rest of the Ape Army are going to be very disappointed right now. But look, everyone in Japan is going to make more noise than myself anyway. You know, they're all going to be extremely happy. And as you mentioned, 2-0 in a 2-0 fashion in both those games is going to be setting Scars up for a huge success in this group. Already taken out Bonkers, already now taken out Orangutan. I just cannot fathom that we thought that this team wasn't going to be bringing the heat.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure I put them in my 3 to make it out as well, but was I looking at it this convincingly from them? I think that's one of the big litmus tests for them, is how they were going to be performing. And here we go. Look at the first kills difference. Look at it. Just look at it.
Jesus. Yeah, that's crazy from Aziz. He was super confident heading in there, but just the way that Crystal was playing, you know, the way he was driving his team forward, because at the very start, it was him that was solo dominant, and it was Jem Keen who came along later effectively.
This is what I was saying in between the maps though, right? Like Aziz just looks so good when he's on that raise, when he's on that secondary duelist, rather than going into an initiator role. And that seems to be where Orangutan just absolutely pop off. Raw Fuel, a great performance, 18 and 14, going +4 there. And look, everyone was trying so hard. In that second half, the comeback looked so damn real.
Yeah, and even the first kills, Orangutan are getting 13 of them, still not able to convert a lot of these. So a couple of instances where they have legs up, but then they're crumbling. They don't have that to stand on anymore. I will also state the fact that the brilliant performance that Crystal's put out with those 3 opening frags, there was actually 6 opening kills that Jem Keen was able to put out. So of his 18 kills, a third of them were the first ones in the round.
And after that game, Jem Keen, he is still at the top of the stats, but he's actually dropped quite a lot, not putting on that overpowered performance. Cristal, this map, much better, and is going to be taking home the MVP for this series. 305 ACS for that map in particular, playing the Fade, and he has jumped up into 3rd position individually, so nice performance from him. But yeah, Jem Keen starting to look a little bit more touchable after this performance.
Yeah, no, I think so, right? It's a crazy one. But 300 ACS on Crystal on Fade is a really, really solid result, right? Not relying on the paint shells to get the extra damage and everything like that to boost you up. So overall, he's proving himself as a leader and as a fragger, and that's exactly what you kind of need.
And not too much of a slip up from Jem Keen either. He still put 280 ACS up in the series as a whole. It was just a couple of rounds where he was feeling a little bit suppressed in those ones, and he figured out what he needed to do to close the series. So it's still all in all pretty good.
And look, we have big Cristal up on the stage to have another chat to, so let's go on over and hear from them.
Alright, สวัสดีอีกครั้งหนึ่งนะครับทุกคนแล้วก็ everybody watching from home and of course over here we have with us after the game just now Crystal from Scars ขอเสียงปรบมือด้วยนะครับนะครับผมเชื่อเลยนะว่าหลายๆท่านก็น่าจะอยากรู้เหมือนกันจากเกมเมื่อกี้นี้ที่โหเล่นกันค่อนข้างที่จะดุเดือดมากๆเลยทีเดียวครับ so yeah everybody would love to know about you and your team get to know more about Scars in general so the first question I would like to ask you is pretty much what do you think is the strength of Scars and what attribute stands out the most?
I think strong point it's maybe our aim it's first and also second how we prepare for match because we watch what enemy do always before. Thank you analyst and coach for this. they show me material and I already can think what we can do. And coach also can help me what we do on map.
นะครับก็ประมาณว่านะฮะถือว่าเป็นทีมที่ค่อนข้างที่จะฝึกเรื่องของ precision เยอะนะครับผมคือพวกรายละเอียดเล็กๆน้อยๆเนี่ยเรื่องการเล็งอะไรก็ว่าไปเนี่ยค่อนข้างที่จะฝึกมาเยอะพอสมควรเลยเช่นเดียวกับนะครับผมทางโค้ชและ analyst ของทีมเนี่ยให้ความสำคัญกับตรงนี้มากๆนะครับทั้งการดราฟและการเลือกแบบก็เลยคิดว่าด้วยความสำรวมของทีมเนาะเลยทำให้ Scars ค่อนข้างแข็งแกร่งกันเลยทีเดียวครับสำหรับคำถามเมื่อกี้เนี่ยผมอาจจะลืมก็ต้องขออภัยด้วยนะครับเป็นคำถามที่ถามว่าจุดที่เขาคิดนะครับว่า Scars เนี่ยเด่นที่สุดคืออะไรเนาะสำหรับคำถามต่อมานะครับผมก็จะเป็นคำถามที่ออกแนวการขิงนิดนึงแล้วกันนะแต่อยากรู้เหมือนกันจากมุมมองของคริสตัลเองว่าคิดยังไงนะครับจะเป็นคำถามที่ถามว่าคิดว่าจะสามารถเก็บชัยชนะทั้งหมดและไปถึงรอบ playoffs ได้หรือเปล่านะครับ So Crystal do you think that you could be able to get the rest of the wins in the group stage and proceed on to the playoffs
Maybe we just rest today, go pool and go to prepare next match and prepare to playoff.
So you just want to prepare as much as you can for the playoffs?
Yeah.
Right.
We try to take first place. It's very important, I think, because you have one free day for prepare also.
All right. นะครับก็ประมาณว่าก็ไม่รู้เหมือนกันนะฮะแต่ก็ยังไงก็ตามครับก็ต้องเตรียมตัวให้ได้มากที่สุดนั่นเองครับผม and of course thank you very much for the questions for the answers and congratulations for the games I hope to see you up here again soon
Thank you
Crystal และสำหรับตอนนี้ครับจบไปแล้วนะครับสำหรับเกมที่2ของเราครับแต่อย่าเพิ่งไปไหนครับเพราะเกมสุดท้ายยังมีให้รับชมกันอยู่ครับ and everybody that's it for game number 2 and I'll throw it up to the break for a while and we'll be back for game number 3
Uninterrupted gaming with Grab Unlimited. Free delivery every day.
the world from the eye of the horse. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the force. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना गरीब, तू बेटी चीप, जो अभी तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna bleed. Pick up a seat, get your team. I'm the king of kings, brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realm to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. Look in my eyes, what do you see? I'm more than average, man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about us traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसे मैं tarantula. ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खो दिया. तुम लगाओ के बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां. चंद्रगुप्त ने मौर्य या दिला तू लोरियां. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way, I'll leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world, I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. Put your back down on your knees. Would you just surrender? Put your back down on your knees. I am the. Put your back down on your knees. Would you just surrender? 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja.
Nesta casa não tem porta nem morada. As janelas são fechadas, guardam tudo o que restou. Mandei o recado à lua que agora é só tua, mas ela não chegou. Dizia que encontrei um passarinho que não queria andar sozinho neste céu que se fechou. esta casa não tem porta nem morada. As janelas são fechadas, guardam tudo que restou. Só quero encontrar o meu destino, sem saber bem o caminho de quem por aqui passou. Alvorada que chegou, alvorada que mudou, alvorada que chegou.
Oh, sorry, I was just practicing my left to right good night. You know how it is. But look, we've got a third series here today, and I've brought in a new pair of casters because those two just individuals. I'm going to call them individuals because they dress the exact same. You know, they have absolutely no character. I've brought in two characters to replace them. We've got Azurite, we've got Quack here. Look, we were shadow boxing on the desk, you know. That's how we build rapport here at our VCT Ascension Pacific. But look, quickly, before we move into this third game discussion, thoughts on the first two games today?
My God, I mean, I think the way things are going right now, the first 2 days we had like 3 mappers. This was the first time we've seen 2 O's across the board, and that's fun.
You know, I had predictions coming into Pacific Ascension, and it's all just been thrown out the window. Nothing is going according to what I was thinking was going to happen.
Yeah, that's it, right. I really want to get, because we all made predictions in our own group chat about who we think is going to be the 3 teams from each group qualifying to playoffs. And at one point, I want to get them up on stream just so we can see how wrong we were, depending on
calling
how
out,
the rest
calling
of the
out the talents on.
Look, I'm one of them. I'm calling myself that. You know, you're coming down with me. You're both coming with me.
You had the bonkers prediction right. That was awesome.
Yeah, I had that right. I was really hoping for that orangutan comeback. I was the only one that went for him today. So, look, it was certainly something. Now, look, let's turn this conversation back towards what's at hand. We've got Boom, we've got Fancy. Fancy, they're going into their 3rd game of the group stage already. And Boom, they have a chance to make up for what happened to them yesterday.
It's a chance, and hopefully they get to redeem themselves because they desperately need it. Because first of all, I mean, I feel like they actually had a pretty good shot yesterday, but they, you know, just weren't quite there. And one team, on the other hand, went crazy. Meanwhile, for Fancy United, they were the first team that brought us that 2-0. They were the first team to show us some crazy, wacky compositions, and they looked pretty darn good. They challenged Naos.
Absolutely. And again, there is so many things that is happening here for Fancy that initially we were kind of thinking was, what was happening here? We talked, a lot of people, if not me included, was thinking about how one-dimensional Fancy was coming out of their own split from Vietnam, but coming into this one, it feels like there was just so much they could offer for anybody that is them turning them into fans.
Well, let's have a quick look at the Boom lineup before we jump into the game, of course. You didn't see too much of them yesterday. It was 2 quick maps on that reverse sweep that they unfortunately suffered. But Berserks, Blaze King, Famous, Severin, as well as Shiro, these 5 can make magic happen. Berserks, he's still up there in terms of the stats, and I hate to do it to him. I truly hate to do it to him. But Severin, overall, has the worst individual statistics of the tournament after that game yesterday. So we need to talk about that, and it's only up from here, right?
It has to be. It has to be only up from here, because if not, that's going to be a rough journey throughout the rest of the group stage. I mean, they only have, what, like 2 more chances after today?
Exactly.
So it's tough, and it has to be said, Severin just really had a rough showing. I mean, I hope it's one of those, like, all right, it's just an off day. But the performance on, I think it was Ascent, Split, it wasn't there. It's not what you expect from a veteran player.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't at all. Now let's look at Fancy United. You've seen him twice already. You've got Nizzy doing the crazy things he does in the server. Yes, I Can actually topping the charts for this team. I think he's up there in the top 5 right now. And he's also the IGL, which makes it that much more important, right? Because him as the IGL at the top of the stats individually, Severin as the IGL at the bottom of the stats, it really tells a story. Heizi as well as Jin and Fisher, these individuals have just done so much over the past couple of days to impress the hell out of us, and I think they're going to be able to do it again today.
Yeah, again, it all boils down to just how I guess they were able to turn their confidence, their over-aggression into their strongest point. Again, if I look at it from my perspective, I thought it was going to be a certain call for caution for them, but they are able to manage to turn that around. One of their strongest points right now is that it seems like from what it looked like, again, as I mentioned, one-dimensional playstyle, very expansive on how they approach things. They have Jin, who is just loving the lurks, always able to create that pressure. They have this playstyle that allows them to just flush out opponents out of the sight, and that's why they love to do it the most. So we're probably looking at them, again, just being as creative as they can, going up against Boom, who is very much, I think, underperforming.
It's going to be a little bit tricky. But I mean, also just like thinking about this team, Fancy United, statistically speaking, yes, I can, Jin and Nizzy, they are top 5 throughout Ascension Pacific in terms of multi-kills. And it's not a small number either. These guys have like 20 or 21 multi-kills each, and that's, you know, 2Ks, 3Ks. Nizzy, in fact, actually has 10 3Ks. He's only taught by Xiaoyu in that respect, so it says something about how strong they are.
That's crazy. Individual performances, definitely something to talk about. And look, moving forward as well, we've seen a lot out of both of these teams. You guys wanted to talk about Wukong quickly, just in case we do see him today?
Yeah, very quickly. I think he's going to be subbed in for like map 3 if we go to a map 3 here for Fancy. Wukong, one of the highest ACS during Split 1 at the Vietnam region. He has been very much focused on a duelist, so we could be, again, looking to just power up more of what Fancy has already been bringing to the table here in the group stage.
Okay. So hopefully we get to see him. I met him in the elevator as well, and he said that, you know, they were very confident going into yesterday, and I was like, all right, we'll see. But then they did a very, very fantastic job at getting that 2-0 on the board. So the other storyline I want to think about is, yes, Bonkers, you know, they made that turnaround happen from day 1 to day 3. Boom. Can they make the turnaround happen from day 2 to day 3?
Maybe. I mean, something that I've heard from like the Indonesian scene and, you know, our talent manager or also just the Indonesian casters, they're saying that this is a thing. They'll do so badly. People know that their pistol rounds aren't great, but when people start hating on them, that's when they start coming back. They're like, all right, we'll prove you wrong. And that's, you know, something that we're hoping for.
Okay, so they just, you know, thrive in the hate. I've seen many teams over the course of history do that, so I wouldn't say it is not going to happen. But head-to-head, we're looking at Nizzy, we're looking at Berserks. Berserks, of course, as mentioned before, top of the stats for Boom. And Nizzy, he's not top of the stats, but he certainly makes magic happen, doesn't he?
Yeah, the crazy thing about Nizzy is he just has ways with utility duelists at this point. I think you've seen how he does on the Phoenix, obviously how he does on that Yoru. So with that, just again amplifying what Fancy has already been utilizing, which is again trying to just overwhelm their opponents from the site. It works actually exceedingly well to what they wanted to do, and Nizzy just fits perfectly in that, and him being able to just get the kills through being an entry fragger, being a risky player at the most, is actually incredible for not only him, but again, for the Fancy team.
Yeah, I think like just watching Nizzy and his mental state as well, like you watch him in those interviews, he's kind of just like, I'm zen, I'm good. You know, ask me any question, I'll beat whoever you throw at me. And that says something as well.
Do you think we're going to be seeing a Pearl and a Fracture today to maybe get those Yorus in there, maybe get that Phoenix in again?
If Boom is smart, they'll probably have to ban Fracture at this point, because again, that's one of the things I think teams are realizing. Fancy's got a good Fracture, so no, can't touch the hot potato.
Yeah, I really hope that we do see that turnaround from Boom, just to make the group ever so more exciting. That'd mean Fancy, look, there's a chance for them to go 2 for 2, theoretically, if they win or lose this. And then you're looking at Boom. If they go 0-2 off the back of this, they'd be in the same situation as Orangutan. And they're the only team in Group Omega right now where they need to win those next 2 games, and they've got hard games up ahead of them.
Yeah, that's the major thing. Boom, they lose this, that's the danger zone. You only have 2 more chances after this, and their next opponent is going to be Naos. So I do not want to be in that position, but that's the thing. They have to kind of show us something better today, and then maybe they'll be able to play against Naos as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, the biggest problems for Boom that I think has been plaguing them, maybe not even noticeable from them coming in from the split, is Berserk's, even though I've been hyping him up for a while, right?
Sure.
I said it yesterday as well. It feels like he does have that element of inconsistency. And the problem herein lies that yesterday we saw that kind of show because Famous wasn't really performing. If Famous can perform, of course, everybody from your team can, get those really good stats in as well because they can follow his lead. But the problem now here is if Famous gets shut down, Berserk's, he had that good game 1, but when you saw again everybody else get shut as well in game 2 and game 3, it felt like there was nothing that he could really do in the agents, even in the agents that he selects.
You were talking about how strong his KO would be. You're wearing the necklace as well.
You did this to me. You put this on my...
It's dope. I mean, but that's the thing. Like, we're expecting greatness from Berserks, and it just kind of fell flat, especially up against, whatever One Team Esports had and their KO player, Yen Li. You just don't, you hate to see that happening.
Yeah.
So I think one of the things that we're looking out for Boom today is that if Berserk's Famous, they can be a little bit more consistent with finding their frags, playing with their teammates, having those set plays to punish Fancy United, they will stand a chance.
Yeah, well, hopefully they do because I've predicted for him. So let's have a look at your predictions. You in my bandwagon, you in the other bandwagon. Do you think Boom's going to be able to pull it back?
No.
Ooh, I got Quack with me. That's all right.
I actually totally forgot that I actually said it in my predictions, and I was looking at it now. You know what? I stuck with it yesterday. I'm going to stick with it now. If it ruins my prediction rate, fine, but I still believe in Boom. I still believe in that ideology that I've seen with them when they're on their A game, so maybe, just maybe.
I respect that. But I'm going to go the other way because, I mean, logically speaking, right, just looking at their mental state right now, it's a little bit off. And I hate it, but Fancy United, they excite me. I mean, the Yoru plays, the crazy compositions. You look at this team and how they kind of reach that flow state sometimes, frags just start going their way. And that's why this is my prediction.
Yeah, look, the agent comps that they bring in, they're fresh, they're executed so well. And as I've spoken about in the last 2 days while Fancy have played, you know that they are capable all individually of carrying the weight. Every single map you're seeing someone different at the top of the scoreboard, whether it is or isn't the IGL, doesn't matter, right? Even if the IGL's not up there, then you're expecting him to still be making the right calls and the rest of the troops doing their job. Jin is a name that keeps sticking out to me because he's had the most consistent performance. I think there's been maybe one map where he's topped the stats, but overall he's always in the middle. He's always just locking down those sites so well.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that being said as well here, what else can, honestly, if I just want to talk about Boom a little bit more, feels like they have to find that groove once again. Because again, you're talking about how you love to see the play style of Fancy here. Maybe we can find something for Boom that plays well into that kind of mix again. Can they get that reset? One of the biggest things that I forgot to point out here, we're talking about how Severin was struggling, is he actually, throughout those entire, I think, 3 games, only had like 21 kills. And then when Yan Li came in, he had like 14 kills with 19 assists on just 1 game. So you really do see that. Maybe the inconsistencies for Boom gonna be a bit more consistent now, bump up that.
Hopefully.
That win rate.
It's a bit of like a stark contrast. Yeah. But the thing is, like, you are that sentinel, sometimes the initiator. You have to set up your team, and you have to kind of anticipate what your opponents are about to do. And I think that wasn't quite there against one team today, yesterday. And that's one of the things, because in Ascension Pacific, so many of these teams, they haven't really had that much experience against each other. Fancy United is a team that they should have a little bit more experience with, because it's the APAC scene, of course. And I think if you can kind of get a read, get a feel for what Fancy United are about to do, especially with players like Blaze King hiding inside of smokes. He's got one of the highest judge kill rates so far right now. They might stand a chance at actually punishing Fancy United in some of their wacky compositions. There's a chance here.
I'm keen to see it. I'm 100% keen to see it. Now, do you think we are going to see Boom going into split again because it was so solid for them? Or do you think that that's one where Fancy would just be like, nah, get that straight out of the map pool?
The thing is, I think it's tricky because it's a best of 3, so you never know what Fancy deems to be worthy enough to ban against Boom. So maybe we're going to see it. One thing that I think Boom have to also maybe ban out is their Ascent. We did see how there were some weird picks that they were doing, I think yesterday, where I don't know if it was Famous or Shiro that would just like randomly dry peek on A main and or B main and try to bully out one team, and somehow one team got caught wind of it because like 3 rounds in a row they kept doing that. So I don't know, these kind of mistakes, not only from the map, itself, just I guess from the approach of Boom altogether.
Also, like, yeah, it's like a little bit of that mental state, right? I think I was talking to Sun, shout out to him, the Indonesian caster, and he was saying that Boom, they're kind of trying a different style of gameplay. They were known for their really aggressive, you know, always peeking kind of thing. They started to go back to that a little. And in one team, you could see they start to anticipate it as well, just holding outside of B lobby, waiting for that push out of B main, A main. You get punished so easily. So it's a mental thing, and you can see that sometimes they get a little bit tilted. If they can, you know, just kind of control themselves a little bit, you know, just play a little bit more controlled, play your game against Fancy United, they have a chance at really turning this around on its head.
Okay, well, I've got a chance to turn my predictions around if Fancy get this dub today. So let's jump into the video and see what went down.
All right, for final match, map selection for day 3. We're going to start things with Fancy and Boom. Fancy, you have a sign, so you are first ban.
Lotus.
Ban Lotus. Boom, your ban.
We ban Fracture.
Ban Fracture. Fancy, first pick.
Ascent.
Ascent. Side select Boom.
Defense.
Defense. Map select.
Pick Haven.
Pick Haven. Side select Fancy. Attack. All right, 3 maps remaining in the pool. Now to bans. Fancy, first ban. We have Bind, Pearl, Split remaining.
Bind.
Ban Bind. And final ban Boom. Pearl Split.
Ban Split.
Ban Split, play Pearl. And Fancy side select. Attack. All right, gonna review this really quickly. We have Fancy bans Lotus, ban Fracture, pick Ascent, Defense, Haven pick, Attacker, ban Bind, ban Split, final map, Pearl, attack for Fancy. All right, best of luck, guys.
All right, good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck.
And there they are. Fancy up against Boom, about to be going down. Quickly, let's go in and recap those vetoes. And I feel like the discussion was on point. Ascent, I think that is an absolutely great pick from Fancy after what we saw from Boom yesterday.
And Asarat was right with the Fracture ban too. I mean, you have to respect Fancy United and how they play on that map. I'm really curious and confused by the Haven pick from Boom though, because Fancy are no slouches on that map.
True. I was kind of thinking maybe we're going to see, as Mac was mentioning, the split, but maybe they also realize that there is some form of movement across the map, whether what kind of map it is from Fancy, that they just don't want to touch it on split. So maybe Haven, where is a map that they're still comfortable to play in. You know, how do you say this? the better the problem that you know than the one that you don't.
Right. Choose the lesser of two evils.
True, and also maybe pull the old fast one in the veto by picking Haven when, you know, you're thinking Fancy might have prepped for that split, which we were expecting. They might have been expecting. Look at mind games. That's what's been going on. Of course. But yes, of course. So it is going to be Ascent, Haven, and then Pearl. So if we get all the way to Pearl, we might see that Yoru come through again, which will be a fun time, of course. But that's if we get all the way to 3. Today, it has been the day of 2 zeros, it seems. So let's see if that trend continues.
Mac, I also think that Yoru is something that we might see on Haven already.
Oh, yeah? True. We haven't seen Fancy play Haven here at Ascension Pacific.
Both these teams, they have played Haven in their own respective regions, challengers, games, but that's where we see Fancy's crazy compositions. They had that Yoru before, but right now,
hey.
Ascent.
You're talking about crazy compositions, and we got Fishio on that Viper again, going for the double controller. It can work. It can work, right? Boom, they're going to be going with the tried and true meta composition. But Fancy United, this is what they're known for, changing it up and going off of the meta.
It gets a little bit frustrating when you go up against a Viper, whatever maps that she's on. The biggest issue that I think some teams would have when you only have that one smoker on Ascent is, you know, if you're the Omen, you only have 2 smokes and you have to wait such a long time. But the Viper kind of encompasses a lot more. Again, this will give Fancy a lot of push power on the attack. And again, it also keeps the opponents guessing. If the Viper wall's there and then Fisher just keeps putting up and down, are they going to go here? Are they going to go to the other side?
And what I have as well, quickly, sorry, Quack. Nizzy, I'm pretty sure it was him. He was throwing his C's. He was saving it for when they were going for the defuse, right? You know, people love to play wine over towards that site. And if you get that C's over at one, over the top of the wall, they can't peek. They can't stop that defuse from happening. So keep an eye out for that one this game, because it was one key piece of utility that I thought had a very interesting usage.
Useful setup for sure, but I'm also just looking at this composition and thinking, without that Sentinel, without those traps and trips, yeah, you might have Viper, but you lack a little bit of map presence. You don't have that alarm bot to watch, you know, mid or whatever it is, for example. So that's going to be a tiny gap that perhaps Boom could use on their attacking side. But of course, they are starting out on defense.
We have been surprised by how Fancy have played Ascent as well, you know. They realize, yes, mid can be a point of pressure for the attack when people are running at them. So we've seen them change it up, you know, go for the aggressive pushes at B, go for the aggressive pushes at main, sometimes just yeet it down mid, go for the full collapse. And I don't know what we're going to see and how both these play styles are going to clash, but I can't wait to see it, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. So that being said, again, cannot stress enough how important this is for Boom, because they are starting to dig a hole for themselves that they might not be able to get out of if they get bodied here by Fancy. So as I mentioned, Berserks and Famous, they really got to step up their game. They're the 2 pivot points here. Even though Blaze King is amazing at the clutches, he can't do everything by himself. These 2 starters definitely need to do something for Boom.
So what are we expecting here in the first half? Fancy, they've been pretty strong on the attacking side of Ascent so far, but their defense feels like that might just be where they drop it. So first half seems to be where Fancy are going to want to try to win this, I think.
Has to be. I mean, that's where they have to perform their strongest, and at the same time, if they just like can't find information, if they have nothing to work off of, I think that's where they kind of start to stumble a bit, and that's something that we saw against Naos. So for Boom, if they can starve that information, just play a little bit more disciplined, they will be able to turn things around.
They certainly will be. The point of pressure for me, of course, when there's a fade, I always love seeing a raise, but we're not seeing that today. It's still going to be that jet coming through for Fancy, and my eyes are all on them. Boom, I want them to upset my predictions. I want them to do well. I want them to bounce back and be the Boom that I was told about. That was so fascinating.
Well, I mean, still, those predictions, we want to see Boom going off, but we also want to see Fancy, their next opponents. That's no easy feat either, because that could be D+, that could be one team, and so far, they haven't, they've been showing us that they're great. You know, there are high expectations for this Vietnamese squad representing that region. They have to do it right here.
True enough, because again, I mentioned this before with Naos, that their opponents keep getting better and better as the days progress for group stage here, the challenges that they have to go through. But same with Boom as well. The challenges that they have to go through here, the mental reset. Again, we start off early, you can lose a map or so, and then start building up. But when you're Boom and when you lose that hard against one team, it feels like that one series loss feels like 2 to 3 series loss.
How good are we with time zones, by the way? Has anyone been to Vietnam? Is it on the same time zone we are right now?
Same. Like
roughly.
GMT plus
roughly,
7?
Maybe. Maybe
1 or 2 hours.
Yeah, around the same. Okay, so there, look, it's prime viewing time for Vietnam. Everyone's going to be watching over there at 6:22 p.m. in the afternoon. Night, is the sun up? I don't know, I can't see.
The sun is just starting to set, so it's still all right. But yeah, this is the prime viewing time.
Yeah.
If you're watching, you know, watch with your friends, watch with a snack, get some watch parties going, right?
Exactly. And of course, Indonesia, it's a little bit later. It's probably getting towards dessert time. So, you know, hopefully everyone's all fired up and ready to strap in for a couple of hours of cold, hard, damn good Valorant here at VCT Ascension Pacific. Currently, just waiting to load on in to Ascent, or Ascent for most people.
Is that really how they pronounce it, Ascent?
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
No, I was just joking.
Okay.
But I got you.
I did, you did.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. People pull my finger a lot, you know.
But still, I mean...
Quack, why did you not pull his finger? He offered you his finger and you didn't pull it.
I didn't notice his finger out there. I'll pull it, but
no, they can't see it on camera.
Where's this chemistry between you two, huh? Been one whole day to work on it.
Oh my God.
It's been action-packed. And it looks like, you know, the game's not too far away, but of course they are just working through some woes. Look, let's talk map 2 while we're waiting, of course. So that's going to be Haven. We've already theorized that it is an interesting decision, a very interesting decision. But don't worry about that. Silly question, silly time for it, because the game's ready. Boom and Fancy, it's happening right here, right now.
Let's go. Thank you so much, Mac. You're a champ. But this is now the game. We're starting things out on Ascent. Astra.
Well, I mean, I smell something fishy. You know, I think I've taken in a scent.
Whoa. All right, gotta pull your finger for that one.
Thank you.
You get the finger pull. All right. Fancy United, they're starting out on the attack, and that's kind of what we're seeing. Boom on the defense. How do you think they look today? How do you think they feel?
Honestly, I wasn't able to see any of the players, but at least looking at them when they come in for that walk out of the stage, looks like they still have that steely eye that we keep seeing, the confidence from Boom. No shouts, I think, from Blaze King, if I remember correctly. Yesterday we saw him just basically hyped out of his mind, but this time feels as well that he's feeling the pressure a little bit, and game face on, serious mode on. We'll see how this goes. As I mentioned, Fancy can put up that Viper wall very quickly, and they do decide to actually put it on A main, or A site. But Boom, this is a standard play we've seen before, but could actually blow up in their face if they commit to just holding down wine.
Yeah, just a little bit of presence already felt, especially around A main. The dark cover spent to control this area. And this kind of leaves Blaze King with only 1 left. So it's going to be a little bit tough, and they're still reinforcing up on this site. But meanwhile, the full force of Fancy, minus Fishio, of course, they're headed towards BS, right?
Well, it's a fake that you can use because of that Viper's wall. Not really utilized by a lot of the teams because, well, they don't pick up the Viper. Severine's is going to hear all of these footsteps onto the A side. Quick little push through to smoke, and Jin did not even know what hit him. Feeling a little bit brave there to get the second kill. Heisey around the corner. Man can really do some damage, but Famous just not going to get denied, and Famous gets up to 3. Get things started in Fissio. 15 seconds, going to have to start running in. Come on, come on. It's a marathon, it's a sprint. But there is no time, and there's still 3 players that he has to try to deal with.
I don't think he can do this. And there it is, instantly punished. I mean, you look at how this site take started off, and yes, Fancy, they had the initiative. They seized it, they went in. But if you pay attention to what Blaze King just did, off of the dark cover sent by Heisey, blocking off defender spawn, Blaze King sets an additional extension one that allowed for Severine to sneak in. The right clicks punished and punched them, and allowed for the rest of the team to come in through. After that, they just started to flow in. Famous, of course, with the Sheriff that he picked up, the Tailwind to get out and even get deeper in. no way that Fancy had that. Fishio was way too far off the site.
I would be remiss if I didn't be honest and just said that I thought Severin was actually going to lose that push. Because again, no, legit. Because again, Severin has been a talking point of just underperforming from that last series. But he's here to redeem himself. He's here to create a statement play. And he is here to show why he is still on this Boom roster. Berserks does get the 2-tag on the KO Blade as he spots out both of the controllers actually here from Fancy. That, at least for a couple of seconds, will deny any ability to cover maybe the mid push. As you can see, 3 players of Fancy wanting to go in for that cross. They've called it in from High Z already as they start to go in through the A short, where we do see Famous holding on.
Just kind of waiting for it too. But here comes Boom, getting a good read. They come out and they go out swinging. Ooh, 3 players instantly gone, sprayed down, gunned down by Famous.
It's starting off pretty good for Boom. So that said, very aware of what was to come, not really afraid of any of the contacts, even through the upgraded pistols there of Fancy. Kind of interesting as well to see Fishio try to just be cheeky and play on Wine. I think it might have worked if he just stayed his hand and allowed Heizy to basically push out and get that contact, but because he was just jiggling and got swept by Boom, and again, Boom still had that smoke outside of A main, couldn't really get that pinch, that crossfire that we're kind of hoping for.
So that said, it was still just the eco. Not too big of a deal, but what? No! It was a triple burst. He went for a second one and 3 hits flew clean off of Fancy United's shoulders. Now 2 players left. And this round looks like it's almost over. They have guns, but still, Boom with the read, with the shots. Ooh. This is a good start. Nizzy coming in from under locks. His position is fully been made aware. Famous tries to go in for it, but Berserk just hops off with the Spectre of all things. A good read, but still without the numbers, Boom will be able to punish, and they get the clean bonus.
Berserk's throw it away. Oh, my eyes. It's the Aviator Vandal, no, but yes. He picked it up, I'm sorry. But again, look at this. Such a different spell, and Famous,
oh my God.
Gosh, just gets out with bloody murder on mid. Can't really do anything about that for Fancy. I mean, they tried to do something. Nizzy was maybe getting a couple of picks here, but Shiro was his trap, couldn't really get out. He took a while to get that wall bang in, and then he just saw Famous wanting to get the 4K already. He has the blades, he has the Vandal. There's so much happening here, and it's all coming from Boom.
Yeah, I think it's also a good read from what we saw from the previous rounds. Fancy has been trying to get a bit of control over mid, trying to perhaps push into market. But with such a peak, such a read from Boom, they're starting to adapt to how Fancy plays. And that means that Fancy, they need to start changing up their plans. Right now, you know, with the Sheriffs, it's just going to be tough, and they're just looking for picks. But this is the Boom that we want to see. Look at how they're not overly peeking out, just holding their ground. They hear some noises, and they're going to go investigate.
I have never used the word cohesion yesterday for Boom, but it feels like, at least again, it's still pretty early, but cohesion for them looks incredibly good.
Hello.
As Jin just hides inside the Cloudburst, but it ain't gonna happen, brother. Great flash by, well, as you can see, yes, I can here. Heizy not wasting the opportunity to get a couple of picks, but the rotating Fishio gets caught by the Lurk of Famous, and it's all down to Heizy. If he can maybe get 2 kills, maybe he'll have his from the shadows, but, hold on. He knows B main is exposed, but can't really react in time as he tries to reposition through the pinch coming in from Boom.
He turned around. I mean, you could see he was thinking about it. There were only 2 sort of maybe escape routes in that scenario. One is to go through market, the other back into the site through stairs. But with all those angles being watched, it's a little bit unfortunate. Nice attempt. Good bit of damage, but Boom. You talked about how cohesive they are, and you could see that they have the reach. You could see that they're feeling themselves. They're hitting shots. They're shotting right behind us, and it feels good, Azurai.
These 1-2 shots that keep connecting for like the members of Boom being a very uncomfortable issue that Fancy just can't really deal with as of this moment. But now, of course, Fancy, they got the whole bunch just pushing into the B site on the back of that null command from Yes I Can, as the rest of Boom just going to be waiting. They're going to be chilling. They know they have the time. They're going to clear out the angles first. They have, well, Famous with the ultimate, but not going to be super useful. But maybe he has the operator, so we'll see how that goes. But yep, full retake here for Boom.
I mean, this is how they should be playing it, given the null command. Just kind of starting to position themselves around the site, being a little bit careful as well, hearing all those bits of utility being sent out by Fancy, bits of shrouded steps. But now here comes the collapse. Well, first off, fragment in towards Logs. Famous with the blades out, trying to get a bit of vision with the updraft, but it's not needed. Pushing through lane, you got Berserks, you got Shiro, Severin into the dark cover, and he just flushes them out of position, gets the positioning for his team.
No time.
And Berserks cleans it, but still, the spike has been saved for Fancy.
Took them a while to clear out all of these angles, but that was a blow for Fancy. I mean, yeah, they get the round, but at what cost at this point? Even finding Fishio hiding inside the corner right there. They were setting up some traps, but feels like Boom, again, able to just detect all of it, except for that one on the B stairs within the smoke. Maybe Jin could have had more damage in, maybe a couple of kills, but at the end, at least it is the round given to Fancy.
That's right. I mean, with what they're trying to do, just to buy time away from it, seeing how Boom has been playing careful, it's a bit of a mind game as well. Into the next round, though, and still Famous buys up the operator, trying to look for some punish plays. But this is that strength of that double controller. Poison Cloud, and it allows them to kind of sneak in, perhaps getting a little bit closer towards market.
Oh, Heisey. Oh, Heisey, no, that's not going to be good because that traps the rest of Fancy to be stuck on mid. They can keep creeping up the smoke from Fishio, but they have to re-encompass that control on top mid. And I don't think they know that the spike has been dropped on top mid, so you can't see Nizzy trying to pick it up there. Off-cam kill, as we see, or rather we see the kill from Jin. No, he gets actually blasted by Famous. But again, the map control, very, very weak from Fancy.
Not great. The team looks a little bit far off. Meanwhile, Boom, playing together, working together, Famous landing his shots. They are starting to pop off, and you can hear it on stage too. Very soon, very likely, gonna go into a 5-1. And this just hurts the economy of Fancy United again.
Well, it definitely does, but what can they do? They push onto this B site. There's still so many traps. There's the alarm bot. There's going to be a nano. 10 seconds. Maybe just, save. Get up some scraps of anything that you can scrounge up. And that's going to be just the charge on the ultimate. One more second in. But again, they're just going to hold up onto B. I mean, if Boom wants this, they can even hunt for it. Just take away at the rifles. But no, that's not going to happen. But still, Boom, consistent and very, very commanding lead in this first game.
And this is what we expect from them. This is that performance that we've been looking for since yesterday. And if they can keep this up, maybe Haven will even be a good map for them, despite whatever Fancy has in their bag. You could think that Fancy definitely picked this based off of Boom's performance from yesterday, but, you know, they guessed wrong.
Guessed wrong, or again, Boom waking up, finally saying themselves, slapping, you know, just a bit of water to their face, splashing it there. We gotta perform. We can't really give up any games because even though we talk about, I think it was Group B, that is the more, I guess, group of death. Group A also turning into a very considerably competitive group itself.
I gotta correct you. You gotta use the right terms. Alpha, Omega.
Okay.
I'm kidding. But I mean, it is true. And Group A is starting to show up to prove that there are some fierce contenders in this one spot. In fact, throughout all of Ascension Pacific, we're starting to see some crazy fraggers, crazy duelists. Of course, Xiaoyu is one of those names that comes to mind. Jemkin, something that we just saw. But in on these two teams, you got Nizzy, you got Berserks, Famous, who is starting to show up to date as well. And they can keep this up. You can expect greatness from Boom. Meanwhile, Fancy, you know, we're talking about it. The map control, the map presence, not quite there. And oftentimes you'll see that they get punished. And then you're just left with like 2 or 3 stragglers who can't do all that much against the full force of Boom. They have to find a way to work around this.
Yeah, the biggest problem I think here is they are trying to get picks, you know, utilizing the double controllers to isolate some angles, maybe to bully a position. Maybe they watch the VODs thinking that, you know, Boom tries to play a lot more like that, just hiding in corners. Maybe we can do it in that particular way. But at least they have to realize that these past couple of rounds, that wasn't really the case. And if it is so, the big problem is always Famous there. So unless he gets tagged by like a KO blade, gets suppressed, he's always going to have the dash away. But in any case, dashing right in through the mess is going to be Jin on B.
He's got the blades too, looking for a bit of an updraft, but look at the positioning from Boom this time. So safe, so perfect, just hiding under cover. The off angle from Shiro. He finds two. Famous comes back just in time from defender spawn, but still, the damage has been done. It's going to be Fancy United looking for the spike plant, and they managed to stick it in. Viper's Pit deployed from Fishio and Boathouse as well, and this gives them a little bit more cover, but the spray from Blaze King is just as good. It's needed, and it puts Fishio in a 1v3. Tries to play around it. He hears the footsteps. He knows they are surrounding him, and unfortunately, he will just fall short with the shorty.
You know what they did? The best way to beat somebody inside the Viper's Pit, push them on one corner. You don't get the visual, but you might have the knowledge about it. You know that he's there. He's not going to be playing right behind you. And you know what's the best weapon to clear out at close distance? The shorty. It's not only the one. It wasn't only Blaze. Wasn't only the KO that was looking for that kill. It was also Famous. Just try to look with the shotgun. Any case, again, as you mentioned, perfectly placed for Boom here. I wasn't even aware of how Famous just got the shot off of Jin, whether it's Jin being high above, getting shot out there, or just, again, Famous pushing in and not really having any resistance outside of B side because everyone was trying to, again, get control of the side itself. It is Fancy not finding the rhythm that they want in these pushes that they've been doing.
But also the side anchoring from Boom as well. Main thing right now still Fancy just trying to pull off different flavors. Somewhat of a side execute on towards B from Pert 4, and that kind of worked out until they lost those frags. And that's because Boom has the momentum. They've got those ultimates cycling up. And right now, a bit of a default. It's not working out too great. Boom has gotten a little bit more time, a little bit more space, and they're starting to poke and prod across the map.
Oh, no. Blaze King gotta look right behind you because they're about to swing. I'm not sure if they're aware of this, but they have lost control, but the timing is going to be off. If Fancy was just maybe 2 to 3 seconds earlier, they could catch that, but still they have to keep pushing in. Famous trying to run away, but he actually challenges Jin. How dare you go into my site? How dare you try to push into the A site? And I will deny you. Every qualm, every try, every attempt will just be swatted away, and it's all down left to Fishio, and of course Berserk's not falling behind.
And that is just how this team plays. They're starting to feel themselves. They're starting to go in for it. Famous, despite being pushed back, despite the cloudburst, he still dives in with that shorty. Up by 17 kills and only one death right now. This is the guy that we have to keep our eyes on. Famous has come to play today.
Hyper focusing on Jin there. I mean, because his teammates couldn't really find any picks as well, he had to go for plan B, which is to keep pushing up on Hey Heaven and hopefully get the pinch that he wants to. So it was a fine line and just a couple of seconds of free space, but Famous doesn't even allow that to happen.
And that's just how suffocating it feels for Fancy at times. Of course, you know, we get the X-ray vision and we could see that they just narrowly missed the timing, but for Fancy, in their headspace, they have to just go in for it a little bit more and find that confidence. High Z trying to go for some trades, but still, his teammates are gone. An Odin in Shiro's hands. Berserk's still on the site, and he hears the footsteps. He peeks out at the right time. The null command coming in, saving his life. Famous kind of missing the right click, but still okay, because Nizzy is down to 25 HP. Not a problem. Severin just kicks him out of the room.
They couldn't do anything about that because, again, first things first, no more bullets on the previous weapon. Got to pick something up. The Owl Drone was just going to give away where this last player was, and then there was another one coming in through the doorway. But Fancy, whatever they're throwing, Boom is receiving, and receiving well. They are just able to basically throw it all the way back. Whatever Fancy, as you mentioned, any kind of flavor push that they want to go about this is just being, you know, sampled by Boom and saying, this is very good. We are taking this. I like it. Yeah, I like it. And we will devour it. Thank you for these rounds.
But this time, still, Odin, yeah, it kind of tags up Fishu a little bit, but I like this from Fancy, right? They're still not phased. They're still trying to go through it all. And they've managed to kind of push up towards Canoe, now slowly going back towards the site. Oh, kind of tagged up by the Recon, kind of tagged up by Severin, who is up by Defender Spawn. So much in contention, and Jin goes in by himself. No support necessary, and Shiro just comes up huge with the sprays. Blaze King popping off.
He can't break it.
Just absolutely detained.
Blaze King was nowhere behind B site. He, from the shadowed in, because again, he wanted to give that support for Shiro. But the biggest thing is, Shiro didn't reload at all. He had like 100 bullets. It was 50 when they were pushing it, and then he just like, I'm good. I have so many bullets. You guys have your rifles nerfed. Here I have with my Odin, just holding the back of the site, waiting for my teammates. And lo and behold, it was more than enough to swat away Fancy, who was just trying to grab the B side once again.
Man, and on to the next round still. I mean, we don't keep that Odin. We swapped over to a rifle. Fancy, they've got the full buys this time, so they're expecting something different from Fancy, and I love that Boom are anticipating this.
Well, Boom are very much prepared for it. You can see, at least as you mentioned, Fancy not really phased by the amount of rounds that they've lost already. Still willing to get that map control in, and this is a good point. You mentioned how they didn't have the Sentinel. The way that Fancy's going about this, which is kind of slow, but hold on, Blaze King! Yeah, that's gonna trip him up. Fisho gets him. Fisho's still alive. He still has the wall. You can already see the reposition from the rest of them, and Famous is expecting something in just the past couple of seconds. But, I mean, Fancy can do whatever they want and, well, go for that setup.
It's a null command from Yes I Can. It kind of tags up Famous, but what is that shot? Through the toxic screen, he finds him. And that's going to be Berserks now playing out around door. Fancy tries to go in to get the site. They need that spike plant, that they need to set up some of these positions, but they're getting spammed through. They're getting tagged up, and they're just trying to find some safe ground. Poison Cloud picked up and repositioned up towards door. And Boom, they're taking their time with this.
Well, they can't really over push just yet. I think they were waiting for the recon dart or maybe just the blade itself, but as they're trying to get any composure of, well, control nearby, it's been just shut down. Okay, Famous and Berserk's heating up a little bit here. No, heating up a lot of it here as Famous just jumps in. Okay, very brave, but time not really in the favor of Shiro, so he's got to work quick. But Fisho trips him up once again. He did it to Blaze King. He'll do it to Shiro, and at least they get themselves another round on the board.
And that's just Fancy starting to get a little bit comfortable. Right, you find Blaze King maybe a little bit overconfident out by a main, take him out. Once they have the site set up, once they have those post-plant positions, you know, they hear footsteps up around door. Yes, I Can eliminates the first player. The rest of them coming out from heaven. And Fancy Fishio, they just know how to play off of it. Our Thai caster is kind of dumbfounded, surprised by how Fancy is playing that round too. 9-2 is the score, and that's going to be the last round of the first half, and Boom goes in for a quick setup.
Oh no!
Famous! He gets the triple spray, pulls out the knives, looks for another. The Paranoid coming in to assist. He checks the angle. He's going all in. Shiro cleans it up, and the Boom gets for it 10-2.
I thought that was a mad play, a very punishable play there by Boom, and then out of nowhere, Shiro, boop, recon dart on top, exposes everybody, and then Famous just hits up the God angle, ticks down 3 through the smoke without even needing to see them. I don't need to look at you dead in your eyes. You're already dead to my kill feed. 10-2, and this first half is done.
Just over. And now this comes to it, the second half. If this pistol does not get picked up by Fancy, I'm out. All right, I'm dropping this microphone. You handle the whole thing.
I mean, who predicted Boom again? I mean, again, it's too early to tell. Too early to tell. Bias caster. I'm gonna get called out on social media once again. But I will say the struggles of not only Fishio but the rest of Fancy is really being felt here. You did mention, I think before the push came in, that Sentinels, something that Fancy doesn't have, so they have to spread themselves out. You saw how they wanted to go for an aggressive push. Boom did a aggressive 50-50 play. Whether it was 5 players there or maybe just the 3, it would have caught them regardless. And unfortunately, Fancy are putting themselves on the loop, and Boom is just able to read that over and over again, round after round, and it has been a very grueling repeat that is just annoying if you're on the Fancy team.
Precisely. You don't need that sentinel. You don't need that much map presence when you have the right reads. When you are in Fancy's heads and Famous is landing shots, they can go ham with this. And that's the main thing. You know, we welcome this presence. We welcome this wrong prediction because we wanted this play from Boom Esports yesterday. They're finally bringing it here right now, and it comes down to this pistol round. Fancy, you have to pick this up.
About a 20 kill overall for Fancy there, and look at Famous, he's 24. He's basically just one-upped the rest of the team here.
The whole team.
The whole team, indeed.
My God.
I mentioned yesterday as well that Berserks, or Severin, was struggling. They weren't able to find their kills. Berserks right now, he's 10 kills, he's 11 assists, so he's really there syncing up with Famous. All of the issues that we pointed out during the panel, it seems like Boom have fixed it. Exactly that. Might have a tech issue right here as the timer has stopped, but again, Fancy, this gives them a little bit more time to discuss things. Looking around the map, seems like they do want to cover B main a little bit more. Maybe they're going to be utilizing Jin to get that early pick. He does have the Frenzy, so I don't know how that's going to be popping off. But in any case, problems are surfacing here for Fancy, at least for the Ascent map. And Boom, as we mentioned, is back on track.
I mean, you have to wonder, right? For Fancy, they've been trying some things. They're getting read by Boom. This second half as a reset could give them a little bit of space to work with. But in their minds right now, they're also thinking about how Boom plays on the attack. And what we've seen from Boom before is that you have Famous going in for those frags. You have Berserk setting him up, and it's working out a treat today. Severin with the flank watch as well. You know, how could Fancy kind of work their way around this, right? They've got that double controller on the defense, and this is where I'm starting to worry for them. You've got the Viper, and I guess Fishio's job is just to watch out throughout the A site. The rest of the squad, those numbers up by mid, up by B main, they might be able to kind of halt, bring Boom to a halt, especially up around these spots.
Okay, if I'm gonna go like hella nerdy on this, one of the big problems that you would go against when you're up against the Viper is, well, I don't want to compare it to like rank, but at least in rank, people are a lot more hesitant when it's up against a Viper. But when you're in this competitive game and you put up your wall on mid, that just means that there's really no setup to fear on the side itself. So you can just push through that. That's only a little bit of decay. There's no, if nobody plays up on the side, you have that perfect setup. They have Sheer that has been just really good with the Soba setups here. It's going to be difficult for Fancy, I feel, to have that good foothold inside of the side itself. So that's going to be problems. Again, if Boom are unfazed, it's going to be a big problem.
And that's why it's so crucial for Fancy to find a read on this, to really just pull themselves together and adapt.
Yeah.
If Fishio's the only one on the A side and Boom gets a read on that, they go in together as a squad. That's it. Fishio's gone. The site's given over to Boom. However, if Fancy kind of starts to figure that out, maybe they give Fishio a couple of buddies just to hang out together on the A side, maybe Boom will be invited to this party where, you know, they kind of just get slaughtered.
Yeah. I mean, it basically just means that they can't rely on utility to dissuade Boom from pushing in. You saw how proactive they Fancy was on that attacking side because they have the ability to move around. They can't really let up and give up any form of map control here because, again, because they don't have that Killjoy, because they only have the couple of smokes, it's not really the biggest of, like, oh, you know, push away utility that's going to scare Boom here, especially when they have the flashes from Blaze King as well as Berserks.
And that's the thing. When Boom are themselves, when they've got this full squad working together, that cohesive play, it's difficult for Fancy. And I'm just thinking about this right now. You know, we were hyping up Nizzy. We've seen greatness from Nizzy. He's played so many different agents. He's got the Duelist. He's got the Phoenix. Maybe even a Cypher from yesterday. it's just how do you put him on a fade and put him in the spot where he can't really show us how strong he could be? I know for Fancy, you know, a lot of their compositions are set up and built up from their coach Kawa, but it's a little bit tricky for this team right now, especially when Jin isn't really showing up so much. They were starting out, you know, on the attacking side, and that's where you expect them to come up a lot better, but Boom just kind of turns them around.
Well, sucks. I'm just encompassing it in one word.
Right.
It really just very much annoying for Fancy here because, again, it feels like everything should be falling into place for them. We've talked about how much of a big map pool they're showing up right here. Their play style is somehow bamboozling every single team, and their philosophy on how to play Valorant coming in from Vietnam region has just been honestly one of the best that we've seen as a starter from group stage 1 and 2.
And I think that's kind of the thing too. They didn't have much information to work off of, so we've got Mac back with us right now. And,
Ooh, Mac back. I like that.
You want to know why? You know why, I don't need to say. There's technical issues. But look, what a game, huh? So this Famous is the one that I got told about, right? This is the one that went missing on the first series.
Yep,
he's the one.
Right, that makes sense, that makes sense. Okay. Well, I'm glad to meet him. What was that, 24 kills in one half? Ooh, but I want to remind everyone in Indonesia, please calm down. Remember what happened in Boom series yesterday?
Yeah.
They won the first map in a very, very convincing fashion. And we were like, wow, this is going to be a great series. But then they went missing. But on the other side of things as well, myself and all the fancy predictors out there, of course, like you, Quack, remember Fancy saying that they like the earlier games. They like, you know, having a good rest, not having to wait too long. And maybe that's what we're seeing today, you know, because they're in the third slot of the day. It's a little bit later on, and it feels like, you know, they are taking a little while to warm up here.
Yeah, definitely. It feels like, again, those later nights, again, that third series, as Max said, but that all in all as well, it just feels like they should have started game one with a little bit more pushback here. And it feels like whatever they're trying to do, it's fumbled in on them, and it feels like, again, their ability to expand their plays has diminished, and it's just gone back to what we were discussing when they came into this tournament, before day one started, that the one dimension is starting to creep itself once more.
Yeah, they've definitely all gone missing at the exact same time, which can certainly be an issue. But going into the next map, going into Haven, that is literally uncharted territory for both these teams so far here in Ascension, and that's where things can get completely crazy. Yes, the game's not done, but the other sticking point for me on Ascent in particular is we were talking about just how strong Fancy have to be on the attack if they are to get a good result, and they only got 2 rounds.
That's
so
right.
it's really not looking too crash hot for them, but I heard that the technical issues are all sorted.
Oh,
so that's the halftime update. I will call it the halftime show. Hey,
Mac.
here's the show, but here's the game. We're going back right now.
Thank you so much.
Or now. Or in a
now?
second. Hey, I'll just keep flexing. I'll just keep. There we are. That's your mid-game entertainment. See you later, boys.
That's the caster start button. It's when Mac flexes and then we go straight in. Thank you so much for coming back in.
Got our back. Mac attack. Big Mac. I mean, no. Copyright infringement. Sorry. Anyways, let's go in because it seems like nobody has said for Boom to hold your horses, and they have put this pedal to the metal. Furious 10, if you want to call it like this, and Shiro picks up the glorious hat trick.
Completely turn around from yesterday. Yesterday, piss around win rate, boo, bad. Today, it's like, oh my God. Off the technical pause, they just dived straight in.
Yo, did you hear who just like, he got the highlight and someone's like, ah! Somebody is just, again, showing their support for Boom here. But you know what? That's great because, again, as fans, you always have to have your teams back, whether it's Boom or Fancy. So that being said, Fancy here feels like they're put themselves back against the wall, and it's the forced buy to just see what happens in this round.
I mean, they might as well, because if not, match point, you buy up, and then what you've got like so many rounds ahead of you. It's tough, and they might as well just try. They're on the defense, so it could work out after all. But given their positions right now, so much space allowed for Boom to sneak through. Nizzy still lands a shot, and this could be the start of something good.
They open the trap, so at least they know now that Fancy has gone for that full buy. Still somehow finds the access through the site. Bit of catch onto Blaze King. He's gonna have to... I don't think he has to reposition with his team, but he needs to get control on B main just to see when Fancy starts funneling in outside of Market.
They're going through Market. What I'm curious about is Fishio along with Heisey going through mid right now. They have a couple of options. They've got some smokes to work with, but they have to wait for the rest of the team. Everyone's getting a little bit antsy. The C sent out. Yes, I can push this off of it. Takes out Berserks, and he gets an idea of where Blaze King might be, so they're going just to check, but look at this discipline. He is hidden. He comes out at the right time and gets the straight transfer onto two of them. Fancy United just completely thrown apart. It's 12-2 match point for Boom Esports.
That's a big, 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 big mistake from Fancy here. They knew, they saw... Wait, did they see actually Blaze King coming from tiles to go up onto B main? Whatever it may be, right? Maybe it's because you saw, I'm pretty sure they did. Pretty sure as well that because Shiro was starting to heat up from the B side, they had to call in the rest of the team because they couldn't really deal with the post planners at the back of it. So whatever may be the viewers taking that was a mistake. They should have dealt with Blaze King. There was not enough time to really deal with two things, so they had to just choose one.
And it's just so much, and it becomes a bit of a guessing game. You're at match point, you buy up whatever you can, and at this point, you just hope for the best. Fancy, they're not giving up. They're still on the site, and you've got Yes I Can just right around the corner. He knows that Famous is inside. And they come out at the right time, but still, the rest of the forces, that's why it's a delayed push. Yes I Can comes out just to hold them back a second longer.
Fear my flashes. Respect my authority on the A site. As they get pushed back. There's still plenty of time though. It's 3 versus 3. Weapons and I'll say HP. A little bit better for Boom, but then Jin makes me think otherwise. Backs away onto B. This is looking much better right now for Fancy, but they're still spread thin. Again, they have to keep that guesswork rolling. They don't have any... Actually, no, they still have Yes I Can still alive, so if he can blade in the perfect time right here, maybe he's going to be able to catch Berserks as well as Shiro coming up through short, but he did spot him out, so now they know where they are.
They're just trying to play around this too, but Fancy has the advantage here. They try to push the issue, and it just makes Boom feel a little bit more uncomfortable. They have to push in, and now they just go straight into the angles being held by Fancy. Fishu and Jin, well played by them. They keep their team alive for just one more round.
Yeah, Yes I Can. Huge play for that flash, catching Boom in transition and getting these picks right here perfectly right there, perfectly placed. And then Jin, he's not gonna, let his teammate get all the highlights here. He's gotta keep the dream alive, at least for this first game. Just looking at the coach, or rather,
that's the CEO. That's
CEO.
That's
sorry,
and he's very happy about this.
Well, he wasn't happy about that round. He's like a little bit pouting, but it's still round 3, not yet over. So we'll see how this goes.
End it, guys. It's just one more round. What
He's
are you doing?
He was like shouting and everything. He's like, guys, we need one more round. And you got game number 1.
That's all right. They're going for that half buy. We've got a Bulldog on Severine, and the rest of them just trying to get a little bit more space. A main has got no info, no sound. So a couple players going back to investigate. Meanwhile, the rest of that squad having to defend against Boom. Full force up towards B main.
Oh, wow. Look at where Famous is. Fisher don't even know. You're gonna get caught.
Oh my
Maybe dash
God.
right in. No more dash out as the tailwind expires, but this gives access for Boom to just come right in. Hello, intruding on the B site. And look at this. Yes, I Can and Heisey far, far, far from being able to retake this site and retake this round and maybe even save this game at all.
I love it.
Great molly. But, oh no, Sever still gets out.
They're okay. Shiro now holding the ground with a Sheriff. There isn't that much time left. Maybe 20 seconds. The Hunter's Fury just to bait him out even longer.
Oh no.
Oh, and he's getting tagged up. He's trying to dodge it, but he only has a Bulldog. Get 3 targets to hit. That's the first. I'm still wondering about time though. Flashpoint sent out and unfortunately flashed on his own. He goes out, he gets another, and goes in for even more, but Blaze King ends it.
Yo, he got the head tap on Blaze King through the wall, through the box. And he could have actually made it happen, but, well, not gonna be enough.
There was just too much to handle. And again, this is also the problem when you don't have that KJ, because you don't got mollies on fast lane, so
it's all,
Famous was just like running past, you know, he's got his own Met Gala.
Red carpet roll out.
Red carpet roll out.
You could just come in, boom, it's okay. And they completely evicted Fancy United's players on the site, and that's kind of what they needed. Landing shots with the Sheriff, picking up a Vandal. Ooh. I mean, so many things going right for Boom Esports on this map.
Definitely. So we're going to go on a break, guys. When we come back, it's going to be the panel and game number 2.
Visions in my head of this, you don't know the half of it. I got dreams of looking up, high as I can get, but nothing feels like how it feels to know these things I don't know yet. The weight of everything, and everything's just thread. Sometimes I'm trapped inside and I don't know what I'm gonna do, but to take on the world is the only thing that we know how to do. I've got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me, and everyone
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to VCT Ascension Pacific 2023. And Boom have done exactly what they did yesterday so far. The series isn't done, but they also won in the most convincing fashion we have seen so far here at Ascension Pacific. 13-3, that is domination.
That is clearly domination. I mean, at some point, freaking Famous was up with 17 kills, 1 death. I think Berserks had 7 kills, 0 deaths. Whatever Fancy United tried, they just got read like a book.
Yeah, definitely. And again, it felt like everything was back in... I was just seeing... Sleepy Ray Madness, but yeah, everything feels like it's back on track. Because again, I was mentioning when we started the panel that... excuse me, that Famous and Berserks really need to get that step up in. Berserks was just flying, he's getting the kills, he's getting the assists, and Famous, he just couldn't be stopped. He's getting all of these out of nowhere triple kills.
Even at the end, right? Like,
blows my mind.
You guys were talking about it, that because of the lack of the KJ, he's able to walk up lane. And the other thing I noticed, right, because he has to drop down onto the site, right? Usually, when you're at home, when you're comfortable, when you have your own headsets on, you're able to hear everything you want. But in a LAN environment like this, when you've got that white noise pumping in your ears and only in-ears to use, you don't have as good of a situational sound, right? Positionally, you're not going to hear it in the right directions, and things like that, moments like that, allow Famous on site to get a flank off with the classic in a very crucial round. Either way, having a look at the stats here, Famous now, I think this may also be the highest rating we've seen from anyone at Ascension so far. 2.0 rating overall, just absolute domination. 422 ACS at an international competition. And Fancy United, they just don't look like the same team that we've been watching for the last couple of days.
It's really weird. I'm thinking if it's the composition, if it's Nizzy playing on something that, you know, maybe he's not so comfortable on, or something that he doesn't really prefer. Whatever it is, it clearly does not work against a Boom that feels this confident.
Yeah. Just look at the post-plant stats, right? Yes, it wasn't a long game, but it was only planted 5 times. The rest of the rounds were solved by kills, man. That's ridiculous. That's actually ridiculous.
That's Boom. When they start feeling aggressive, when they start going in for it, and you see Famous, I mean, like, that's confidence, right? It's a huge surge of it, especially around round 2 or 3, and he had that Bulldog just suddenly finding 3 players who lined up perfectly for him. They start to, you know, they start to feel themselves a lot more.
Yeah, it was just a crazy, crazy game overall. Winning one round where they lost the first pick and then getting the first pick every single other round is kind of crazy overall. But look, that's it for Ascent, unless you want to touch on it one more time, Asarai?
I guess one big difference is yesterday they were trying to go for these weird dry peaks where it didn't make any sense. This time, every peak that they did, super aggressive charges outside of B main, A main, has been, it makes a lot of sense. It's risky, but you see that there was so much thought and ability to confirm those plays from Boom.
Yeah, they're around with the like quadruple kill, right? The paranoia. Like, there's so much more cover.
Yeah.
There's just a lot going on. Now, look, let's start turning this conversation over towards Haven. One of the 2 maps currently in the pool with 3 spike sites. And you know what that means? Everything can get more chaotic. You know which of these teams plays really bloody well in chaos? I don't need to tell you. You know.
I feel like it's kind of like
both of them, yeah. I was about to say the same thing.
It has to be Fancy for sure. Like, so far what we've seen, it's
Boom. All right, maybe I did have to tell you guys, because look, in terms of chaos, in terms of explosive gameplay, Boom are the ones that make those very quick mid-round calls. As soon as they get an opening, boom, they're gone.
That's what they do best, but at the same time, I mean, thinking about Fancy United's composition from their past games, you know, the I think grand finals that they played, they have the Yoru, and that's a chaos agent. That's something that they can use to really kind of confuse Boom Esports. So this could go either way, I feel like.
Yeah, it's one of those agents where like the kit that he brings in not only allows for those flashes to be extremely instrumental in opening up the site, you can play mind games with the sound cues, but you also get off those extremely fast rotations with the gate crash. And what we have seen when Nizzy picks up that Yoru is with the dimensional drift, they find so much value out of that ult. It's crazy.
Yeah, one of the things that I think if we're going to be seeing Fancy here, they get their Haven map. If they go for what we saw, you know, when they were playing from Vietnam, the default mindset of Fancy would be, wherein it's always Snizzy. He's going to be charging it. He's going to be looking to always have that that dimensional drift so that he can get that contact, he can get that follow from his teammates, because lo and behold, it's not just the Yoru pick. There's also the Gecko. There's also the Chamber, and Chamber's coming in from the 6.11. Jin loves to go for that aggressive contact. Might be something that Fancy can fall back on and really
Our family has been through a lot together, but I can still feel something following us.
There's so much you don't know, and I was too scared to tell you the truth.
This ends with me. Insidious the Red Door, coming soon.
Very, very close, Famous right in front of them, and he is waiting.
Oh my god.
That wall separated Fancy on the push, and Shiro, as he gets the contact, activates the Hunter's Fury, and this...
And another!
Oh, just the, again, picks flowing for Boom here, and Nizzy, not Neezy, he's alone. He does have the spike at least in hand, but map control is kaput.
Completely smashed up. Poof. Blaze King. He's actually coming up behind him. Nizzy has to start things off, and he gets the first headshot. Flashes himself in and goes for the burst onto Berserks. This is suddenly very doable now. He gets blinded. Throws off a blind of his own, just buys a little bit more time for him to get the spike planted, but he has no idea that there is a player behind him. Tries to go for a bit more space, but there is that tap from A-Long. A good attempt, a good try, but unfortunately shut out.
Is he gonna crack with it? I think Shiro was just like jumping up, and then he's like, bam! One tap, one kill. No luck, all skill.
That was nice.
What are they doing? Just looking right in front of each other, you know. Are they gonna perfect it? Like 4 seconds remaining?
Come on, guys.
No, that's dirty.
It's mental games.
Yeah, no, 12.57, nah.
Oh, you can hear the shouting now.
I mean, as Boom, if you want to talk things over, no need for tactical pause. If you win the round early enough and you can utilize the extra 40 seconds to, you know, just talk while you're defusing the spike, why not, I guess? Ah, there it is. Nizzy. Almost.
You see these signs of life, and it does inspire a bit of confidence, but also, Boom, I love how confident they are feeling right now. The taunting, the shouting, there's no need for pauses or tactical crouching when you're feeling this way.
बस ये गेम खत्म होते ही बंद करूंगा. मैंने वो थर्ड मैप नहीं जाना है. अगर 1-1 हुआ तो बंद, 2-0 हुआ तो अच्छी
We're
बात.
talking about Fancy and them needing things.
बंद कर
Definitely
देगा?
need this tactical timeout. Gotta talk with the coach. Gotta talk with Kawa here, as they're in need of guidance, because I mean, you're looking at how they're pushing. It feels like it should be, but the tempo, I think the setup is good. The tempo and the timing is very far behind. It's not bad, but because of how quickly Boom is and because of how confident the players are, maybe from that game one, maybe they've refreshed themselves, whatever the case may be, it seems like they're always tripping up on the timing that Famous keeps picking out against them.
Because it's one of these things where you have a very specific composition. You're trying to create, you're trying to do something. And you've got this toxic screen that you set up, especially up around A-Long, towards A-Link. You're trying to go past it, but the thing that you least expect, something that you just don't see right around the corner, is a player like Famous just striking you at the right time for Boom Esports.
Yeah, and here's the big problem too. Because they have the Gecko, he's the only one that can actually clear the corners, and you don't want to keep doing that when you have like 10 seconds cooldown on his abilities. You can use the Wingman, yes, like this. Actually, this is the first time we've seen the Wingman actually try to clear things. In any case, it actually is helping them out, and Severin gets out of the bombardment of bullets. No push up to the site just yet, but they are clearing outside of Garage. But Berserks, he's had enough. Get out of my home, get out of my sight, as he picks up so many kills. Severin comes in for a refrag, and yes, IKN is alone. He is on an island. He is stranded, and he is outnumbered, but maybe he can get a catch right here. And Famous catches him tripping with the operator.
Again, the idea was there. You see that Wingman going through. You were talking about it, Asarai, but as soon as that flash came out from Nizzy, as soon as they tried to peek out, Berserks reacted perfectly to this. Completely dodged. He gets a quick double. His teammates come in just to back him up. And everything goes right. Whatever Fancy United are trying, it's not enough to surprise Boom.
Big thing is, the previous round before that, they were cooking. Boom. So you saw them pushing up a little bit more. That's when the perfect time is. But at the start of the round, when you're trying to bully things out, of course they're going to be in a position where they can fall back into place. And that's what you saw perfectly here from Boom. Just not really challenging the push because it's kind of obvious that everyone's there. They're not going to challenge that. They're just going to use their utilities, get those better angles, get those crossfires, and use every bit of advantage. And Fancy is falling into the loop, is falling into the trap. It's turning into an event that feels a little bit too much for Fancy to handle, but Heisey does deny a pick against, or gets the pick from Famous.
I like it. I like it. You get one pick. You don't overcommit. Boom. They've got some question marks in their heads, and they're going back into investigate. Meanwhile, Fancy, they're trying to play along with the time that they have, and this time, you send that Dizzy out, you clear out long before you peek. Famous isn't here. There is nobody here, and you call it safe. This way, Fancy could very well go in for that A site take. The problem is, though, Blaze King is nearby. Blaze King has so many utilities, he even has his lockdown.
If he has a lineup to supplement the lockdown, you know, I think Fancy actually has a lineup to break this, but do they have the timing to do so? There it is. They're going to be just facing it straight up. Spike gets planted. Fancy, are they prepared? That's the issue. Trapped into the corner here. They're going to get stunned. There's the big flag, and that's what we were talking about. The lockdown, they needed to break it, and the aftershock is just going to be the final nail as they get buried alive outside of A main.
Just put into their own coffin, Asarai. You would watch that little corner up by Cubby, up by A long. No. The aftershock, this was completely planned by Boom. The Rolling Thunder sent out the lockdown. You thought maybe they had a lineup, but they just couldn't set it up. The Spike, everything just gone. Boom Esports are controlling this game. They are driving this car. And Fancy United, the timeout, you know, maybe it worked for a while, but now it's no longer here. They've got 3 ultimates to work with still, though.
I mean, I was expecting to see the lineup because they were just staying in the site for the longest time, right? In any case, there's going to be the contact once again, and they thought Famous was not going to challenge through the snake bite, through the smoke. It is all but a faint dream because Famous is a nightmare that you cannot wake up from. Through his smoke, and Famous whiffs the shot, but there's still 2 players right on the side itself.
वो नीचे के बंदे ऊपर का शॉट होता ना वो मार देता भाई. नीचे ड्रैग करना ज़्यादा हार्ड लगता है मेरे को. What do you say?
There is no push coming in through his teammates on A long.
Depend करता है.
He tries to get the smoke.
Like ऊपर का flick तब भी easy है भाई. Like mouse पीछे खींचना.
Wake up, Chrissy.
I guess that's harder.
This nightmare, it's not real. Nizzy's trying to make it happen.
Oh no,
but
you
Blaze
didn't!
just strikes from behind. The Spike carrier killed. And now it feels as if Fancy are completely surrounded. They are trapped. It's claustrophobic, Asarai. There could be an option to use the dimensional drift. Yep, pick up the Spike, and we could go elsewhere. Vishio tries to fight back. He is kind of pinned down, so a bit of support comes through. Another flash throws out, but Zero answers in kind, and boom. I can't believe how good they are in reacting to all of his utilities.
You'd think that again, they're gonna get
5-7-3 हो गया.
got on the site, but the cohesion of what Fancy wants to do is grinding each other. The gears are not working together here. The flash comes out from Nizzy. There's no follow-up from Vishio because he still has to deal with the breach right beside him on graffiti here. So the problems just keep stacking up, and right now Fancy, the best they could do here is just contact.
एक तो दूसरी टीम का देख इतना out of the meta lineup बनाया. ये लोग एकदम meta lineup बना के भी इतना पेल रहे हैं.
I know that
इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ कि non meta lineup कुछ भी इतने प्यारे plays कर सकते हैं ना सामने वाले समझ भी नहीं पाएंगे.
And Boom has a solution to every problem that Fancy throws at them. It almost actually looked as if Berserk was playing anti-flash because he knew about Nizzy and his dimensional drift. Now, just trying to play it slow. They got an opening pick from before, and that was something that worked for them a couple of rounds ago. But look at the positioning from Boom Esports, that's right. They're so far back. There's not a lot of information for Fancy to work with.
Where's the Spike? It's yes, I can. Okay. So if you can get the wingman to actually plant on the site itself, maybe
there's going to be a follow-up with the Viper's Pit. That's what they wanted to happen. They're utilizing their mollies here. They're flushing corners, and the timing on that Dizzy could not be any more perfect. 3 players remaining here for Boom. Berserks has the flash angle. Does he have a chance to get a couple of picks? None whatsoever. I mean, they're so rich. They can try to keep challenging this, and Famous has the blades. He can definitely pop off, but again, Fancy, they're playing together. It looks good. It looks great.
Oh!
Famous, though. Okay, it's not done, but now it's over. Calm yourself. Take a rest. Hit that next round because it is over. Fancy, get the 4th.
भाई इस मैप पे फैंसी पुश नहीं कर पा रही ना बताओ अटैकिंग साइड में है पूरा
That's something that all the Fancy United fans have to believe in. I mean, you talked about a great call from Asteroid, guys. This is how they can play off of that get-go. This is why this composition can work really well. You've got that toxic screen, you've got the Dizzy, you've got the wingman to secure the plant. And this is something that has happened before, too. Boom Esports, they often leave B kind of open. This time, after that round, they're going to have to go back in with a bit of Killjoy utility to watch it and make sure it's safe. Fancy, they're going to go back in to re-explore this one gap. Is it going to stay a gap, though?
नहीं, KJ बॉली में उसका आउट टूट जाता है.
They have their utilities. They can really use these to just force the back of the side, but
oh my god!
If it doesn't happen that last round, do it again this time, and Blaze King gets the different outcome, gets the better outcome. And that's going to be huge because, again, yes, again, has a Thrash. That could have been so well used for this post plant, and now it's going awry. Viper's Pit has been utilized. Let's get the pick onto Shiro here. Icy has a good angle. And there's so many little pockets that they have to flush them out on. Last round as well. They're starting. They need to start getting into the sights.
Oh, God, it's Blaze again. But instantly dismissed
भाई
by
रिएक्शन
Jin.
टाइम इनका ऑन क्रैक है भाई
Support coming through now, and they know that these
पहले वो
players
नीचे का
are
क्लियर
playing
कर लिया,
inside the
उसको पता है
Viper's
पहले
Pit
ऊपर
to,
देखना है
to
भाई.
protect Fishio. Berserk has a bit more room to work with. Trying to clear out some corners. Severin just goes straight in. Famous up on top. Oh my Jin!
God.
You gotta look up, son. It's gonna be Boom, and they take the 8th.
इतना वो क्यों इतना स्पाइक के पास खेल रहा है मुझे समझा नहीं भाई.
Explosion this time.
I guess जहाँ योरू तो वहाँ पे उसको खेलना चाहिए था.
Oh, this is looking stressful because, I mean, yes, I got picked. Oh, again, as I mentioned, like, at the last possible second of getting hit by the Dizzy, still, they got a couple of picks. They got the Viper Spit, but I guess it's also because the Viper Spit can't really get that big value in that particular angle. You would, because again, you would know specifically the general direction of where the Viper would be playing at. If it's not going to be directly on the spike itself, it's going to be somewhere on... It's going to be somewhere on a link, right? So, but other than that, it's just the confidence of Severin and Famous to just, if Severin gets picked, I know the general direction where I have to shoot that gun.
That's right. There's so many things that Fantasy has to consider, and it's because Boom is partially playing on this defense, and they know it all too well. They're starting to read the plays. Blaze perfectly expected that B push to come through, and it's like one of those things too. Such a tiny window of opportunity, and he actually seizes it. Just peeking straight out of the smokes, and he finds, yes, I can. That was perfection. 8-4, it's not over yet. Fancy still has a chance, and again, it starts with this pistol round. Boom has been great on the pistols today.
And again, it's a big factor as well.
ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं किया है, बस मुझे Xiaomi का monitor एक chair दिला दो भाई.
Flash agents, and none of them really hit Blaze K.
ये वाली नहीं पे, उसकी बहुत अच्छी थी ना. Lock-in की.
Blinds him from the Yoru, maybe a paranoia hits him, but maybe it was just pushed out to a general direction. But because of that,
भाई Lock-in में जो chair use की थी ना भाई, वो तो
ये कितने हर्ट्ज के मॉनिटर होंगे? ये 320 हर्ट्ज होते हैं.
He was so prepared to punish.
You talked about timing before, and then this is another type of timing, micro timing. Blaze King just knows the perfect moment.
मुझे जहाँ तक लग रहा है 1080p भी होते हैं, इतना तो पता है मुझे.
The next round we go, and Boom are now attacking. All 5 players, maybe a bit of a lurk from Blaze. Up around short, the rest of them through the site already. What? Fancy?
They know.
He's playing inside the smoke. He tries to go for a bit of a play, a surprise, and he manages to crouch and get a player. Famous trades right back, though, and now this is the spike planted.
That's going to be the post plant here for Fancy. Jin got away through the skin of his teeth, but Blaze King has been on fire. Interestingly enough, Blaze King doesn't have the highest of kills, but the impact that he's gotten is just tremendous.
Oh. Okay.
Caster Curse, okay. Not yet done. Great paranoia though from Heisey. That's going to be the follow-up. And this is going to really pin down the rest of Boom. As Yes I Can charges right in. Denies, punishes through the help of his teammates. That was awkward.
A little bit so, but that kind of offbeat rhythm or timing just might be what Fancy United needs, because everything's going right for Boom. If you can just throw them off by one little second, one beat, you have Fishio off a sudden flank, and Blaze just did not expect it. Heisey with Paranoia out afterwards completely traps Boom on the site, under Hell. The rest of them managed to clean it up. So off of this pistol, we're 8-5. Maybe they get to start chaining more rounds together.
This is huge, because again, the gap's not really that big. Nizzy's already purchased, actually all of them have purchased the rifles except for Jin. Probably just, again, saving maybe for an operator or any kind of long-range weaponry. We'll have to see. That Paranoia hits nothing, and Heisey, thankfully enough, actually is able to get behind the wall just to take a little bit of damage. Can see right now, Boom. Just hoping to go for the picks, and Famous, of course, utilizing that tailwind to gravitate their attention. But Boom just can't find the picks that they're hoping for.
Man. Fancy are playing clean and disciplined. Wow. Such a fadeaway shot. He goes for another one.
Lalach.
Boom sees the opening, and they want to crack open the A site. They're pinging out some of this, but the problem is they don't have a dark cover this time. So expecting Nizzy to be right around, they are right on this, and Nizzy has to respect that recon bolt. Holds the angle instead, though.
Okay, here's the big problem, though, for Fancy. A couple of their players have taken good damage, and the remaining ones that don't, 125 HP altogether, so they need to still be very respectful of the setups that Boom has here, especially with Famous having that Marshall in hand. And there you go. They wait for the smokes. They clear up everything. Berserk is left to attack. Damage has been done. Spike's been planted, but still incredibly good round and incredibly controlled round from Fancy.
Take what we can get. Just bring that gap a little bit closer, down to 2 rounds between the both of them. Fancy United continue to pick up some wins, to continue to bring this momentum forth. Because if they can continue to keep this up, they just might be able to come back into the game in full. I mean, looking at how they start things off, too, with so much control, presence from Jin getting the first pick, the rest of them on that retake, they knew how Boom were about to play. And that's expected. Here's Boom now, though, with the full buys. What are they going to do?
Comeback कर रहे हैं. हाँ, हो तो रहा है comeback. वैसे एक बात बताऊं.
For Berserks there, I think he got wall banged.
इनका डिफेंस थोड़ा मुश्किल होगा. इनके पास प्रॉपर सेंटिनल नहीं है, चेंबर है. अगर बूम हर बार ना ये करेगी, फास्ट पुश करेगी ना, सीधा साइट मिलेगी उसको.
Holding up around A link, he has the decoy and he confirms the information. Now tries to go in for a bit of a peek. Yes, I can getting first. Shiro going in for the trade. Jin with the operator shutting
भाई एम गेम हो रहा भाई गंदी तरीके.
Carrier dropped. Shiro and Blaze King still alive though. One backside, one up front on mid. And Jin has to work his way around this. The spike's been picked up, so now he's going to go in to clean up the house. Oh, gets the flick.
Nice.
Shiro, what was that? A good triple, and now onto the last target left alive. Blaze is fully aware of this, and he taps and just to lure him in. Come into my home because I am going to kick you out.
You're a terrible host. You just ask somebody to get inside that house, be comfortable, think that they're gonna get the clutch, and then no, get out of this. Clutching this round, expensive.
It's like a false sense of security, right? You think you're my friend? No, you're my frenemy.
No. True. That flick though from Jin even hurt my wrist. Ouch. He almost got it too, but I think the big problem there was he expected the full plan for Blaze King when there was still plenty of time, and I'm pretty sure Blaze King also heard a drop at that location. Like, you can hear it very faintly. In any case, BlazeKing was super aware of that fight. And once again, boom, looking to go aggressive. Yes, I can. Just a little bit more to the left. And he could have actually gotten famous on the push.
Well, they're picking up the pace still. Fancy are kind of reacting to this. But
oh, he can't
the
push.
wingman utility. Okay, yes, I can. It goes in for a bit of a trade. Hyzy now claiming this side and trying to push Boom back. BlazeKing and Severin, the only one alive. Again, one up front and one from C-Link. He's been smoked off though. Severin, how do you make your way in? Maybe you have a BlazeKing. This could be good. Nizzy though, he still is the one left alive, but
BlazeKing अकेला तीनों पे लिया भाई. जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ी तो ओमेन को कुछ करने की.
फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा ना. मतलब लाइक उनको साइड बहुत आराम से मिल रही है.
But after that, fast forward a little bit, BlazeKing
वही ना उतना अच्छा डिफरेंस नहीं है ना. Chamber versus KJ.
Okay, it's 14 at the top, but the impact of BlazeKing, the clutch rounds, is just on a whole other level. Let's look at the replay here real quick.
इस पे सब लोग short क्यों हक दे रहे?
Picks. Oh, he didn't even reload. That was 3 bullets in the chamber. This is monstrous.
पहले दोनों kill तो इसमें भाई ISIS पे नहीं है ना. मैं 2 बार मर जाता इतने टाइम में.
Trying to create a lot of these chaotic plays, but if you have one person who can be a little bit ratty against them, they don't really expect it, and Blaze always flanking up behind him. He is
they know where to
this
run.
time though, Boom pressing in. They're going to go in for a C rush. It's Jin who tries to hold it. He gets the information, but no clear angle instead. So falls back and sets up for a full retake. They don't have the best guns on Fancy's side.
Wow.
Good start though.
Good start indeed.
Sure कैसा हो रहा है? तेरे पीछे हो रहा है क्या?
On Shiro too, because he's just about to get swung on by 3 players. Can he get back? No.
मेरे पीछे भी नहीं हो रहा है.
Oh, I can't see. Oh, my eyes. Bald, my eyes. And it's not bald. Luscious hair, but that hair is gonna get clipped. They have to push forward and catch
अच्छा उधर हो रहा है वो lane में.
Coming in through C long. They're gonna have to hold this, but the isolation is much better for Fancy here. But it doesn't matter because BlazeKing is on fire. Finally shut down by Nizzy. The defuse is rolling. Here comes Severin, but here comes Nizzy once again to save the day.
Just turns and spins around with the Guardian. All the Vietnamese fans are hyping him up. 3 rounds away from tying it up. Fancy, it's not over yet.
Indonesia versus Vietnam.
Till that opponent of yours or you yourself get the third.
यार मेरे को तो पता भी नहीं था कि वियतनाम की कोई टीम भी है. Honestly speaking.
Retaliate and finally get some strides. Whoa! I'm getting teleported.
भाई ये कौन सा एपिक दिखा दिया भाई?
पता नहीं भाई.
But the highlights are good.
वो मैप पहुंच गया था ना.
ना ऐसे.
Ascent पहुंच गया था.
उनका क्या बोलते हैं?
So maybe we can see a bit of cheeky little openings. Again, you do see the whole drone when they do have Nizzy having that ability available.
I don't know.
अच्छा वो 13-3 वाला.
I like Boom when they're a burrito. You know, kind of all
पहला मैच कौन सा खेली? वो भी एसेंट खेली क्या पहला?
A nice neat what do you call it?
पहला मैच वो एसेंट ही खेली थी ना.
I was thinking maybe like a fajita.
Second fracture था.
Well, I'm gonna get schooled if I say it's the same thing. Whatever it is, Boom, they're trying to spread apart and they're trying to look for a pick because it's so good how Fancy has been controlling this so far. Jin always up by A long, and they can't really take him out, especially given the weaponry that they have this round. A bit of utility.
आज सारे 2-0 होंगे क्या?
As well, and all of a sudden Hyzy's up on top of the box and gets an opening pick. Boom. They're dazzled.
Yeah, not expecting Hyzy to
boom, boom.
Blaze is getting good here.
I want you in my shroom.
Had the right angle, had the right timing, and still not going to be enough as Jin, he's laser focused. Shiro's going to be starting to plant the spike. A couple of pop shots and the post plant is going to be there. Whoa, Famous? He can jump up top and maybe escape the situation, but he's going to try to just force the fight. Helped by Shiro, not going to be enough. So Berserk's got to dig deep. He is digging very aggressively, but the paranoia
got him.
Through from Yes I Can, more than enough to take him down.
Kiritos.
Two more rounds. 2 more Aserai, and I will start believing. I mean, look at this utility coming through. Yes, it was a good attempt from Boom. Famous stuck into the corner, but it was a good pick. Shiro with the Guardian too. But when it comes down to it again, they just didn't quite have the best guns to hit the sights, and there are so many kind of problems.
Hey,
with
little
how
by
Fancy
little,
are controlling
they're making
this.
comeback, huh?
In fact, they are switching up the positions. I like this. Jin early on A long, this time into Garage.
Again, I did mention how they will be given a lot of time to just keep pushing forward. There's that position where Jin can just hold so much map control, which he is doing right here in a 4-man push from Fancy outside of A. If this gets spotted by Boom, this could be the great divider to just push up onto the C side. Shiro's by himself. He hasn't cleared Garage, and he is so aware. They do find Jin, though, and... well, even if they do, Shiro gets still caught as the rest of Fancy come bombarding in from the flank.
It's a good fight, it's a good hit. Good read from Boom, just to push into the side, sensing the dimensional drift from behind. They managed to stick out Jin too. Now the problem is, how does Fancy work their way in? So much space, so much time given, and Severine is outside, inside of defender's spot. No! Slightly misses it, but they don't expect the second player.
My
That's
God.
gonna be Famous. Coming back in now, he gets the quick double. 2 more coming up from C Long, and Berserks is calling this whole thing a flashpoint out, and he buys a bit more time.
निकल गया.
Space. Famous
निकल गया.
goes back out for a peek, and Yes I Can reads it. A headshot punctured through his skull, and that's going to be Fancy closing in on this gap again.
This is where it gets annoying as Boom, because if Fancy has Yes I Can still alive, and they start, you know, fighting in the site and slightly even win, there is the annoyance of the Wingman just starting to defuse the spiking. In order to see, we got to break down that little bitty annoyance, because of course we're going to lose the round if it gets defused.
Yeah, right? It's more pressure for Boom too.
Small but terrible.
I want to see Boom switching things up, because right now with the way that they're playing, you know, they're being halted. The whole momentum and pace has been switched around. No timeout being called from Meow just yet either. So it's not over yet, but for now things are going really well for Fancy. In fact, a bit more space given, and they're expecting the rush out of Boom. Jin instantly punching through, and then he rendezvous away. Famous is going to try to create a little bit more chaos by pushing even deeper in, but I'm sure that they've heard this updraft. They're just trying to play it together. And gets the first one anyway. Jin instantly trades, and this gives us a brief moment of respite. Boom, they don't have the best guns, and they're being smoked off, so they're forced to fall back, and this is not the best position to work off of. Severine, though, inside of the... just can't overwhelming Boom in terms of numbers, but the Rolling Thunder kind of knocks him up for just a second. Heisey doesn't care anyway.
No man believed that that Stinger is going to give a lot more impact than it actually did.
Expensive round?
Yeah, because that was Blades, that was a Rolling Thunder, and those are enough to just be, well, again, those are some pretty big invested abilities here. Look at that, he got it to stun and then just couldn't really hit the shot. That, okay, Boom is starting to throttle, or starting to hit the throttle a little bit here, and it's not looking good.
Timeout? No? All right. Well,
Clock's
again.
paused, maybe.
I'm thinking, oh, hey, there it is.
You're right.
Called it. Nah, but I mean, that was needed, I think. Because so far, I mean, how many rounds was that in a row? I didn't really keep count. But Fancy are doing so many things right. They were even anticipating that, and Jin was playing far back. He had the rendezvous over to A-Link. So much being read, so much being laid out, and it's kind of that swap around, because Boom was doing something similar in their first half.
Yeah, about 2 to 3 rounds straight, I believe, from Fancy here. So Boom's got to feel that pressure already, and you're absolutely right. Fancy have definitely mixed up the bag. It took them a while, but now they're, again, understanding and realizing the weaknesses of Boom. If we can't play this, that we can bully you out at the start of the round, we'll bully you out at the midpoint or the almost end of the round when you're already trying to play that post. Because again, Boom, they're committing so much to the push, they take a shot, a clean shot, absolutely nowhere.
And it's a great timeout from Meow too, because that was a round 1 after him pressing that pause, but now maybe Kawa's doing the same thing right back. And this is where we could see things really turn around again. Just before we went into the timeout, on the screen, you could see 4 ultimates online from Fancy United. They have a chance at collecting onto that 12th win first ahead of Boom.
Yeah, and one of those ultimates is still the Tour de Force, so Jin's got a chance to, again, redeem himself as that sharpshooter for Fancy here. Maybe even get hyper-aggressive, because, again, I mentioned before this game started, Jin loves to over-aggress, overextend his positioning, and usually that works. Yes, it's a risk against Boom, but maybe at this point when all things seem dire for Fancy, that kind of play is what gives them that edge. Maybe, just maybe. And again, over and over again, I'm not sure if our viewers are hearing it through our microphones, but I am just, we are hearing the hype from Boom. I believe that was Blaze King, and he has just been shouting, let's go, boys, let's go!
You gotta keep those spirits up, man. You got 4 ultimates, you got 2. Let's see how this plays out. Again, you talked about that Tour de Force, and there it is. He could get an opening pick off of this, and that will force and bully.
उसका देखिए आइकन देखिए उसका गेको का अल्टीमेट आइकन क्या बना हुआ है.
More careful. Oh, this is actually the same round.
Complete हो गया था अभी.
And it was one that Boom won. They ran the push. They go straight
अभी
into
complete
C,
हो गया
and
था,
Jin
उसको
is
चाहिए
forced
हुआ.
to
क्या था ये?
reposition, and because of this, he doesn't have the best angles with that Tour de Force.
पता
Boom
नहीं
has
भाई.
a sight now, and Famous goes straight into
मार
his
दिया
face.
उल्ट गया उसने उस साइड.
Jin gone. The rest of them coming
हो
out
सकता
from
है
the
क्लियर
other
करने के
side
लिए
of the
मार दिया
map.
उधर और.
One from B, a couple more from
Clip
Garage.
किया
Fischio
मैंने.
eliminates Famous. A bit more space, but this is also time being bought by Boom Esports. Shiro off the Hunter's View, just fends them back. They're still going in though. 3 ultimates left, a Thrasher available. Fischio with the Viper's Pit can get close enough. He's going to use the Poison Cloud and just trying to make a little bit more noise. Nizzy coming up from C-Long. He gets a quick double. Shiro answers back. Oh! Berserk's coming in too. Yes, I can. Goes up front, but completely blinded by Nizzy's side. Oh, the time has been bought. Thank you, Asarai, because Boom has reached match point.
Damn.
I understood that they can use the thrash, they can use those abilities.
अगर वहाँ Wigman बचा होता ना,
the
जब वो
players
fight
that were
लेते हो, Wigman
following
छोड़ देते तो
through,
शायद हो
those
जाता.
utilities that they're using, those abilities that they're using, could not flush them out. Nizzy got a gorgeous 2K, but unfortunately, they still had to deal with Shiro. They still had to deal with Berserks. And again, at that time, you can already see, yes, I can, realizing, time insufficient. Round lost.
It's not over
वो
yet.
टीपी क्या था उसका वुमन का ऊपर मेरे को तो वो समझ में नहीं आया.
You got to cheer louder for these guys. Jin back alive in the game with the operator, and he's looking to punch this ticket. Sends it through. Nobody's there.
Lockdown.
The lockdown comes in, and Fancy are forced to respect this. Jin tries to stay a little bit longer just to punish if anyone goes through, but nobody's there. So gate crash out.
Oh no!
And they get detained.
Oh no!
Thankfully, Yes, I Can is right around for support, so Boom, knowing not to overextend, they will just control the site instead.
Nah, he ain't gonna get killed, even if he got detained.
Graffiti. And you also have Shiro just right around the corner, around the stack. Fancy are setting this up, and Nizzy goes in for a bit of a gate crash play, maybe a bit of a fake. The goes through, but that's
oh my god.
Severin, Famous, they're still holding this. Out around the dark cover.
भाई कुछ smoke में खेल रहा है.
He gets the double and looks for Severin, but punched out of the air.
1v2.
Fischio, it's a 1v2. He has to play against the time, and it's just so overwhelming. Goes in for the frame, and Severin just walks all over him. Boom, Esports. They close this out 2-0.
तीनों मैच आज 2-2 हो गए.
You see the issue already. Once they got detained, yes, they don't get punished for it, but